For climbers, there is Everest. For underwater explorers, the Titanic. For surfers, the North Shore. For drivers, there's the Nürburgring.
This is the world's most challenging racetrack. 154 bends, 20.83 kilometers. Too dangerous for Formula One. No wonder Jackie Stewart called it the Green Hell. So what is it that brings us back here? What drives us to go faster, to push harder and brake later? I guess it's what we do. It's what we've always done.
The Nürburgring is a very special place. You know, in the Nürburgring you've got problems that never do exist in any other racetrack in the world. First of all, it's 14.7 miles round. It used to have 187 corners per lap. To those left-handers, right-handers, you're going uphill, you're going downhill. It's really a compromise, the whole thing, as far as the car is concerned, and to some extent also the driver. Because every lap I do at the Nürburgring, I make a mistake. I never go through the Nürburgring feeling that I've achieved something in the way of the perfect lap. Half the places around the Nürburgring, I think if I were to walk around them, I would be horrified. I would never drive around the place again. So the faster you drive around the ring, the less you know. And maybe that's the best thing to do.
The Nürburgring 24-hour race is like not just like the older race, like the older 24-hour race. We all love Le Mans, we all know the history behind Le Mans, going back to 1923. Racing at the Nürburgring is probably just as important and getting more so year on year. There's a part of all of us who likes to think that we are ring kings. You can put down your 24 euros and take out whatever car you brought here, whether it's an SUV, whether it's a van, an estate car, or a high-performance sports car, and you can go out there and pit yourself against the track.
Track full of elevation changes, you have to remember every turn, any of them flying.
Umpteen dozen changes of surface, camber, what have you. Very pretty in some ways, very scenic, very green, very German looking. You get bends that go down, you get bends that go up, and it just goes on forever and ever and ever. It's the most complicated road in the world.
When 200 cars, 27 brains, 10 fractured tubes, 783 drivers, and over 250,000 real racing fans fill the grandstands of the Nürburgring Grand Prix track and the wooded hills of the historic Nordschleife course, you feel how this race absorbs the racing, grabs the passion, and transcends other races to become an event, a happening.
Yeah, the Nordschleife, one of the hardest tracks but one of the tracks that the drivers want to test themselves against, to remember each and every turn. Get it wrong, and it's over. Wishing your teammates luck and just hoping that they get the car back in one piece, minimise the damage, seeing whether ready for your next stint. And then the pressure's on you, get the car back in one piece, try and go faster, try and brake later, or back in one piece.
A lot. The top two have really started to pull a gap, really trying to push the boundaries, see how far they can get. Obviously they don't want to push too hard just yet, but getting those gaps is very important in these early stages.
Yeah, it is, and you don't want to be under pressure going down to the Tiergarten for the first time, so they're making sure that they're not, but Alex Voitala is still under huge pressure here. He has indeed let one of them through. Daniele Vidimari has got through now, and he's already got a second, and he's got past a couple of corners ago, so really struggling here, Alex Voitala, but I'm just going to look up towards the front. We've had 10 minutes of the 24 hours, by the way, 23 hours and 50 minutes still to go. For the lead, we've still got BMW leading McLaren. It's Jesper Pedersen, the pole sitter from Henry Sinnick, and they're still 1 and 2 at the moment, but Sinnick is just approaching the back of that BMW. The BMW punching a huge hole in the air for that sleek and slippery McLaren as he pulls to the outside on lap 1 here, expecting this to be a simple move, and it is. The straight line speed of that McLaren, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, the McLaren is arguably the possibly the best car overall The BMW is also very competent as well, but especially in the straight line, the McLaren will have a couple of Ks on the BMW as we come to finish the first lap, because the timing beam is just here on the GP track, and then we head around the GP track before we're heading back out onto the Nordschleife, and it's the full GP track apart from the little arena section at the beginning, as Pedersen's actually going for a dive back down the inside of turn number 1. Henry's having to defend here, and it's a really weird part of the track there, because you can go really wide, and he's actually lost back out the lead. Pedersen's got back in there, so good job for Pedersen getting back, not letting Henry Sinnock get away just yet.
Yeah, this is great racing between the two of them as well. It's fantastic to see. We're only on lap 2 of this race, but they're already setting the tone for the race. It's worth noting as well that the two in the background there, that's Tiziano Brioni and Ernest Lappins, have not fallen away at all here. So we've got 2 pairs of a BMW and a McLaren battling here, and it's kind of setting out a top 4, an early selection kind of making itself known now, with 4 seconds separate the top 4, and then we've got a 6-second gap to the next car. So the top 4 have kind of really stamped their authority over everybody else, because they've got a bit of a gap over everyone, and they seem to be the fastest drivers, but as we know, there's a long way to go, and keeping out the walls here is probably going to be more important than your actual pace.
It certainly will be, especially when you get towards the later part of the day. When we head into the night, that is really where anything can happen, and we are expecting some rain at some point in the race as well, which is always going to add some spice to any race that has a bit of rain in it. So we will have to wait and see when that comes, but there is some forecast rain, and obviously we will let you know as soon as we can see that's coming in the game as well. And Watala has still dropped down even more. He's now down into 12th position, so he's dropped 8 places just on the first lap of this race, and he's now being overtaken by the 24 Guard Racing car, and someone else is getting involved. I think that's Rifki Afia in the HM Engineering entry. Now he's got a Corvette coming down his inside, and a McLaren as well. Wow, 4 cars in the space of about 3 corners there for Watala. 16th place currently, so unfortunately he is penultimate of the SP9 field, and someone...
Good lord, that was close. I thought that Corvette there was going to have a huge accident, but the Greek sim racing car there just managed to hang on to it. Just a little bit of contact with the Pro Sim car, the Pro Sim McLaren that was, and he had a massive wiggle. And I really thought there was going to be our first... I don't believe, actually, that we've had anyone in the barriers yet, but I really thought that was going to be our first shunt into the wall. But thankfully, I think everyone's made it through the first lap completely unscathed.
And that is quite remarkable, considering it's such a tricky track. But hopefully that means these drivers are going to be taking it with a slight hint of caution as well. Obviously, you do want to make sure you get towards the end of the race. And it looks like... who's this? Matt Webb now is coming onto the back of the 69 Bullapau entry as well, and they've actually got past. So I think there might be potentially some further issues with Alex's car. We didn't see, as you say, we didn't see anyone going into the wall, and definitely not Alex, but there might be some damage there, which is potentially how we got onto 8th at the beginning of the race. But we'll have to see how that one works its way out. But there's also another class in this event. We have the SP7s, which is the Porsche Cup. We have got 2 entries in this. We've got the HM Engineering car, and then we also have Drive Game Seat. So there's 2 entries there for that one. There was a little bit of a gap between them in qualifying, so I don't know if that's going to be overly competitive, but they will also be fighting for their own class as well behind the SP9s.
Yeah, they will be, and that'll be something to watch, because those Porsches are very, I don't know, robust. If you ding them up a little bit, I think they're quite, they're not susceptible to damage like the GT3 cars, because they're quite aero, the GT3s, but the Cup cars, not quite as dependent on their aero, and you can ding them up a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see if they become traffic. Well, they will become traffic at some point, but it'll be interesting to see how everyone else negotiates them, because as we know, Nordschleife, as much as driving the circuit is difficult, negotiating the traffic around here is even more so, and we'll see how that plays out, really. But given the pace gap between the Cup car and the GT3 car, I'm not expecting to see that for a while, but it will still be interesting when it does appear. how these guys try to negotiate those cup cars, because there can be moving chicanes at times. Not their own fault, of course, because you know they're entitled to be there as well. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it affects the SP9 race. But speaking of which, Matthew de Krop is looking pretty strong right now, trying to make a move through this very long, flat-out section. It's a very brave overtake to be making up here, and big slider there as well, but no moves being done, and it looks like he's being held up a little bit here. It's fair to say, as he said last night, Cam, I remember, the Audi not the most consistent over a stint, and you've just got a hint of it there, that big snap of oversteer. It seems quite an edgy car.
Yeah, that is the real reason why it's not quite the best car over a whole stint. It is a very quick car in terms of its one-lap pace. And although it is quite interesting that the one-move entry didn't get that high up in the qualifying when they did absolutely dominate the 12 Hours of Sebring back in March. So maybe they're not quite feeling it on this track, but certainly it is more of a one-lap sort of car. So I have to see again how that one works its way over a stint, because the rear tyres, especially on that Audi, like to get a little bit hot, and then you start sliding even more. And so if you slide naturally by the driving by the setup, that'll make it even worse. So they do have to be a little bit careful with that. But he's getting all over the back of Hansen now in the Drillers Academy car. There needs to be careful not to make any sort of crazy overtakes, because it is very difficult to overtake on the normal corners of this circuit.
Yeah, and this section, especially the final sector, is the most twisty of the sectors, I guess you could say. And no moves are going to be made through here, even though de Krop looks quite a lot faster, it has to be said. He's not going to be making the move through here, as they just come now down towards the jump, where the road dips down very sharply indeed, and they do a little bounce over this proceeding to this corner, and they fly through this section of the track. My favourite section of the track, actually. Just total high-speed commitment through here as they drop down once again. And yeah, this circuit, every corner just gives you a different kind of surprise, and it's a beautiful circuit to drive. It's very difficult, but that's the challenge of the Nürburgring 24 hours, just how difficult it is. And in my opinion, probably the most difficult 24-hour race of those that exist today.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's probably the most difficult, because I mean, Le Mans is quite difficult because it's fairly low downforce, there's some fast corners, but a lot of the time you're just flat out in a straight line, whereas here it's just corner, 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 and then you get to the Dottinger Höhe, and then you have a bit of rest, and then you go again for another 20 kilometers. It is quite crazy how the track works. Very unbelievably unique, and it's so great that we can have an event here. And remember that the SP9s, they do have €1,000 prize to the winner, so they want to make sure that they can try and get that. But we're now looking at Mathieu de Krop getting all over the back now of the Drillers car. Is he going to be able to go round the outside? And there's a tiny bit of contact as they just come down towards Tiergarten, and he's made that move, so that is what the slipstream can do. But we now need to see if Hansen can now keep up on this third lap of the race.
That was very close indeed, coming down to the Tiergarten. There was nearly contact, but as we complete lap 2 now, Mathieu de Krop is into 6th position. He's going to see what he can do about the car in front, the 1-2-3 SP9 Aston Martin, I believe that is, but he's actually under pressure again now into turn number 1, round the outside for the McLaren. But he's not going to be making that move just yet, and de Krop looks like he's got it now. And I'd expect him to pull away as they head out onto the Nordschleife for the 3rd time. I would expect him to pull away again, because he did look faster when he was following the McLaren through all the twisty sections. I did think that de Krop looked very much faster, and we'll see what he can do about Kiss in front, because that Aston Martin is not... well, it's not very well used in this particular race. I don't think there's very many of them at all. So we'll see what he can do about it. 2 of the most unused cars, Audi versus Aston Martin. It would be cool to see that kind of battle, but we'll see what de Krop can do about Kiss first, and then worry about the battle later. But yeah, the GP section, just a bit of rest here, and then onto the Nordschleife, where it's constant corners, and yeah, nobody. From what I've seen, still, I don't want to put the curse on it, but nobody I've seen in the world yet, which I'm pretty surprised about.
It's great to see that these drivers are keeping it nice and clean, and yeah, there's plenty of battles going on as well, even down in 13th and 14th There was Prosim getting past, I think it was Afiat, towards the end of the race, so end of the lap last time. So yeah, plenty of battles still going on up and down the field, which is great to see. And you see we've got 4 cameras on screen, so we'll try and keep up with as many of the battles and action as we can as we go further into the 24 hours. So that'll be finishing at about 2 o'clock European time tomorrow afternoon. But there's still plenty of racing, and especially the night to come.
Yeah, and that's going to be the real crunch point in this race. I think the night round here, it's darker than anywhere I've seen really, any racetrack. I think because it's just a forest really, no light gets in anywhere, and what little light there is, there's absolutely no chance of it getting onto the circuit for you to see. The headlights is really all you have, and it makes the nighttime very difficult indeed. So hopefully we get some nice onboard shots during the night of a car following another car, because they're my favourite onboard shots I think from anywhere in the world. As Pim van Ark just looking to make a move, thought he was going to go up the inside of Vloedplaats, but that would not be sensible this early on in the race. We're only just over 20 minutes in, and making moves in that kind of area would not be that sensible. But that slippery McLaren, as we've said, the very low slung machine who pulls to the outside now as they come over this little rise. We'll see if he can get it around the outside here, and the Corvette brakes just a little bit early, and Pim van Ark is through now into 8th position ahead of Daniele Vidimari.
Yeah, that was a really nice move there, which just shows you that overtakes can happen, but it's generally on the longer, straighter sections is when you get into these twisty bits of the track there. You really have to hit every one of your apex, and then it'll be quite difficult to overtake. But there's so many places that you can actually make a mistake and crash hit, but Pim managed to make that nice and safely, no contact or anything like that. So nice little move to get himself up into 8th position.
Yeah, and it just shows that battles are still going on up and down the field. I believe that the gap with the lead of the race is just over 1.5 seconds. It's actually approaching 2 seconds now. Jesper Pedersen just looks like he's getting in the groove here, but further down looks like Guard Racing and Prosim battling very hard there, and the McLaren might have just got past there. Prosim started quite low down, but they've made good progress into 12th position for them. And yeah, that is an impressive start. Although they are 42 seconds off the leader already, it's probably because they've just been stuck in traffic, and you really do get stuck around here. So good to see them making progress in the 007 car, and we'll see if he can chase down Alvaro and Chalsty just in front.
Yeah, you have to remember this track is about 5 times longer than most normal tracks that you go to on an endurance schedule. So we've already had effectively, sort of 10-12 laps of a race. So to be 40 seconds off is not too unusual, especially when it's a bit of a difficult track like this. But the main thing is always, even on a track like this that is so long, you just always need to stay on that lead lap, because then you are always in a position if someone makes a mistake, or if there's any sort of issues, maybe it starts raining and you need to then make a tyre pit stop, whatever, you're always in a position to capitalise. Being a lap down, it's always very difficult to get back into your positions. But it's good to see there's quite a lot of battles and racing going on all up and down the grid so far.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the weather right now. It's can't really decide between sunny and raining, so it's kind of typical Eiffel Mountains kind of unpredictability, really. So we could get rain at any moment, really. It's quite possible, but these guys will probably be hoping not, because you don't want to get stuck at the other side of the circuit and it starts tipping it down, and then you're on dry tyres through a totally wet circuit. So that is one of the dangers of the Nordschleife. It would be fun for us to watch, but I feel like a lot of cars would end up in the fence, which would not be too great for us, and hopefully these guys do all make it to the end. But I've got a feeling that inevitably somebody is not going to make it to the end, because this is just such a difficult circuit. There's almost no chance of 100% finishing rate, because that really would be impressive, but I somehow doubt it. And especially if we get rain, then there really are going to be a lot of cars in the wall, I'm afraid, and this circuit is difficult at the best of times, but rain is just going to add to that, and most of these guys I'd expect to be hoping that the rain doesn't come, to be honest.
I do wonder if there's ever been a 24-hour race where there hasn't been a DNF. I bet there's never been no DNFs. I just can't see that is possible, especially on this track, and that would be quite exciting if it was that case as well. So hopefully we do get as many drivers towards the end of the race. And look, quite a few of these teams are very competent. I mean, they've been around for ages, especially the teams near the top of the field. You know, Burst Drillers, GDE Sports, One Move, all those guys, they've been around for ages, so they should be able to get to the end fairly safely. It just depends if you ever make a mistake.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about this. You say all those teams are very experienced, but in 4th place, we've got the 999 AFP car, and I believe that this is their first 24-hour race in the history of their team. Now, I think their drivers have done 24-hour races before, but I don't think their team has ever been entered into a 24-hour race, so it will be interesting to see how they get on in their very first venture. It will be quite a thing if they won their very first one, and well, after all, man, and it doesn't always go that well. But yeah, that would be quite a story if they were able to do that. But we've had half an hour of the race now. We are just about to complete lap number 3. It's been a fascinating race so far. 1.3 seconds at the head of the race. But it's time for us to take a commercial break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40x40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80x40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160x40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours here with GTR24H. We've just had the first 30 minutes, so there's still 23 and a half hours to go, so plenty of time for the drivers to still make positions, make mistakes, and hopefully survive a little bit of rain that we might be seeing at the top of your screens. It says it's possible for light rain in 6 hours time, so just as we get towards the night starting as well. So looking at the classes so far, we've got the SP9s and the SP7s. So the SP9s is your normal GT3 cars that you'll recognize from other races. We've got Jesper Pedersen leading the way in the Burst car, just from Henry Sinnick, and not too far behind. And also Tiziano Brioni, who was third place in qualifying, so the top three have stayed pretty much the same, and they've separated by about 8 seconds. But they are not the only class here in the Nürburgring 24 hours. There's also the SP7s, which is the a GT3 Cup car. So this is like the Porsche Super Cup car that you will recognize. And then we've got 2 cars here. We've got the HM Engineering car, and they're leading the way by 18 seconds from Drive Game Seat. And this HM Engineering car is a stacked lineup, to say the least. It's good to see from them that they are coming here to try and win that SP7 category. But Ewan, it's been a fairly calm start so far. No one is doing anything too crazy. They're remembering that it is a 24-hour race.
Yeah, that is the most important thing, really, and we're going to repeat those words quite a lot until we get to Sunday morning. We're probably going to repeat this is a 24-hour race. Remember, there's still a long way to go, and these guys have really abided by that rule, and it's great to see that everybody is still running in their respective positions. Unfortunately, for the 69 Butler Pal car, that's the only car I can think of, really, that's had major issues in this race. Started 4th, now they're all the way down the order. They've lost at least 10 positions, and now Alex Voitala is down in 16th overall and 16th in class. He's made a bit of progress back past Matt Webb in the Simply Race car, but he's had issues earlier on, so he's a long way down the order. But yeah, as you say, it's been a very clean start, very good to watch as well, some very good racing, which is the most important thing. You don't want everyone just following each other for 20 hours until we get to the final 4 hours. We have seen some great overtaking as well, and some great action, which is all you really want from an endurance race this early on.
Yeah, and they've sort of split up into these little groups of 2 down the field, so there's a nice couple of battles going up and down. And one thing that is really great with a category such as the SP9s is that there's all these different manufacturers. They have different parts of the track where they might be slightly better, and then when we get to straights such as the Döttinger Höhe, you see, especially it seems the McLaren so far is very good in a straight line, so that is something to look out for as well. But all the cars are staying fairly close together, as you see on the track map. They are staying pretty much in one part of the track, so that is always good to see. But there is a GT3 of B32 Racing who is a little bit off the pace, so hopefully as the race goes on they can try and find a bit of pace in that entry. But someone who is doing fairly good at the moment is Yossa Aneda in the ground effect car. He's currently in 10th position. They are fairly new to the whole endurance side of things. Only in sort of the last 6 months or so they've really stepped up into that in various different machinery, so it's good that they are here today with us.
It is indeed, and it's great to see that these new teams are actually dipping their toe into the endurance racing water, because as we all know, well, as existing fans know, it's a very exciting kind of business, and even though it takes a long time to get going, sometimes we can have slow burning endurance races, but I don't think this has been one of those so far. It's been quite action-packed from the start, actually. But not in a bad way either. We've not seen like loads of bash and crash, which is a good thing. So yeah, it's good from these inexperienced teams, excuse me, that they're keeping it clean and abiding by the unwritten laws of endurance racing to keep it nice and clean in the first few hours. And obviously these guys have got common sense. Obviously they'll know, but you've got to keep it clean for the early part. You've got to pace yourself. You can't go out all out in the first hour like it's a sprint race. You've got to take it easy. But anyway, we're on to the Döttinger Höhe now for the 4th time, I believe this is. I think we're going to see some battling between Hansen and Van Ark, and we may see some battling down the order with Chowsty, who's trying to hold off the Pro-Sim car. So there's all sorts of battling going on up and down this order right now.
It's really good to see that there's still battling. We've come to the end of the 4th lap. We've now got Pim Van Ark coming past Hansen there, and Pim has been making a few moves over the first part of it all is he comes to defend instantly from the Driller's car there as they come towards Tiergarten for another time. And these two cars actually look fairly similar with their grey with the little orange twinge to it. But hopefully you can see the difference between the two cars there as Pim completes that move as they come down onto the GP track for another time. And we did see earlier that Hansen got some good slipstream on, I think it was De Crop, when he overtook him, and he's once again coming to get some nice slipstream. He's going to have to go to the outside as they come towards turn number 1, and he is actually going to make this work around the outside, but can he get it towards the inside? Yes, he can, and it opens out really nicely, so he's actually managed to make that move back.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slide on the exit, but he has made it done, and through he goes again. So this is a fantastic battle between these two. I think something that I've noticed that's very pronounced. If you make the move down the Dottingerhoe into the Tiergarten, then you're very susceptible to getting overtaken back again down into turn number 1. And there may even be a move down here into the hairpin. Looks like Hansen is under a bit of pressure again, but I thought there was going to be a dive there, but nothing doing there for Van Ark. He's going to stick behind, and he's probably going to have to wait another lap, unfortunately for him. He's probably losing a bit of time now. He's 11.5 seconds behind the crop, and really starting to lose even more time. So yeah, it's not ideal for Van Ark to be stuck behind Hansen like this, but Hansen's defending admirably here and doing very well, although he's gone a little bit wide there. He's defending his position well, and that move down into turn number 1 was good as well.
And Pim, as you say, quite needs to get past because he doesn't want to lose too much more time to the crop, and you can't really overtake on the Nordschleife. At least there's only sort of 4 or 5 places where it's safe to overtake. But it looks like he's going to have to sit behind Hansen for the next few corners at least. But Pim's been making some moves in the first part of the race, and I'm sure that Fair Racing Team car is going to be working its way up the order as with the 24 hours continues.
Yeah, they are, and another battle that is going on at the moment is between another 2 McLarens. It's Alvaro and Chelsea versus the ProSim guys in the 007 McLaren, and I believe that position has just changed. That ProSim car battling its way up the field now. It started down in 16th, they've made up 5 positions, then out into 11th. They've got 10.5 seconds to Vidi Mari up in front, but yeah, as you said, all sorts of battling going on all over the circuit at the moment. It's good to watch, but most of the moves are happening down the Dottingerhoe and into the Tiergarten. It's the only sensible place to make a move, really. I think we're going to have to wait a lot longer in this race before we're going to see these daring moves down into other places.
Yeah, hopefully they make the daring moves in the safe places, because you don't want to do anything silly and make any sort of overtake that is going to hinder the safety of other people. Hansen gets really slidey there, coming over the crest and to Arenberg, but Pim still cannot get a move there in the Fair Racing Team car, and it's flat out all the way down here. Very difficult to make an overtake, because as you come up the hill here, there's a nice little flick to the left. If you're not too careful, you will end up in the fence on the outside of that corner, as I'm sure many tourists have done when the track is open for tourists. So there's always some good videos on the internet of people like that. But our driver's getting through there nice and safely for the moment.
Yeah, they are. Well, Hansen nearly didn't get through safely. Through Arenberg there, just got a massive wiggle, got his left-hand side tyres on the grass there, and nearly lost his car completely. That would have been a huge accident, and possibly involving Van Ark in behind as well. So, yeah, that would not have been good for either of them, but just managed to keep control of his car, thankfully for everybody, and these 2 McLarens can continue. I've noticed there's quite a lot of McLarens in this field, it has to be said. I'm counting quite a few at the moment. It seems to be the car of choice, and you can see why, really. They're doing very well, and they're very fast in a straight line, which is quite important around the Nürburgring. Of course, you've got the long straights, but they're not too bad in the corners either, which is an advantage of them, and they're providing some good racing in between themselves, to be honest, never mind everyone else. They're battling with each other quite competitively here, and it's good to watch Van Ark and Hansen go at it. This has been a battle going on for lap after lap now, but Van Ark seriously applying the pressure, as they come into this kind of open hairpin. It's not really a hairpin, but it's quite a tight corner, and down the inside Van Aert. I thought he was going to go for it, but it just shows the nose, and Hansen is going to be looking in his mirrors all over the place now. It's probably not helping his driving too much, and you can see there's another McLaren and another Corvette coming up behind them. Jossa Randa and Daniele Vidimari are actually approaching this battle now because they're battling so hard.
Yeah, Hansen is losing quite a bit of time here, defending so hard. And Pim, oh, you do not want to go on the inside of this corner. He's actually going to do it. He's actually going to do it on the inside of that little kick there. Unfortunately, not sure of the name, but he had to back out of it. Yeah, because this really fast double left-hander is not where you want to be going side by side. As a HM Engineering McLaren of Rifki Afiat seems to have left the race, so it looks like he's going to be out for the time being. But yeah, these two are getting really close, and Araneda is catching them, as you say.
Yeah, very close again as they aim towards the hairpin there and now through the carousel. But yeah, there's so many, well, I don't know if to say dangerous, but really close, and well, I don't really know what the word to describe it is, but it's some really close and sketchy moments as they're getting all sorts of wiggles on and nearly crashing with each other. I'm hoping that this battle is not going to end in tears, because we're only just over 40 minutes into the race, and it's kind of wouldn't be great to see these guys come to blows, but I wouldn't be surprised at this rate. They're really going at it and going quite hard, but it's clear to see for me that Van Aert is faster than Hansen. It's just a matter of where he can get through, because at the moment there is just no way through. Obviously we know there's little opportunity for overtaking at this particular part, but when he gets down the Dottinger and into the Tiergarten, he still struggles to get past. So a bit of a moving chicane for Van Aert at the moment is Hansen, and defending well, but his car setup might be helping him a little bit there. Maybe he's got a little bit less downforce than everyone else. We'll have to wait and see, really. That's only one theory. It could be many things. He's just, well, whatever his setup is, he is defending very well, you have to say that, and it's looking good for him at the moment, keeping Van Aert behind. And unfortunately though, the only downside to this is he's losing time to the guys in front, and he's letting cars from behind catch back on.
But this is quite good news for us. I know it's quite a long time in the future, but potentially a last lap overtake could be possible, because obviously the long straight of the Dottinger is on the final part of the lap. So even on the final lap, if someone is defending for all their might, it might be not quite enough when we get to the straight, as I'm sure we're going to see Pim Van Aert at least get alongside, if not overtake, because he is staying very close to Hansen on this lap. As we come out once again onto the Dottinger, and we can't quite keep it flat out in the dirty air there, so he's actually dropped behind a little bit. That is interesting information, that he can't keep it flat out, and he's now got to reel him in all the way down the straight. He's got over 3 kilometers to just stay flat out and see what he can do in the slipstream, and now he is getting closer and closer. Little bit of side-by-side moving for Hansen, but can he get out? And then around the outside of the kink underneath the Bilstein Bridge, I think he's going to have that nice and sorted. But as we saw last time, Hansen managed to come back down into turn 1 on the GP track, so I don't think this battle is over.
No, not just yet. We'll see what the run is out of this this corner here at the Tiergarten. It looks like that Hansen uses a lot more exit road on the left-hand side, just coming into that chicane, so he can get kind of a wider turn in. But he's not got the same run at all. He's nowhere near as close as he was last time, and he's not going to be making. Well, he could make a heroic dive, but it's a bit too early for that kind of thing. And even then, he's a long way back. So I think that Van Aert has finally been released from this battle, but it doesn't look like Hansen's defending job is over yet, as Jossa Randa is closing in. But I believe we've had a crash somewhere out on the circuit. Not sure who that was for. I don't know if you know.
Alessio Verni is saying has on my screen has had a little bit of a spin, so I'm just going to check back to see what happened. But also HM Engineering left. I didn't see that crash, so that might have been an unfortunate technical issue for them. But yeah, I think it was Verni who had a bit of an issue that you are talking about. But they are going all right at the moment, sitting there in second place. They've dropped off quite a few seconds to the HM Engineering car, 27 so far. We have had 5 laps of they're on their 5th lap of this race, so there's still plenty of time for them to to sort them out. But we're now looking at Voitala, and he's caught up to Matt Webb. Well, actually, I believe Matt Webb has got past, I should say. So I think Voitala had a bit of a battle with him earlier in the race, and I just saw Michael Rulin put somewhere a stream link for himself, so I think he might be getting in the car at the first pit stop. We're expecting 7 laps for these drivers, so we are expecting this one and one more, although if you are not doing too good on fuel, you might only get 6 laps out of a tank, as Afiat has joined back into the race. So it's good to see that they are there. Hopefully they can get back out nicely.
Yeah, hopefully that is going to be good for them, but unfortunately they are well down now in last position, dead last, even behind the Porsche Cup cars as well. So not the way their race wanted to go, but you can't really control these things, unfortunately, and they're on the receiving end of it at the moment. And yeah, that is unfortunate, but I'm a little bit confused about this Matt Webb and Alex Voitala battle, actually, because I thought Voitala had got through on Matt Webb and then he was pulling away. Maybe he's had a mistake somewhere, not entirely sure really, but he still seemed to be really struggling compared to, I don't think he qualified that car. I'll just check the qualifying. They came in 4th, of course, and Michael Rowling did qualify it, so it seems that Rowling has got a lot more pace than Voitala is, or Voitala's got some issues, either one of the two. But yeah, it is surprising to me to see Voitala so off the pace. He's dropped 12 positions in his stint, which is not what I was expecting from it, if I'm totally honest.
Yeah, it is a different driver, but we also didn't see if there was any sort of damage, which is how he got down to P8 initially. So there might be some further explanation that we haven't quite seen, but I'm being told that Verny, he crashed in the middle of lap 5. So yeah, it was Verny who went off in sector 2. So apparently he rolled it as well. So it's quite crazy that he's actually still going, managed to get back on all 4 wheels, but there might be a decent amount of damage on that car.
I'll be surprised if there isn't, to be honest, given that he's been over, so that is unfortunate. Well, I didn't quite see exactly how it transpired myself, but yeah, I'm presuming it's going to be a pretty big accident from what I could hear. So yeah, it's an unfortunate one for them, but as I said, only 2 cars in SB7, and the HM Engineering car is still leading it.
Tim Van Ark went around, coming into a miss, I believe that corner's called, and he's gone for a little spin there. So he was our man who we were looking at to be quite quick, but he's actually dropped off and gone for a little spin. So he'll have to work his way back. I'm just trying to see on my replay if he actually hit the wall quite hard. And if you have much damage, but I believe it was just a little bit of a spin.
Very lucky boy if he's got away with it without a spin. That would, without damage. That would be quite remarkable. But what it has done is, I think that it slowed up Hansen a little bit more than it slowed up Aranda, because he's right on the back of Hansen now, and another pair of McLarens are going to battle it out, it seems. So Van Ark has lost a few positions there. He's could be under pressure from Pro Team in a moment if he's not careful, but Aranda now beginning to apply the pressure to Hansen. We'll see if Hansen's got more pace than Aranda. I think he has, but we'll have to wait and see really. It's going to be unsure, but we are not far away from pit stops now. We've had 50 minutes of the race and we are on lap 6, about to complete the 6th lap. We'll see if anyone is forced to stop because their fuel management hasn't been great. We'll see if anyone has to stop on this very first opportunity on lap 6.
That would be very interesting if you only get 6 laps, because obviously 1 extra lap here is a lot of time that you'll save if you don't have to do that. And I just had a look back on my replay of Verny, and it was coming down Eschbach towards Brünchen, or otherwise known as YouTube Corner. On that downhill, he just lost the rear end and went into the barrier and rolled the car, but I've just gone to him live now and he is still going nicely, so I think he's doing pretty good. But we're looking at Yossar Neda, who's now getting really close towards Hansen, so it seems like Hansen's struggling here a little bit for the driller's car, and maybe someone will be doing a pit stop towards the end of this lap, but I would expect most people to be smart enough to try and get 7 laps out of a stint.
Yeah, we'd expect so, but Aranda, very good run out of the carousel on that time. Not really sure what he did to be able to do that, but he did just get a fantastic run off the kind of strangest corner you've ever seen, and he nearly got through, but it's not really an overtaking opportunity as they kind of run up to that hill, and it's that kind of nearly flat out corner, the left-hander there, so you don't really want to be making moves there, but speaking of making moves, Mathieu de Krop is going to be attempting some, because he's on the back of Balzar's Kiss now in the Aston Martin, the lone Aston Martin, from what I can tell. And that McLaren is, that Audi, I'm so used to saying McLaren, but it's an Audi versus Aston Martin here on lap 6. The gap for the lead of the race is only 1 second. It's all kind of closing up towards the end of this stint. This is very nice to see. We've got a few pairs of battles going on even at the front of the field. This is for 5th position, the battle with de Krop, but his run through the corner carousel there wasn't the best, and I don't think he'll be quite able to make a move. Although saying that, the slipstream effect round on the Döttinger Ho is absolutely massive, so even if you get a poor run through the final corner there, you can still be able to make those moves.
And let's see what de Krop can do now. I can tell you that the Audi is not great in a straight line, so I think it might be a little bit difficult for him potentially, but let's see. He's getting a really nice slipstream here on the Simco car, but he's getting alongside much further down the straight, as we saw with the McLarens earlier on, and I think he's actually managed to make this work, so that is a nice little slipstream move there, getting past the Simco Aston Martin. And he's made that work nicely. So the Audi's does have just enough top speed, but it's certainly down compared to the others. So maybe when he comes up behind the McLaren, that might be even more difficult. But they are continuing, so it looks like 7 laps is going to be the way for most of these drivers.
Yeah, it's going to be the norm. So far, everybody who has gone over the line has stayed out. So that is good news in terms of the fuel for those guys. And yeah, you're aiming for 7 laps here. That is the aim for everybody, but Hansen has been overtaken. It looks like Aranda has got through in that McLaren. We'll see if Hansen can do his old trick down into turn number 1 like he did on Van Ark a couple of laps ago, but it looks like he's a little bit too far back again. I'm not sure what he did on that particular lap to get the run down to turn number 1, but Aranda goes defensive anyway and keeps that position. So another change for 7th position there. It's all kind of chopping and changing, and we even nearly saw battle for the race lead going on down into the Tiergarten that time as well, because Cynic had really closed on Pedersen, but Pedersen was able to just eke out that gap again. It has been as much as 2 seconds, but it's now down below 1 second, and it looks like that McLaren in the second phase of this stint looking quite strong.
Yes, coming into its own a little bit as the BMW is potentially slowing down a little bit. I would expect most people to be changing tyres at the pit stop, but that is something that we also need to look out for as well. What have you seen?
Sorry, B32 Racing off the road, no rear wing either. Not sure what happened for that Audi, but they have, I believe they've gone back to the pit lane now. That is unfortunate for them. As I said, didn't see what happened to them, but yeah, heavy damage for that Audi, and that's going to be a lot of repair time all out of the race, I'm afraid.
Yeah, they have just left the race. I'm just looking on my replay. They had a crash. Where is that? I think I'm not sure the name of that corner, but it's only still in sector 1 of the lap, and they actually crashed further when they had no rear wing. And yeah, unfortunately they are out of this race at the moment. We'll have to see if they can join back, but I can tell you, if you join back, you do keep your damage, so either way he's going to have to do an outlap before he can come back into the pit lane to get that damage repair. So that might be that B32 Audi out of the race completely.
Yeah, that would be a real shame for them, but they haven't been having the best of days, it's fair to say. Yeah, that is unfortunate for them. I'm not entirely sure. Apparently, on the timing, it said that Alex Voitala was in the pit lane. Not sure why, because he's still out there at the moment. Not sure if there's something going wrong. Oh yeah, because I was looking at the wrong one, that'll be why. So he's still out there. He's battling with Matt Webb over 14th at the moment. His battle's going on for the lead of the race is Jesper Pedersen and Henry Cynic, so it's all getting very exciting here. But I believe actually that everybody has made it around for 7 laps, so that is impressive fuel management and fuel saving and all of that kind of business from everybody.
Hansen's got back past ahead of Araneda. I just saw. But I'm not sure how that happened. But Aronator definitely got past, didn't he? So I'm just going to have a look to see what happened with Jos, because that has obviously been a bit of a mistake somewhere from the Chilean driver. Oh yeah, going through Flugplatz. He has actually hit the wall coming through Flugplatz. It's not too bad, but there'll definitely be some damage on there. He just hit the grass, and that is how he lost that position. So he's going to have to do all that hard work again to try and get past Hansen.
There he is, and that is a shame. He's lost 3 seconds in that ordeal, and he's not lost any more positions, which is the only positive you can take from that, really. But yeah, down the order just a little bit early on. No need to be panicking about that kind of thing too much, unless he's got a bit of suspension damage, and then that really would be a problem for him, because that's going to be a bit of repair time that you don't really need. So yeah, that is unfortunate for Aronator, but he is down the order now behind Hansen. He may be in the clutches of Vidimari as well if he's not careful, but as I said, pit stops are coming up at the end of this lap, so it's getting to the real interesting point in this race now, and we'll see who has the better pit stop times and who can jump anybody in the pit stops. It's going to be an interesting one, and because I believe these cars have different sizes of fuel tanks, correct me if I'm wrong, but those tanks are going to take a different amount of time to fill up.
Yes, they do. I know for a fact the BMW is 125 litres. I think the McLaren might only be 120 litres. So that is certainly something to look out for. Cynic is closing right up on the back of the BMW. And the BMW in general is a little bit more thirsty, which is why it has that slightly bigger tank. So there could be a potential for slight discrepancies in the pit stop times. We'll just have to see how close Henry Cynic can get as we come towards the second half of the Nordschleife. And this is such a nice part of the track, but it has actually dropped off just a little bit as it comes to her act, which is such a fun little corner before you head through these awesome twisty sections. You go down and up the hills. Amazing part of the track for Cynic to try and keep on the back of Pedersen. And it's good that we do have a two-way fight for the lead of this race, because that certainly shows us we're going to get a really strong, really competitive race.
Yeah, we are. I'm really expecting that 94 team, though, to be very strong. We've got Jesper Pedersen in there at the moment, but they've got a fantastic team on our hands here. So, yeah, it would be interesting to see how they get on. But let's not undermine the second place team here of Henry Cynic, the 777 team. They're going to be very competitive as well, so it's going to be a fantastic race. It's becoming, I don't want to say two-horse race, but there is an 11.5 second margin back to Tiziano Brioni, so it doesn't look like he's quite got the pace of these two, but not many have, so it's okay. And for now, you don't need to be worrying about that kind of gap. We're only an hour in, so that kind of gap can be reeled in over the next 23 hours, that's for sure.
So I would assume both of these drivers are going to be coming in, because I do not expect anyone to be doing 8 laps, especially pushing. 8 laps would be quite a bit of fuel saving. You would need to save somewhere in the region of about 1.5 to 2 litres a lap, which is quite a lot. You would waste more time by saving. And B32, we've been told, are trying to rejoin the race, so hopefully they can come back. But let's see what Henry Cynic can do. He is quite far behind the BMW M6 of the burst car. He is closing in just slightly. I don't think it's going to be enough on this lap, but we will expect both of them to pull off to the right-hand side as we come out of Tiergarten. Although, look at Cynic come here right towards the end of the straight under the Bilstein Bridge. Is he going to go side by side over the bumps coming through the kink? That would potentially not be the smartest thing to do, but he's tried it. No, he's not. He's had to back out of that just at the last section, as I'm sure we're going to see both of these pull off to the right-hand side as they come out onto the start-finish track. Start-finish straight, I should say, on the GP track. And yes, both of them come in. So now we need to see what they can do. And while they take their pit stops, we'll go to a quick commercial break.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
So we just finished the first pit stops here at the Nürburgring 24 Hours by GTR24H. And some interesting news is that Henry Sinek has dropped down into 3rd place behind Tiziano Brioni. So it seems he has potentially taken some tyres where maybe Pedersen and Brioni haven't. Obviously, we'll only really get that exact information as the stint progresses, and Henry Sinek we would assume to be quite a bit faster as well, but there's also been some movement a bit lower down as well, and we're also being told that B32 are trying to rejoin where they will get a fresh car, which is different to my understanding earlier. They will actually get a fresh car, which means rejoining will be quite good for them, but they have not joined in just yet. But Ewan, it seems like these pit stops, there's some different strategies going on, and that's something to look out for as we head towards this second hour.
Yeah, and this is what makes particularly the Nürburgring 24 so fascinating. The strategy, and particularly with the SP9s here, the tyre strategy of these guys is going to be all over the place, really. It looks like drillers have decided to take their tyres early. Cynic, maybe he's going to change on every stop. You would presume that he might just be trying to get off strategy with that Burst Esports car, because maybe he felt that he was being held up a little bit, so we'll see. But yeah, it's going to be an absolutely fascinating race from here on in. We've got Brioni now into 2nd place. It looks like Lappins has also taken tyres from he was in 4th position earlier, but he's now 30 seconds behind Brioni, who he was battling with earlier on. It looks like most people have actually stayed in roughly the same position. They're in the same kind of area. Some people have noticeably changed tyres. Look, well, actually, something to note as well that I've just remembered that happened during the break. You might have seen it. that was Jos Aranda had a bit of a run-in with the pit lane wall. So he had suspension damage from that little accident, and he's dropped now down all the way into 16th. But it looks like everybody has been keeping it very clean, and the strategies are going to begin to unfold, which is the absolutely fascinating part of this race, and I can't wait for it.
So I've got a little thing here which shows the pit stop times, and yes, so it was only Brioni and Pedersen who had a 30-second stop, whereas most other people had a 50 or 60-second stop, which means that I would assume they didn't take tyres, just fuel. But I haven't seen this in various other races with these Studio 397 GT3s. That is quicker, obviously in terms of your time, but the fresh tyres are much quicker. So I would expect Henry Sinek to be chasing down Brioni. He's what is he? He's 7.5 seconds behind at the moment, and I'm sure he will catch that in the first half of this stint. So that is what we need to look out for. It's just whether he can then catch up the extra 17 seconds between Brioni and Pedersen.
Yeah, that gap was 30 seconds, just to note, between Sinek and Pedersen when they came out of the pit lane. It's now down to 23.5, so it's over, well, nearly 7 seconds, and we're only on the first lap of this second stint. So this is, in my opinion, this is paying off already. It just depends. What I'd really be nervous about when double stinting these tyres is the well, maybe it's just a BMW thing, or just for all the cars, how bad is the tyre wear going to be, and how sketchy is that final lap on this double stint going to be, because this circuit is difficult, and when you've got old tyres, it's going to be extremely difficult. So very interesting to see how this is going to play out, and as I said earlier, this is what makes the Nürburgring 24 Hours so fascinating, and the SP9 class so fascinating, because you have to do your fuel on your tyres differently. What strategy do you go for? Do you double stint tyres, or do you take tyres at every single stop? Well, that's the kind of thing we'll be figuring out as we continue on with this race. But yeah, it's just brilliant racing so far, and now we've got a strategy battle as well. It's going brilliantly, this race so far.
And obviously the SP9s are not the only category. We had the SP7s, the Porsche Cup car. We've got the HM Engineering and Drive Game C entries for that class. And interestingly, their pit stops were, well, their pit time just sitting still was over 3 minutes. So interesting to note that it's quite a long pit stop for that specification of car compared to the GT3s. And they did pit on the exact same lap, so 7 laps. They also got out of their fuel tank, but obviously it is just basically a slower GT3 car effectively for them. But yeah, still HM are leading the way, and the SP7s also get some nice prizes from Ria Toro as well, whereas the SP9s have a €1,000 prize, so there's plenty of stuff to fight for here at the Nürburgring 24 Hours.
Yeah, there is, and that's probably why these guys are fighting so hard, and it's good for us to watch as well. So there you go, that is the prizes that these guys are going for. But yeah, we've got SP7, we've got SP9, we've got a couple of classes going on. We may have traffic in the not too distant future as well, because I believe the SP7s are just going out onto the Hudson back now, whereas the leaders are actually coming over near to the Dottinger Ho now. So it is getting closer between those two classes, so traffic is going to be a bit of a point to be mentioned. Although there's only 2 cars in a slower class, it will still be a thing to watch along. But yeah, as we said earlier, battles going on all over this track at the moment. Henry Sinek has closed into under 3 seconds behind Tiziano Brioni right now as they come across the line. But another battle I've noticed, a 3-car battle indeed, that is starting to develop. It's between the 888, the 104 and the 33. They're all kind of closing in. This is 7th position. We've got a McLaren, a Corvette and a McLaren. So they come onto the Dottinger Ho now. We'll see if there are any moves down into the Tiergarten. But yeah, as we said earlier, Pim van Ark looking very fast, it has to be said, and making good progress. We'll see if he can make even more here.
And Vidamari is getting very close, isn't he? With this slipstream all the way down the Dottinger Ho. And it looks like it's going to be quite difficult for Hansen to keep these cars behind. As we saw, Pim van Ark, before he made that spin, he had quite a bit of trouble getting past Hansen. It's only really down here into Tiergarten that he got really close, and Vidamari on this lap is not quite close enough. Oh, interesting, he's lifting and coasting quite a lot there, coming into the chicane. So maybe saving a tiny bit of fuel in the Pasta alla Norma raging team. And something to note, oh, actually he's just behind them. I think Pim van Ark here is actually getting really close as he comes towards turn 1 of the GP track. He's going to go round the outside, and this is that 3-way battle that you were talking about. And can he get it? Yes, he can, which means he'll also have the inside of the next corner. So that's a nice move there by Pim van Ark, but now he's got to get past Hansen all over again.
Yeah, he did it earlier. It took him a long time, this is fair to say, but he did eventually manage it, and yeah, so that'll be a battle to watch. But meanwhile, I'm just going to go back to the front of the field for a moment. The two McLarens of Brioni and Cynic are beginning to battle. Cynic with those new tyres, he's already caught Brioni. We're only on lap 9, lap 2 of this stint, I guess you could say, and they've still got 5 laps on these old tyres to go when they get to the line. And for me, this really isn't paying off early. Cynic is going to be past Brioni in no time at all, I'm expecting. Even he's not going to wait till the Dottinger Ho, otherwise he's just going to lose too much time. So I think he's going to be through even, well, about now, really.
Yeah, nice simple move. I don't think Brioni's going to be fighting that too much. He doesn't want to lose any time. He knows that Henry is on a better strategy, and he was already somewhere in the region of about 10 seconds behind them before the pit stop anyway. But interesting to see that something like 10 seconds in the last lap or so that Cynic has been able to make up. So certainly very, very quick are these new tyres. We'll have to see how that works its way out. And it's actually my screen didn't update quite quickly. It's not Hansen, it's now Patrick Rusinek who is in the Driller's car. So different drivers for Pim van Ark to overtake, but still the same car and the same setup and everything like that. So interesting to see that a couple of teams are already changing their drivers. Michael Ruhlin has also got in the 69 car in place of Voitala. And I don't know if this is 100% true, but someone's messaged me saying that Michael is going to go to the end of the race from here.
Wow.
And if that is, that's 23 hours, which will be an absolute mammoth stint. So I have to see if he actually does do that, but certainly that's what I've been told so far.
I don't know what the fair share rules on that.
I'm not 100% sure. It'd be quite silly to get disqualified for breaking that rule, but Pim van Ark right now is getting all over the back of Rusidak in the 888 Drillers Academy car. He got a bit too close in Flugplatz, which stunted his progress as they come to Arenberg. Now this is such a nice braking zone, but again he's not quite close enough just yet.
I'm just wondering, going back to that whole Voitala business, has anyone ever researched that? Because it's just crazy to do 23 hours on your own. So, well, anyway, we'll move past that, and I guess we'll find out later if he ever gets out of that car. Yeah, anyway, back to this battle. Oh my goodness, that was close. I thought he was actually going to dive it there, but not quite. It would be a little bit of a non-sensible move, you could say. So he's going to wait a little bit, but Van Ark definitely looks faster than Rusinak just in front of here. So very close now, less than a tenth, and he's going to get down the inside now. Oh, I thought he was going to go for it again, but it's just not really an overtaking opportunity, and there aren't many really here. So he's just having to be patient and wait.
Yeah, that was very, very tight. He's obviously the quicker driver between these two, but he can't quite find a way past at this moment, but he is getting very close indeed, and Vidamari is sitting there so close, waiting in case anything happens between these two drivers. And it's quite difficult for Patrick just to jump in the car and get right on the pace straight away when you've got someone who's already been in the car for an hour, plus obviously the warm-up session before the start of the race as well. And he just has to jump in the car and get on the pace. But so far, he's actually doing a pretty nice job.
Yeah, he is. And he's defending well, it's fair to say, from the Fair Racing team. But also saying that, Van Ark has got very close again. He seems to be very good out of the ex-Muller kind of section there. And down into this right-hander. thought he was going to go for it, but he's being sensible. And now as we run, a bit of curve there for Rusinak, and now Van Aert's going to look to the outside, but it's a long way round around there. It's a long left-hander, and you don't really want to be going all the way around the outside there. He tucks back in. He's going to get the slipstream all the way up the hill at Kesselchen now, as they go through this left-hand a little bit more sharp than the rest of them, and now they begin to sweep right. Here we go for Van Aert. He's going to be nearly on the grass here. Is he going to go down the inside? This would be brave as they go side by side. Dearie me, this could pay off, you know, and it has done. They're side by side again, but Rusinak has been pushed out, and Van Aert is through. That is not a move I would have made, but the risk has paid off there.
That was an awesome move down the inside there, and that is just showing the skill that Pim has got. And this is now putting Videmari in such a good position to try and make an overtake work, as well as that battle has let him catch all the way up in his Callaway Corvette, the 104 Pasta alla Norma car, as they come now towards the middle part of the track. And this is where it is a little bit harder to overtake, but if he stays nice and close, there might be further opportunities as we head towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, quite possibly. You'd probably have to wait for the straight, to be honest, but we'll see if he actually does do that indeed. But as I say in that, they've kind of got a little bit further apart just for the moment. It's just going over 5 tenths. I say it's quite a long time. It's not a big margin really, but as we keep saying, battles all over the place. ProSim versus Inchausti still going on. 007 moving up the order early on, but it's still into the top 10, but they're kind of falling back a little bit. A couple of battles to watch. Videmari, Rusinak, and then that ProSim battle, as I said. So yeah, it's all looking good at the moment. This Corvette, we really get to see how its straight line speed matches up against the McLaren, because we know how good that McLaren is on the straight. I'm not really sure how good the Corvette is, although we might not have to wait in this race. Rusinak just goes a little bit wide, and that's what let Van Aert through, really, when he accidentally hit the curb at that right-hander just before Kesselchen, and that really allowed Van Aert to make that phenomenal move, really. And we'll see if a mistake leads to a pass again here. It could well do.
Very much well do, but one thing I noticed slightly further up the road as well is De Kronk got ahead of Kish somehow. Oh, what's Pedersen done? Pedersen's going through the pit lane. Well, race leader, Pedersen is going through the pit lane. He must have got a drive-through penalty or something like that, because he is dropped down.
Someone's been off the road there as well. He's hit someone in the pit lane. Now, I'm not sure who that is. Is that one of the... Is that Afiat, maybe? I believe it is.
Yeah, I think it might be Afiat.
I've no idea how that's happened, but somehow he's managed to... He's been in the pit lane and he's hit another car in the pit lane. So, well, that is another one to add to a list of remarkable things that have happened so far, as Afiat, is just making his way out the pit lane. I have no idea how that happened.
We'll just say that Videmari is now getting side by side with Rusinak. So this is 2 positions lost for the Drillers Academy so far. But actually, that Callaway Corvette, once he pulled out the slipstream, he had nothing. That is incredible. So the Corvette is quite a bit slower in the straight line than the McLaren. As soon as he pulled out the slipstream, he couldn't keep the overspeed, which is a very interesting fact there. I'm just going to... so looking back at the race lead now. So Henry Silic has got the race lead. Well, actually, is Videmari going to come back on the GP track? I thought he might have been a little bit too far behind, but he's actually getting pretty close. Can he make it on the brakes down into turn number 1? He's going to dive it for the apex. They're still side by side as they come towards turn number 2. Rusinak keeps on the inside. The Corvette's going to be on the outside, so he's going to lose out on the acceleration phase. And these two are still side by side. He's come towards turn number 3. And he's actually managed to make that work finally on the GP track. But yeah, the Corvette not being so fast in a straight line. But yeah, to just clarify the lead. So now Henry Silic is leading the race from Tiziano Brioni by 7 seconds now. Pedersen has dropped down to 3rd, and I want to see if he got a penalty. If he got a penalty when he left the pit exit, because I noticed someone else got a penalty, but I wasn't sure if it was actually Pedersen, which is quite interesting. Yeah, he got a penalty on his pit exit, so he must have sped into the pit lane, and he got a drive-through penalty, which is quite a silly way to throw away a leading position at the Nürburgring 24 hours, as he's now about 17 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, he is. He's going to have a lot of work to do now. He might be able to catch up to Brioni in this stint, but he might not be able to do much else with it, to be honest, because, yeah, Cynic is going to be out front. He's got the new tyres. He's got everything he wants right now, and he's got the lead in the race, of course. So it's going to be a tall order for Pedersen from here. But as we said, that's a strong team there for the 94 Burst Esports car. They've got Simoncic coming up later on. We're presuming he's going to get in towards the night time and maybe even tomorrow as well. So, yeah, and of course we've got Kasper Henningsen as well. So two people with very similar names, but they are both very good GT3 drivers. If you've been watching the GTR24 Sprint series here on the same channels that you're watching this right now, then you will know that they won the Brands Hatch round of that in a Lexus. So they've been doing very well recently, and indeed they did that on strategy. So I wouldn't doubt their strategy of no tyres just yet. However, that drive-through has put paid to their chances just a little bit.
And I just had a look, it was actually a stop-go penalty as well. It was a 10-second stop-go penalty for Pedersen. Really not what you want to do, and it is actually quite confusing on the pit entry here. There's, I believe, 4 white lines, so if you haven't double-checked, it is a bit possible to lose the line that you need to actually be aiming for. So hopefully when we come to the second pit stop of the race, he'll do a better job. Henry Siddick has got what he wanted. He's out in the lead, leading the race so far. And just to catch up with your SP7s, Norbert Leitner is still in that HM Engineering car, and he is leading the way by over a minute now, because I believe Verny had to take some damage repairs during his pit stop. So, and also he got a penalty for speeding as well. So double damage there for Verny. And they are, yeah, over a minute off the lead now in the SP7s.
Yeah, they are indeed, but that class may well close up later on in this race, so we'll see if it indeed does. But meanwhile, we've got Vidimari and Rusinak still pretty close. I was expecting that Corvette to get away in the twisty sections, not something you say often, but it's really apparent right now because the McLaren is particularly strong in a straight line. So as I was just thinking to myself while we were seeing them come down the Dottinger-Ho, when they pulled out side by side, you could really see what an absolute brick in terms of aerodynamics the Corvette looks like compared to the McLaren. McLaren's got all these curved shapes and all these nice aerodynamic front end and all this kind of thing, and the Corvette is basically a box compared. So it's not really surprising that he almost came to a dead stop when he pulled out of the slipstream there. It was quite remarkable, actually. I was just thinking, if he pulled out a little bit later, if he just stayed in the slipstream a little bit longer and he pulled out as they went down the hill, that advantage might be negated just a little bit. But he didn't need to in the end because he got through down to turn number 1, so that was all okay. But something I'm kind of talking in circles here, but just something else I wanted to mention for Verny is an accident earlier on. The reason why, I believe, the reason why that damage he didn't do quite so much damage when he rolled earlier is because he touched on it earlier, Cam. We've got 50% damage here in this race, so because it's a bit of fun and this circuit, yeah, it's a special event, so we want everyone to have a bit of fun. You don't want to drive around with a damaged car forever, so that is why. And also, obviously, as you mentioned, we get a new car when you load back in, so all these kind of things to help you a little bit with this circuit. But yeah, that's probably why Verny didn't get quite so much damage, although he did have to stop for a little bit longer to repair it, probably.
And we now got a battle between Jos Araneda and Matt Gudger-Scott for Simply Race, both in McLarens, but they are getting very close indeed. But Jos Araneda has actually just dropped off a little bit there as we came through the start of the lap. But yeah, Jos, he dropped down because he had that crash during the pit stop phase. He crashed into the wall as you come into pit entry, which is always a little bit embarrassing, but I'm sure he will recover from that. But he does have quite a way to make up now to get to back where he was. He's got a minute to catch up to P10, which is where he was sitting before the pit stops.
Yeah, it was quite an unfortunate accident, really, but it is possible. We actually saw it, well, not in the same circumstances, but I remember a BMW GT4 managed it in the real life thing because his bonnet was over his windscreen, and he managed to cross into the pit wall, which is quite amusing. But Aranda won't be finding this very amusing. He's trying to get through on the other McLaren just up in front of him. He's already got past the Greek sim racing car, and he's left them in the dust, really, 12.5 seconds behind. But this is for 14th place on the Simply Race McLaren, and I believe they made a driver swap. Matt Webb has got out, and Matt Goodger Scott has got back in, in for the first time, and Aranda is trying to get through on him for 14th, but yeah, as he said a minute ago, he's got a long way to go to get back to where he was before the pit stops.
And just a mention on the Greek sim racing car, they actually had a spin on the GP track coming out onto the back straight, which is why they've dropped off and lost a position or two as well. So some mistakes starting to come in as we get towards the first hour and a half of this race.
Yeah, we've already had an hour and a half. It's quite crazy, actually. The time's flown, really. We've had battles to watch the whole time, which is absolutely fantastic for this race. And we've got a fantastic prospect, especially at the front of the field. I believe we've got many cars that can win this race, and a lot can change over the course of the next 22.5 hours, that's for sure. So, very excited to see what's going to happen.
Sorry, Pedersen is in again.
Oh!
Pedersen is in the pit stop as we speak again. So I want to check if it said penalty when he left. Oh, he's got a stop and go penalty again. I do wonder if this is for speeding again or if it's for potentially something else. But yeah, it could be for contact actually. But I'm sure we'll find that out as we get the information. But either way, Pedersen has now dropped down to, where is he now? 6th position, 54 seconds off the lead. What a change of events this has been in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's gone from 30 seconds in the lead when he came out the pit lane, and now he's nearly a minute behind the lead. So that's a remarkable turn of events, as you say. And I do wonder if that is for hitting Afiat in the pit lane, because Afiat went off in the vicinity of Pedersen, and I'm presuming, yeah, I've just had that confirmed in my ear. That is exactly what happened. I didn't see quite what the situation was there, but it has unfortunately disadvantaged Pedersen. It disadvantaged Afiat more, and that's why Pedersen's got a penalty, if you see what I mean. But yeah, Afiat down there in 20th, and unfortunately Pedersen's now down in 6th position. They're going to have a long comeback drive, but with the strength of their field the strength of their team, I think they can do it from here.
They definitely can. There's some really good names in that car, but right now Jos Araneda is getting in the slipstream, although he's not really getting in the slipstream. He's sort of pulling in and out. I'm not quite sure what he's doing, because obviously staying in the slipstream for the longest amount of time possible is what you want to be doing to make an overtake. But he's just now, as he get 3/4 of the way down the straight, getting side by side. Now we go under the Bilstein Bridge, and he has the inside, so that is nice and easy for him. But now, as we've had another half an hour, we will take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours. We've had 90 minutes of the race, so 22.5 hours still to go. The big news at the end of that last 30 minutes was Jesper Pedersen got a second stop-go penalty. The first one was for speeding in the pit lane during his own pit stop about 30 minutes ago, but the second one was for spinning around Afiat in the pit lane when he was serving his first stop-go penalty. So he has dropped quite away off the lead now. He is 55 seconds off the lead, so best part of a minute for him to still catch up, which has led Henry Sinnick to be leading by some 12 seconds. And Ewan, it looks like he's the fastest man on track as well.
Yeah, he set an 8 minutes 11 last time around, which is comfortably quicker than everybody else by at least a second. I believe it's going to change it. Obviously it's going to change again as they come across the line, but he put 3.5 seconds into Brioni on that last lap. We're on lap 11 at the moment. We're still a few laps away from pit stops, but Brioni is going to be begging to get those tyres off. He's losing so much time, and well, I think he's worked out that this strategy is not really the one. He's going to want to change tyres more often than he intends to right now.
Yeah, that was a blinder of a strategy by Sinnick to change the tyres. Well, to be honest, it was everyone who changed tyres. It was only Brioni and Pedersen who didn't out of the whole field. So that is a quite interesting fact that they tried something different, but sometimes trying something different is what you have to do. It has not worked out for those two cars we have just mentioned, but potentially they will learn from that and hopefully take some tyres at their next pit stops. And someone who's made a little bit of progress since he's got in the car is Michael Ruhlin, up into 12th place. They were down into 16th place in the SP9 category. And I did mention earlier that apparently he is going to the end of the race, and I have been confirmed since then that apparently he definitely is going to the end of the race, which, if he is, will be very interesting. But either way, he's coming up behind Guard Racing for 11th position. He's getting all over the back of them, so it looks like he is doing some decent times as well. His last lap time was 7 seconds quicker than the Guard Racing car.
It's very interesting as well that he's decided to go for the older version of the McLaren. As we were saying earlier, there's a lot of McLarens in this race, but he's decided to go for the older version of this GT3, and yeah, I guess it's a kind of a rare GT3 in front of him as well, the Corvette, but of course they're all SP9s in this series of this race, indeed, at the Nürburgring 24 hours. So yeah, we'll see if he can get through. I'm expecting him to, but it's going to be a tall order for him now. For doing the whole of the race, that's a lot of driving, and he's got a 2-minute disadvantage to Sinnick, so I can't imagine he's going to be winning this race unless something dramatic happens, but he's definitely going to be able to get a good result out of this because he's got a lot of pace.
He's looking very quick, isn't he? He's looking very quick, so hopefully for him, he manages to get a bit closer. We know this Callaway Corvette is not the best in a straight line. Well, it's not for us. It's not the best in general with the balance of performance, but it is certainly a favourite of some of the more experienced teams here from the GTR24. Some teams who always seem to choose the Corvettes, be it in the GT3 category or the GTE. So now I need to see how quick this 750S is compared to the Corvette. It looks like he's got this slipstream nicely coming up behind the Guard Racing, who does not much to defend, as he's already overtaken halfway down the Duttinger Her as they now come towards the Bilstein Bridge, and Rulin is already a few car lengths ahead, just to show the top speed disadvantage that Corvette has.
Yeah, they're going to be really struggling when they get into battles, all those Corvettes, and they have been in this race so far, really struggling to keep anybody behind in any kind of car. So, yeah, it's a shame for them, I guess, but they picked the car and they knew what they were signing themselves up for, so, you know, they can't really blame anyone apart from themselves, but we'll see what they can do in the twitchy sections, although it looks like Roland's got way more pace than everybody. Well, not everybody, but quite a lot of these guys at the moment. He's knocking on the door of a top 10, and if he stays awake, then I reckon he can do it.
Yeah, staying awake is certainly the biggest challenge he's got. And for me, personally, when I've been driving as well, it's really also like my back as well, just like sitting in the same place. During some of the pit stops, you might need to get up and have a little stretch once he gets 4, 5 or even 6 hours in, because staying healthy is important, as well as finishing the race, and also at some point he'll need to get some food and water. So hopefully he does this nice and safely, but we'll keep up to date with what he is doing. Currently up into 11th place, 129 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, as we said earlier, for the lead of the race. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting personal challenge for him, really. And you can tell he's got not much else to do, really, doing 23 hours of the Nordschleife. It's probably... I can't think of any other track I can't think of a worse track to be doing this around, to be honest, because it's a seriously difficult circuit. And... yeah, well, Roland's going to find it out today, and all throughout the night. I just can't imagine how he'd stay awake and stay eating and stay all these things, because, yeah, I just can't imagine how he'd do it. Even doing a whole 12-hour race in one go seems quite difficult to me. Never mind the 23 hours of a 24-hour race. But the best thing about it is because the Voitaler's done an hour, he's actually going to be classified at the end, which is not often seen when you see these Ironman stints of 24 hours when they do the whole race in one go. You don't often see them actually classified, but they are going to be because they've done the fair share rule. So that is great news, and we'll see him on the results sheet hopefully.
That's interesting. So the rule is just an hour for a driver.
Well, I'm just guessing, because otherwise surely they wouldn't have had him in at all. Surely he'd just go in for the whole time, in my opinion, if he knew that he was going to disqualify himself anyway.
Well, we'll try and get an up-to-date rule, just see if that is certainly an interesting prospect. And someone who's also a bit of an interesting prospect is Jasper Pedersen. He's actually caught up by a few seconds to Henry Sinnick, but obviously he's still in P6. Best part of it, a minute off the lead, as you mentioned, but he's actually caught up a little bit if my timing screens are correct. And so not too far up the road is Balash Kish, and then ahead of Balash is Mathieu de Crop, and that gap has been closing ever so slightly as well, and I believe on the last lap de Crop got a cut, so he does need to be careful not to get too many cuts, as he might risk getting a penalty by the in-game cut detection system as well. So this battle for 4th might be heating up as we get towards the end of the second stint.
Just see if Pedersen can actually close in. I was going to comment on his last lap time, but I can't, because it's an 8:40. That's obviously when he came into the pit lane. So we're going to have to wait until he comes back around onto the main straight once again to find out actually what his lap time was. But interestingly, Mathieu de Crop did get a quick track on that previous lap. His previous lap doesn't show up, so we've only got Kiss to go off, 13 and 7 for him. They're kind of staying similar gap with those two, de Crop and Kiss. De Crop actually jumped in the pit stops, I believe. I don't think we've seen those two battling on track. So I think that Kiss actually got him in the pit. Sorry, de Crop got him in the pit stop. But yeah, so we'll see if Kiss can actually close in, but Pedersen's closing in on them both, and it's to be expected really, because Pedersen was leading before he had a bit of a palaver with his pit lane speeding.
Yeah, I think it was was a situation with pit stops again. I think the Aston Martin Simcoe car took tyres and De Crop didn't, which would also indicate why Kish is catching up to De Crop as well. So that is my guess. We'll have to see what they do at the next pit stop. I did think that they took tyres, but he did manage to jump him. So maybe the Aston has done pit stop. So again, when we get to the second pit stop, we will confirm if that is true or not. And the Aston Martin now of the Simcoe entry, the number 123, is now catching up to drive game seat SP7 as he gets through there nicely. So drive game seat being nice and safe there, unless Alessandro Verni still in the car for that one, and they're now 86 seconds off the lead. So it does look like HM Engineering have that class sorted, but as mentioned, it's all about getting to the end of this 24 hours.
You don't want to be getting any damage or anything, but the traffic has begun then. First luckily begins an hour and 3/4 into the race. As you said, the Porsche Cup car not that much slower than the GT3, the FB9, sorry, than in other classes that you see in the real life. And the whatever it's called, the NLS, sorry. You see the guys being lapped on lap 2 because they're running the Renault Clio. That's like taking 11 minutes to a lap of the combined circuit, so they're not quite going through that amount of traffic, and that's probably good for these guys because in real life they have something like more than 150 cars on at once, and that is a lot of traffic, and that's why probably only about half of them get to the end of the race. So hopefully more than half get to the end of this race. I'm unsure as to whether B32 have been able to get back in. I don't think they have. The signs aren't looking promising, but we've got at least 19 still running, which is more than I was expecting. I was expecting a couple of incidents, but in fact I can only remember 1 or 2.
Yeah, the only car actually out of the race is that B32 car, but we were told they are going to try and rejoin as they will get a fresh car, but no one is in the race just yet. So that's not too bad having one DNF after 101 minutes of the race. So yeah, we will be ending at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, Central European time. So yeah, still plenty of action still to happen as we come towards the end of this second hour. And you just saw there Pedersen getting past the drive game seat as well. So he's actually going to be looking towards Kish as we get even closer between those two drivers. And when we get to the end of this lap, we will see what their lap times are and if he is catching quickly.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what this lap time from De Crop and from Kiss is going to be, and how much slower or even faster it is. I'm expecting it to be slower though, I'm afraid, as they come just across the line now. De Crop has done an 8:14.8. Kiss has just lost around about 5/10 there, but Pedersen just about 6 seconds back now comes across the line, and he's done a 12.1 there, taking 2.7 seconds, sorry 2.7 seconds from De Crop, and he's taken just a little bit more than 3 seconds from Kiss, so he really is closing in very quickly now. And yeah, his charge through the field has begun really. He's not gaining any on Cynic, although saying that, he's only lost 2 seconds since he came out the pit lane, so those new tyres for Cynic are starting to lose their edge a little bit.
And I would assume, I don't know, but I would assume Pedersen might have taken tyres during a stop-go penalty. I don't know if that's allowed, but he might have, which could be showing his pace, or he's just a little bit angry because of the penalties and he's trying to get as quick as possible. That's not too bad, being only 4/10 off Henry Cynic, and someone else to look out for is Pim Van Ark, who was also into the 12s, just showing how quick that Pim car has been as well. Now, just informed that actually you can't change tyres during a stop-go, so actually that is the same set of tyres, so that is some brilliant pace from Pedersen.
Yeah, you might be right in the fact that he might just be angry and he's driving pretty quickly now because he's just got the adrenaline going and he's quite furious with himself, or with the track, or both. But I did notice when they come in, I thought that BMW was going alarmingly fast going into the pit area there, and especially because Cynic was so close behind him. Cynic was going very slowly. I thought Cynic might be taking it too conservatively, but in fact that we found out later that Pedersen did go sailing in, and when he shouldn't have really. But I think Ernest Lappins has had it off here because he's dropping down the order very quickly, and now De Crop is only 2.4 seconds behind him.
He must have had a bit of an off. There is an off track next to his name on my incident tracker. So I'm going to see where he did that. He was running nicely in 3rd place. Oh, it's coming down through the first sector. I can't remember it's just after the Hatzenbach corner. He did go for a little bit of a spin, but he's managed to get his way out back in front of Mathieu de Crop. So that is looking not great for Lappins, as he's lost quite a bit of time with that. He's now 30 seconds behind Brioni, and de Crop is only 2 seconds back, so we might be getting a 4-way battle for 3rd place in the coming laps.
Yeah, that would be very exciting. However, we are seeing pit stops not at the end of this lap, but at the end of the next lap. So pit stops are not too far away, I believe. We're currently on lap 13, and as we said earlier, 7 lap stints, and lap 14 is going to be the pit stops for these guys. But yeah, Lappins and de Crop were doing similar lap times before that spin. It just seems, well, we'll see how rattled Lappins is after his spin there. But something I've noted here, I'm just amazed at how many people have managed to spin and not hit anything, because that's basically unheard of around here.
It has been quite lucky so far, hasn't it? And no one's done anything too crazy. Vernie was one to actually roll his car, but fortunately it did a full roll and he ended up back on all 4 wheels, so that is quite nice for him. But yeah, no one's really had a big shunt into the barriers, but obviously the 50% damage is helping that a little bit. But that is the whole idea. We want to get as many of these cars towards the end of the 24 hours. And I was actually working a little bit with the AFP car that Lappins is in at the moment, because they potentially want to need to do some stints with them, and I know they're going to be doing some quite long stints, like 4 or 5 hours each. So I think Lappins might be in that car for a little while longer, so he does need to make sure that he calms down and keeps it all nice and calm as de Crop comes up to the back, because there's no point making your issue even worse than it already is.
No, absolutely. So we'll see how he composes himself after this one. But yeah, that's quite long stints. That is 4 to 5 hours. I'd expect that to be. Oh no, they're changing tyres every time. Most of them are. So I'd expect them. You could pit on an odd hour. I was just thinking that if they're double stinting, then obviously it's going to be an even hour. But they're mostly doing tyres in this. In their stops. But yeah, as I said, pit stops are not too far away from us. I believe when we get to the line, they're going to be doing 1 more lap on those tyres. But the gap between Cynic and Brioni has kind of stopped increasing. It's staying at around 15 seconds, which is basically what it was before. So it looks like it's not really worked out for either of them. It's just kind of the same as it was before, almost.
Interestingly, the Guards Racing and also Jos Araneda in the ground effect car, they've both already made a pit stop after 12 laps of the race. So if they are struggling a bit on fuel so much that they have to... Oh, Zadis Lappins goes a bit wide there in the carousel, jumps out of the concrete. Not what you want to be doing there. So yeah, those 2 cars have already made a pit stop. So if they're struggling with fuel, that is not going to be good. Because if you are 1 lap short around here, that is around 5 laps at a normal track, which is huge. And that will add up quite dramatically.
That's 2 laps short, that would be, because that's only a 5-lap stint for Andreas Nijdegaard, I think it is, and Jos Araneda. So yeah, that would be very interesting. Not sure exactly if that's true or not, or they maybe had a drive through. I don't know if you can see the pit stop times in there, but yeah, it looks like they've made another pit stop, it seems.
Yeah, both of them were normal 50-something second pit stops. I would assume that's for fuel and tyres as well. So yeah, that is quite interesting. But now de Crop is catching up to the back of Ernest Lappins as we head towards the end of the 13th lap of this race, as we come towards the second pit stop. There's still a lap to go after this one, and de Crop might be able to get towards Lappins, which will be the podium position by the end of this stint.
Yeah, just one more question I've got for you, because you've got all the pit stop things in front of you. If ProSim have either had a drive-through or another pit stop, because it's showing that they've made 2 stops as well. I know that sometimes the pit stop, the amount of pit stops is not quite representative, so I'm just wondering if ProSim have also made another stop on lap 12.
Yeah, they had a 10-second stop, so I assume that's a stop-go penalty. That was about 25 minutes ago that they came in, and then they came in for a penalty. So that was for their penalty because they got a penalty when they made their pit stop. So yeah, not ideal to be doing that. As you are correct, they have been into the pit lane twice.
Yeah, so yeah, you don't know if you're picking up those drive-throughs and the stop-goes, so unfortunate for them, but I can only assume it was of their own doing if it was a speeding thing under their own pit stop, but yeah, we're just coming over the line once again then, starting, or completing lap 13, should I say. We'll see if anyone can't go the extra lap here. We've seen a couple of early stops for guard racing and for ground effects, so we'll see if there are going to be any more here, but you'd expect the front runners to be carrying on for another lap.
I would hope so, indeed. Brioni has gone past with Cynic. Lapins as well is staying out. De Crop also staying out, so yeah, 7 lap stints. But interestingly, look how close these three are getting. Kish is all over the back of them as well, at least a couple of seconds behind. So I think this is going to be a massive three-way battle as we get towards the third stint. Pedersen's coming in. Oh, that's interesting. Pedersen is coming in. We think this is 1 lap shorter, and he would have, I would assume he would have saved fuel though, having the stop goes, but maybe he's used more because he sat there with the engine on for those time. I don't know, we'll have to see if he does another 6 lap stint, but either way he's in. He's changing tyres this time as well.
I did notice that his gap between the man in front of him, Kiss, was not really coming down like it was anymore. So I wonder if his tyres had really had enough, and he was only able to keep pace with Kiss, who arguably he's supposed to be faster than. So maybe he just cut his losses, decided that this no tyre strategy is not what he wants to be involved with, and he's just decided that he's had enough of those set of tyres. He's in now, dropping down the order inside, or well, coming towards the lower reaches of the top 10 now. So yeah, just waiting to see when he comes out and where he comes out, and I'm presuming that this time he's going to have taken tyres.
Yeah, he had taken tyres, still quite a long pit stop. Yeah, 57 seconds, which is yet normal tyres and fuel. Drive-through penalty for Norbert Leitner, assigned by the live steward. He is leading the SP7s comfortably. I do wonder what that is for. That is interesting that he's got that, but that is what he's got. So he will have to come into the pit lane and do a little drive-through penalty. That could be quite awkward because they'll be making their pit stops at the end of this lap as well if they're doing 7 lap stints. So that's, yeah, that's quite interesting that they got a penalty when there's only 2 cars in the class, but it is obviously possible if there was any sort of incidents also with the lapping traffic.
Yeah, so that's going to close up in SP7, which will be one to monitor over the race, of course. But yeah, we're coming up towards 2 hours done now, and Casper Henningsen has got into that car. So as, that 94 taking over from Pedersen. So we'll see how Henningsen can get up through the order now. But because the pit stops are just around the corner, I think we should go for a quick commercial break before and get it out of the way so we can watch all these pit stops unfold. We'll be back with the pit stops in just a few minutes.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
So welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours here by GTR24H. We're just coming to the end of the second hour, so the pit stops are going to be coming thick and fast as they finish this lap. Henry Cynic is leading the way in the SP9 class, and then in the SP7s, HM Engineering's Norbert Leitner is leading, but he just got given a drive-through penalty that he will have to serve, although I think they're just about far enough ahead because they've got a 78-second lead on drive game seat, so that shouldn't really affect their lead. But yeah, at the end of this lap there will be some pit stops, and Henry Cynic is, as we mentioned, leading the way. And I think, Ewan, this is going to get quite close with a few of the other drivers, as Burst have already made their pit stop as well.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what their lead gap is going to be. I'm presuming that they are going to continue on in the lead when they make this pit stop, but it just really depends on what the gap's going to be, if they're going to come out in any traffic. I'm just wondering about where Henningsen is going to be. I'm presuming it's going to be behind the car of Cynic, but we wait and find out. But Cynic is into the Tiergarten now for the 14th time of asking. He will be going into the pit lane, you'd expect. He's going to pull right as he just continues on to the straight now, pulls right into the pit lane. He goes, avoids the pit wall, and he's in for his pit stop. So we'll see what he will do. But one man who has been on a charge at the moment is Alvaro Incausti. He's been catching Patrick Rusinak for the last few laps, very slowly indeed, but he's finally there. And these two McLarens are going to have it out in a minute as they just come through YouTube corner and now down the hill a little bit. But yeah, lots of things to watch at the moment, including this strategy game which is going on, and there's also battles going on. So yeah, there's a lot to be watching at the moment.
As the top two have just come in, both sitting there nicely. Ernst Lappin's now coming in third place. Remember, he had that spin, so he might have a little bit of damage to repair, which could increase his pit stop time. Then we got Mathieu de Crop and Balash Kish as well. So yeah, they're all on the same strategy. It's a bit difficult to do anything too different here because the lap is so long. We will see how long they stay in the pit lane. Hopefully this time no one gets a penalty for speeding. Interestingly, de Crop is really tight on Henry Cynic there with where their pit stops are as well. But that could be quite awkward for Henry to get out, but he had a decent lead. It's good to see that all drivers are getting in there fairly comfortably this time.
Yeah, they are just wondering when Cynic, and there he goes. Cynic is already out there now, just leaving the pit lane, running his way down the the kind of apron there. It's not really an apron because it's not NASCAR, but you know what I mean. He's running his way down the pit lane as Rusenak and Inchausti also battling, and they're going to be battling into the pit lane if they're not careful, as they run side by side now, going under the Bilstein Bridge in just a moment. I believe we've got Inchausti on the right hand side as you look at it, and now down in towards the Tiergarten. He's through on Rusenak, but it might not matter because Rusenak might gain back in the pit stops, which would be pretty frustrating for him. But in the background of that shot, you can see Kasper Henningsen is on a charge at the moment. We'll see where he comes out because he's made his pit stop already, don't forget, for Burst Esport. Got caught up a little bit behind that Butler Pal car with Michael Rowling in it, but we'll see where he comes out in relation to everybody as he just goes over the line now. He's going to jump up the order quite a lot, you'd expect, but I'm just wondering how far he's going to get up. It looks like 3rd position.
He's done it.
4th.
He's undercut Kish and the Crop, and Kish has also jumped the Crop with that pit stop, which is quite fascinating. So Kasper Henningsen has got himself up into 4th position with a little bit of an undercut there. So that is some nice strategy played by the Burst car. But because they pit 1 lap earlier, it's almost impossible to save a lap, which means I think they're going to be pitting 1 lap earlier for the rest of the race now.
Yeah, I think so. Which gets them off cycle, which is an interesting thing, really, given that these guys are not quite on the same strategy anymore. So that's going to be a fascinating thing to watch throughout this race. But it looks like everybody has now made their 2nd pit stop, of course, and everybody is just going to be continuing on out of the pit lane now. I believe everybody has made it in and they'll make it out all right. But yeah, it's looking very good at the moment. We've got some great battles going on. The Crop has actually been jumped there, and we've had a driver change. Kiss is out of the car, and now Tamas Shek is in the car. Kind of a bit of a difficult name to say, but he's out in ahead. He's out in 5th position, and those two have both got. They're now both way behind Lappins, who was actually in sight for those two before, but now he's way out in front of them.
Yeah, it's worked out pretty well for them. Although De Crop is actually getting all over the back of the Simco car. I believe his name is just Chair. I just done a little bit of a Hungarian Google Translate. Yeah, interesting name. They're all Hungarian car. Is that Simco car? We were trying to pronounce the names as good as possible, but the Hungarian language is quite a complicated one. But we've now got De Crop coming all over the back of him now, and this is where this was the corner Ernest Lappins crashed in 1 or 2 laps ago now, and De Crop is seemingly quicker at this stage, but there's nowhere really to pass just yet.
No, not just yet. These guys are just about a minute behind the race leader, Henry Sinnick, who's still out there, of course, but this is the battle we're watching at the moment. Audi versus Aston. So, yeah, we'll see what the real strengths and weaknesses of these cars are. We know that the Audi is not the best in a straight line, and we've learned that in the last few moments, but De Crop's going to have the benefit of a good slipstream, of course, as they come through Flutplatz now, where the old aero port where it used to be. I forgot the word for airport. It used to be, that's what it's called. And for this battle for 5th position continues on. These guys have got 10 seconds now to Henningsen, up in front of them. So I think they've lost a bit of time. Or Henningsen's gained some because he's only 51 seconds behind Sinnick now instead of 56. Just down the hill now for Aston versus Aston Martin. Audi versus Aston Martin. Of course, these guys are still losing time, a little bit of time to Sinnick, but it's not going to be worrying them too much at this stage in the race, you have to expect. But yeah, new car, new tyres, and a new driver as well for the Aston Martin, which is an interesting one. We'll see if he's any better or if the pace is any different between them, but it definitely looks like De Crop has got the pace over that Aston Martin right now.
Yeah, he needs to get up to speed as quickly as he can, otherwise De Crop's going to be all over the back of him. But that is one thing that you have to always look out for with these driver swaps, is De Crop's been in there for over 2 hours now. Oh, and is he diving down the inside there? I think actually he's having a bit of a look, but he's not quite. Oh, bit of a wiggle there from Chair as he comes around. Hit, miss, hit. As he... that's not a place there. That's a bit of contact from De Crop, and he's going to be going... managed to save it. I thought he was going into the barrier there. Just needs to calm down a little bit. He's got plenty of time to find an overtake, and this part of the track is not really the part where you're going to be making an overtake easily.
No, I don't think so, but he is concerned about the time he's losing to the top 4, because that gap between those two and Henningsen now is 13 seconds. They are losing time to the top 4, so that's why De Krop is so adamant on getting through. He wants to get through very quickly indeed. And we'll see if he can, but obviously making moves into those kind of corners down there. So they're very tight corners, has to be said, and not really overtaking spots. So he just needs to be careful, calm down a little bit, and his time will come for an overtake. It's not going to be now because he's too far back. He might have waited, and he might have been able to make it here, but now that he's tried down into the tighter sections, he's not going to be able to. So he just needs to bide his time a little bit more and think about where he wants to make his moves a little bit harder.
It's an interesting one, because now Henningsen is 14 seconds up the road. Remember, he was miles behind the Simco car. Like, he was right at the back end of the straight just before making the pit stop, and he's now 14 seconds up the road. So that is awesome bit of strategy there by the Burst camp. And they will also have, I believe, Jene Simicic and David Mocek getting in that car later on in the race, although they are doing another event at the moment, so it'll be later on this evening that they get in that car. But that's certainly a very good car, and if they can do strategy like that as well, that is going to be very good for them getting towards the front of the field later on.
Yeah, it is. We'll see if that plays out for them even more, because they've actually gained 4 seconds, I believe it is, on Cynic. So they're edging away at that gap, and they've got a long time to actually close in on that gap as well. So it's looking good for those guys at the moment. Obviously, Pedersen would have preferred those penalties not have come their way, but obviously when you get the speed in the pit lane and have contact like that, it's bound to happen. So yeah, that is unfortunate for them, but only of their own making, as De Krop was looking up the inside once again. Well, this is getting a bit desperate now, maybe a little bit too desperate for me.
Yeah, Eschbach is not where you want to be overtaken, that is for sure. And he is trying every corner that he can, as he really sees that they're losing time. They're now 18 seconds behind Henningsen, so they've lost 5 seconds since we last spoke about that, as they were coming through the first bit of the Nordschleife. But this is really not good for De Krop's progress, and you can see just how much speed he's carrying compared to Chet in these corners. And this is not a place to overtake either, and just up the road I can see they're coming back on, I think that's a Drive Game seat SP7, so that could help with a bit of slipstream down the Duttinger Hurt as well. But it seems like De Krop just needs to wait for the slipstream, and then he'll get past nice and easily.
Yeah, he will do, but he's lost a lot of time to those guys in front. Even worse than that, nearly 20 seconds now between De Krop and the top 4 at the moment. And I thought he was going to try again into the Kleiner Carousel, but that's also not a place you want to overtake. It looks like they might be able to get this drive seat gaming car on the straight, so we'll see. But De Krop isn't even that close to the Aston Martin right now. He's going to need a mighty slipstream, and the Aston Martin's going to be getting a slipstream from that SP7 Porsche. So here we go as we go down the Dottinger Home now. We'll see if the Audi can make this move down into the Tiergarten, but not expecting anything here because he's just a little bit too far back, and he might have just messed this up really badly here. If he'd have waited and been a bit more patient, then he could have been right on the back of that Aston as they came on the straight, but it doesn't look like he's going to be anywhere near close enough for a dive into the Tiergarten. He's going to have to wait for turn number 1, but yeah, he's not played that very well at all, because he should have been able to make that move right here, and he's not been close enough to do it by any means.
Yeah, he just lost too much time in that second carousel. But can he get the slipstream now down into turn number 1? That Aston is very... I mean, look, I believe that Aston's actually pulling away slightly. Such is the top speed compared to the Audi. The Audi really isn't good in a straight line. And since the BOP, that's really the Aston's only good trait. It's not so good in the corners, but it is still very good in a straight line. As they now try again coming onto the GP track, but not quite just at the moment. And just as a note, the 2 SP7s are in the pit lane, both Leitner and Verney. But as we saw in the first pit stop, their pit stops are something like 3 minutes long, as that car really isn't an endurance. It is the endurance spec version of the car, but it's still not really an endurance car. So things like the tyre changing and fuel time is quite a bit slower. I'll see who comes out on top, because remember, Lightner does have a penalty in that as well. But back to this battle for De Krop. He still hasn't got past for almost a lap now.
Yeah, that is poor, really, because he should have been closer coming onto the Dottingerhoe. I know he's not got that much straight line speed in that Audi, but he really should have been closer. He might try down into the chicane here, but it's a pretty difficult place to make a move. He's got a good run. We'll see if he can use the slipstreamer, but as I said, a very small braking zone into the chicane. And a fast corner at that, so no moves down here, and he really has messed it up, I'm afraid, and he's going to lose a lot more time now because he was so eager to get through in the twisty parts. He's not been close enough to get through into the oh, he's gone for it! Oh my goodness me! Side by side now as they go down and get onto the Nordschleife. We'll see if he can continue. Another dive contact between them, and now they're going side by side into the Hassenbach.
Bit over aggressive here from De Krop, but he still hasn't got past. Even with those two massive dives and bits of contact, he still hasn't got past. And if he goes even further, he might be looking at a penalty, so he really needs to be careful. He, you know, we agree with him, he's lost a lot of time, as they're now 25 seconds behind Henningsen, so I think that's about 12 seconds they've lost since they were at this point in the lap last time out, which is backed up by Henningsen doing a 9.4, which is only 1.5 seconds off his personal best from the start of the race when he was out the front. So he's doing some very... Oh, De Krop's gone. De Krop has gone. Is he going to lose his rear wing? Yes, he has. And De Krop there, far too aggressive. And De Krop has lost his rear wing, putting all his effort down the drain.
I wonder if he knows that he's lost his front wing as well, because he's continued on. But that is a shame for the One Move Esports car. I was tipping them to be absolutely fantastic in this race, but they're going to have one hell of a comeback drive from here. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a sketchy in-lap. And here comes one of the McLarens now. Oh, he's nearly lost it into the McLaren there. That could have been extremely well, not embarrassing, but a big crash for Chris Gonzalez there in the number 33. And this race has just been turned on its head for One Move, because that is really going to put pay to their chances. They're going to be minutes down.
Yeah, and I can tell you from this position, the only way he's really going to get back safely is if he goes on the pit limiter for the whole lap. As, yeah, if you go too quick, you have no stability. It's all your downforce is then on the front. But a bit further back, we've got Michael Ruhlen coming on the back of Vidar Murray. He's worked his way up into 9th place. This would be 8th position. If he can get past. Remember, this car was down in 16th position at one point in the SP9s. But this is a very good comeback so far from Michael, as he does a little bit of a flash to be like, oi, give me a bit more space, I want to come through. But not quite can he make the overtake work. But this is an awesome drive from Ruhlen so far, making up so many positions. And if he does stay towards the end of the race, keep this pace up, there could be some nice positions for him to gain further. Oh no, as I say that, he goes...
Oh no!
Loses his rear wing. No, he doesn't. He's going to have a bit of damage from that. But he didn't lose his rear wing, which is the important bit, because that is really game over if you do that, like De Krop.
Yeah, that is a big shame for them. Well, for him in particular. Obviously, Voitala's going to be interested in this, the result of this as well. I'm just looking to see how he looks like he's actually okay. That is a remarkable... he's managed to crash at Adenauer Forest, and he's somehow not got damage from it. That's one of the most remarkable instances of luck I think I've seen for a very long time. And yeah, unfortunately, De Krop hasn't been quite as lucky there, and he's still trundling his way down into the pit lane. I'm just hoping that... Oh, he's gone again! De Krop has spun again as Apollonio is Apolloni, I don't really know, has got through.
11 car 11, please engage. Pit limiter, please engage. Pit limiter.
Yeah, and he's actually now just been told to take it nice and safely, because when you start accelerating, all the downforce goes on the front splitter. And with no rear wing, the rear just goes all nice and clear. And I think some people have actually heard that wrong, because some people are on the pit limiter as well.
Yeah, they clearly didn't hear the car 11 bit, because some of them are on it. Rollins on it, and he's actually going slower than the pit limiter. I'm not really sure why, but he's going very slowly at the
Only
moment.
car 11, please. Only car 11 on pit limiter for safety reasons. Only car 11 for pit limiter.
Yeah, so the other team's just been told now it isn't the other. So a couple of people might have lost a bit of time there with the pit limiter. So we'll have to see how
sector 2 slow car, sector 2 slow car.
With the gaps between some of the drivers, because some slowed down for that, as they misheard that it was only the car 11 that needs to be nice and safe. So we'll work that out once they all get up to speed and see if anything has changed dramatically. The Giuseppe Di Fuoco is now in the car for Misto GD in second place, but they are 24 seconds off the lead. And 40 seconds behind them, we've got Ernest Lappins in the AFP 999 car. And Casper Hemmingsen is now only 10 seconds behind him, who is making this bit of a comeback, but he is now 75 seconds off the lead, so he has lost a bit of time there. Then we've got the Simco car. Simco car driven by Tamas Chet. In 5th position with 14 seconds behind him is Gonzalez. Then we'll look down to the SP7s, where Norbert Leitner is still leading the way for HM Engineering, with Verney 71 seconds behind. So it looks fairly conclusive in that SP7 class at the moment, but we will update you if there's any further battling there.
Yeah, I think that mistake of some people to go on the pit limiter as well. It was only car 11 that actually has to. The crop is dropping down the order. He's going to be dead last of those running in SB9 right now. We've got the 98 still running down in 19th, so I don't think he's going to get quite that far down, but he's going to be easily 16th, and he might even be behind the Porsches after his pit stop. But I think that the top two definitely didn't go on the pit limiter. Maybe Di Fuoco did mistake it initially because he's lost a bit of time, or maybe he did lose that time on track anyway. But Lappins is now over a minute behind Cynic, and Henningsen has lost over 20 seconds, so I can't imagine that. Well, it might have been a mistake, but it's a pretty big mistake to get away without damage, so I think that that has actually disadvantaged Henningsen there, and it looks like Cher has closed in. Gonzalez is closed in as well, and then we've got a big gap back from 6th to 7th. That's a big gap there, and everyone behind that has closed up massively. And now we've got what looks like a 3-car battle developing for 9th.
Yeah, sometimes though it is better to be on the safe side. If you hear that call, you don't want to be the one speeding if there's a full course yellow or some situation like that. So sometimes it is best to be safe. I think that car's just gone a little bit wide. Who is that green car?
Asan?
Oh yeah, it's a 27, isn't it? That's the 27 car. It was going a little bit wide there as we come onto the Dittinger Her, and now I think Hansen is actually back in the car, so Rusinek has got out. They've changed twice now in the 2 pit stops, which is not always what you see from most teams. So it looks like he's going to get a nice slipstream now, and he's going to be overtaking halfway down the straight even. Such is that slipstream, and just up the road there is Michael Ruhlin as well. So this could be a bit of a comeback from the Drillers car, as they dropped down quite a bit in that first couple of stints. But Jos Araneda now is just coming up behind the 27 as well, so could be 2 positions lost in the space of a few corners here once Jos gets there.
Yeah, and Araneda was definitely one of those who was alert and didn't put on the pit limiter there. He was very... I think he's made up a position on the Guard Racing car, I believe. That's how that happened. But he's on a bit of a chart at the moment, is Araneda. He's faster than where his position was, and into the pit lane, it looks like, for Hansen. I believe this could be a stop-go for maybe speeding.
I'm going to scroll back and see if there was a penalty someone did. Who was that? Yep, it was Rusinek got a penalty. Hansen, after the driver swap, got a penalty. So Rusinek must have sped into the pit lane before he gave over to Hansen. So that is not ideal, as that could be a stop-go penalty as well for them. Although I don't think it was. I think it was just a straight drive-through. So some time lost there, but not the end of the world. But you can't be doing that every pit stop.
No, absolutely. We've seen a lot of drive-throughs so far. So Hansen is now down into 12th position. He's dropped 3 places in that ordeal, and now he's just under 10 seconds behind the Guard Racing car, and we'll see if he can close in. But yeah, we've still got battles going on, of course. Things are definitely going on. Asan and Araneda, still battling over 9th position. This is 3 minutes behind the leader, Henry Sinnick, who's got a 26-second advantage, but there's still battles going on in the lower reaches of the top 10. But as De Krop has just shown us, this is probably not how race is going to even close to how this race is going to finish. There's going to be a lot of incident and accident that defines this race, I think.
And it is going to take De Krop so long to get back to the pit lane. Obviously, it's his own fault, but that's still a fact. It's going to take him so long to get back to the pit lane. I'm actually trying to work out where he is on the track. I don't think he's even come to Brinchen yet. Maybe wrong. So yeah. It's going to take him quite a while. As you know, he's come through the Stefan Beloff S towards the end of the lap, so he's getting close there. But 80 kilometers an hour all the way back to the pit lane, that is going to be quite a lot of time lost for him.
Yeah, he's going to be a lap down easily after he's made his pit stop as well, so he's going to be off strategy, and it's going to be a long road back for those guys. I reckon they can still get a top 10 because there's a lot still to happen in this race, but yeah, that's not ideal for De Krop at all. And we're going to see those guys have a heroic recovery drive if they can indeed get anything out of this race. But that move, he really didn't need to be that impatient, I'm afraid, and it's of his own doing. And yeah, it's a shame to see him so far down, and especially for that car, because they've got a good driver lineup, and unfortunately they might not be able to use it in the upper positions.
Because we have finished the lap now, we can see who slowed down. So Sinnick did a 8:10, DeFoco 8:12, Lappins and Henningsen did an 8:30 and an 8:31 and an 8:33. So they both lost in the region of 20 seconds. However, 20 seconds is a lot better than having a stop-go penalty for speeding or something like that if you did disobey the race director. So always best to err on the side of caution, but unfortunately they did lose out on that one, which is giving De Fuoco a 38-second lead in that second place over Lappins as well. It is now only 10 seconds between Lappins and Henningsen, so Henningsen could be back on the podium, but before we know it.
Yeah, he is trying to chase down the car in front there of Lappins, so we'll see if he can do it. I believe that gap is coming down just a little bit, but just to note on those pit limiter things, ASEAN in 9th position at the just slowed down the most of all. I'm just trying to find his lap time here. It was a 46.8, which is much slower than everybody else. Michael Ronin also had a slow lap, but remember he spun at Adenauer Forest, so that's why his lap time was so slow. But looks like the number 27 there slowing down unnecessarily, and it's costed them 30 seconds to the leader and a lot of time to those around them.
Yeah, it's not ideal if you get caught out in a bit of an unusual situation, but sometimes
slow car
that does
sector
happen.
3.
And De Krop is now coming down sector 3, so he's still not back to the pit lane, but that is obviously the safest way of doing it. So good decision there from the race direction and the stewards to say that to him. But yeah, Jos Arneides is still sitting behind ASEAN here. Can't get past just yet. We have seen overtakes down at this part of the track, but it is very sketchy, to say the least. It was Pim van Ark, I think, although Jos Arneides is going to try go all over the grass there, trying to get every bit of gap. And then coming up to overtake at the Mutkurve is a place he could go. But yeah, Jos had to back out before we even got to that corner, because you need to be side by side now before you get to this left-hander. But that is a proper kink, even in a GT3 car.
I thought there was going to be a monumental accident there when he tried to stick his nose up the inside through the little gentle right-hander just before the proper corner at the end of it all, the left-hander. And yeah, they nearly made contact. Fortunately, he backed off as now De Crop is now into the pit lane. So we'll see. I'm actually interested to see if Leitner in the leading Porsche is going to get out ahead of De Crop, because I'm just wondering how long is this pit stop going to be for De Crop. There's some fairly large damage on there, and it will be interesting to see if how much time he loses, really.
I believe a full repair is something in the shape of around 2 minutes, if my knowledge is correct on the car, which means, yeah, he's going to be losing quite a bit of time. Leitner, where is he? Leitner's only a third of the way around the lap, so I think he's going to be good with keeping his position in the SP9s. At least for now, but he's going to have such a long way. He's going to be a lap, maybe a lap and a third behind Henry Sinek by the time he gets out, so he's got so much to catch up. And one thing I said in the first half an hour of the race is just you've got to keep on the lead lap.
Yeah, you've got to keep in contention and not be doing things like that, I'm afraid. And that accident, there's not a place you would rather... It's the worst place to go off, really, at Floodplatz. And there is always going to be damage from there, I'm afraid. And unfortunately, we've seen it with De Crop. It's taken one of the real contenders, in my opinion, out of the running. But they could still get a good result in this race. There's no point in giving up just yet. It's supposed to be a fun event. Getting to the end is half the achievement. So if they were to get to the end from here and they would persevere with this, and it would be a very good drive from them indeed, and a very commendable drive.
Jos Arneda now is getting very close, and they're coming onto the all-important Döttinger Höhe, which means it is slipstream time. And if Jos Arneda keeps nice and close coming out of this corner here, which he hasn't really done, he lost a bit of time on the entry, but he's still close enough to get a slipstream. He might be able to start the slipstream now and get past before the Bilstein Bridge. He's starting to close in a little bit, and this will be for 9th position. And remember, this car dropped down to, I think, 15th after Jos Arneda hit the barrier on the entry of the pit lane of their very first pit stop, and yes, he's made that work. So really nice move there from Jos Arneda. And it is now time to take another commercial break, so we'll be back in a couple of moments.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
So welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours. We are now 2.5 hours into the race, so 21.5 to go. Currently leading in the SP9s, we've got Henry Sinnick in the Regen Drillers car for the lead of the SP9s. Then we've got Tiziano, sorry, not Tiziano, they've swapped drivers to Giuseppe Del Fuoco in the number 71 Musto GT Esports car, and then Ernest Lappins is in third place for AFP. And then down in the SP7s, we've got Norbert Leitner leading the way from Alessandro Verni in the Porsche Cup car class. So we've got those two classes here, and it's certainly been an interesting race so far. And I think, Ewan, Henningsen is really catching up to Lappins now, and he might be getting towards the podium as we head towards the end of this third stint.
He is. Not only is he catching up towards Lappins, he's actually catching Sinnick as well for the lead of the race. It's about 76 seconds when it all kicked off with the, what Henningsen thought was a code 60 or a code 80. And he put the pit limiter on for a moment. The gap went out to 76 seconds, and it's now just dipped under 74 for the first time, so it's closing in. Henningsen looks like he's the fastest man on the circuit at the moment. Last time around he did an 8 minutes 10.6, which is the fastest anybody's ever done, but not ever done, so excuse me. The fastest lap of everybody on the last lap. It was even a tenth quicker than Sinnick, and he looks even more than a tenth quicker on this occasion, but definitely catching Lappins, as you say. It's now down to 6 seconds, and I don't think a battle is too far away.
It's certainly coming, isn't it? Lappins, remember, he had that big spin about 20-30 minutes ago now, which lost him quite a bit of time. Then there was also that little issue where they misheard the message to De Crop about pit limiter, thinking that they needed to go on the pit limiter, which lost them even more time. But yeah, that is the situation we are at now. And this car with Casper Henningsen in it now, the burst car, is certainly very quick, and they got a couple of other quick drivers to get in that car as we head towards the night stints as well. So far, first 2.5 hours has been really good, and this is going pretty well here at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
I don't think Hamas Sher is particularly quick compared to Kiss or in front of him, or the driver before him is what I mean. The gap is between him and Chris Gonzalez is now down below half a second for the first time, and big off there actually for Sher. I'm not really sure how that happened. I wasn't watching, I was looking away, but off the road there for the Aston Martin, and he does not look comfortable in that car, I have to say. He was battling with De Crop before, he was way ahead of Gonzalez, and now he's been caught and passed by Gonzalez. He really looks like he's struggling, I'm afraid.
Yeah, his last lap was 12 seconds off the pace, so he's obviously not quite feeling it in that Aston. I do wonder if they're going to change back. And I saw someone asking in the chat about B32. They have left the race. They crashed in the first stint, so unfortunately B32 are out, and they have actually left the server as well, so they won't be taking any further part in the race, unfortunately. But that is what happens when you come racing at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, well, that is unfortunate, really. Is that is that? I thought you were talking about one move there for a moment, but is that B32 that are not here anymore? I didn't quite catch the team name, which is kind of important, but yeah, unfortunately, I think we're down to 19 now, so that's the most important thing, and yeah, so still a decent amount of cars, and still a lot to be watching, really.
Yeah, it's not bad that we've only had one DNF. We had issues with the HM engineering car that Rifki Afyat is in, I believe. Oh no, it's Rudy Krupin now. Rudy Krupin has got in that car, but they had issues. They are 3 laps down, unfortunately, but they are still going, so it's great to see that they are still trying to get further into this race. Finishing the race is really what it's all about. This is a fun one-off event, so the prize for this event is only for here. There isn't any sort of championships. It's just for a bit of fun, and it's good to see that they are still continuing despite being a bit further down. But on screen we got Michael Rulin, who's coming onto the back of the Pasta alla Norma Raging Team Callaway Corvette, which is the number 104. We got Apolloni in that car at the moment, and Rulin has been making some awesome progress. This will be up into 7th position, and after Voitala dropped that car down a little bit in that first stint, not being on the pace, but Rulin is really catching them back up now.
Yeah, he's doing absolutely fantastically, as you said, dropping down way into the late teens in terms of position there earlier on in this race in the first hour. But now, as you know, well, if you've been tuned in for this to start, and if you've only just tuned in, Michael Rowland is going to the end of the race. So the first of the drivers we know are going to the end has already been decided, because Rowland has decided to do a 23-hour driver stint to the end of the Nürburgring 24 hours. So this is going to be an exciting basically a day for him. So Alex Voitala started, Rowland's going to finish, but it's not exactly equal sharing of driver time. Rowland's doing a lot more obviously, and making fantastic progress. 7th position from all the way down the order, nearly 10 positions lower when he got in. That's a great job from him, you have to say.
Yeah, it's doing very good indeed, and it's always nice to see that that these drivers are putting quite a lot of effort, even though it is only a one-off event. They also want to get as far into the competition as they can. And to look at the previous lap times, guess who was fastest? Casper Henningsen. He is really starting to close them in now. Under 6 seconds is the gap to Ernest Lappins. He was 2 seconds quicker last lap. And I think that Casper is going to be getting there very, very shortly, as we will keep up to date with his progress. We also look at what Michael Rowland can do as they come out onto the Nordschleife. They have completed 18 laps in this race, so this is lap 19, as we have gone over 2.5 hours into this race.
Yeah, only 18 laps. That's the crazy thing about the Nordschleife. We've been here nearly 3 hours. We're not even completed 20 laps yet. That's not even a stint at a normal circuit. Yeah, it's a very long way around here, in case you haven't realised already. Over 8 minutes, of course. And, well, some of them dipping under 8 minutes in qualifying, but they're not going to be doing that in the race with all the fuel and the tyre situation. So yeah, over 8 minute lap here, and not many laps being completed, but it doesn't really matter because this circuit is a fantastic one, and Michael Rowland is trying to get through now on the number 104. Oh, bit of a slide I thought there from Rowland out of the Flutplatz section. Not really where you want a slide particularly, but he's had one, and he's looking every which way to get through right now. He's not particularly pushing him through any of the corners just yet, but he is starting to apply the pressure a little bit. He's probably going to wait until the Dottinger Ho, though.
Yeah, that is really the best opportunity. There is obviously a couple other sections around the track. The one that they've just gone through, that is flat out, but it's not straight by any means. There's kinks, there's turns in it, so it's a little bit difficult to get side by side. So the Dottinger Ho is obviously the best place, but this track is over 25 kilometers, I think 25.3 to be precise, and as far as I can see, the lap distance record is 151 laps. And I do wonder if we're going to get close to that. We don't have the local code 60s and things like that they do have in the real life racing, where if there's a crash, they generally have a yellow for a certain period of the track, so that obviously does slow down the times a little bit. We might see some rain later on, which could slow down the time, but yeah, 151 laps is, from what I can see, the lap distance record, so it would be quite cool if we can try and beat that.
Yeah, it would indeed. We'll monitor that throughout the race and see if we do get anywhere near that, but yeah, just looking at this battle now, Apolloni and Rowland, we'll see what they can do, really. Should be an interesting race, that's for sure. We've still got over 21 hours of it to go, and just under 3 hours completed. We're just about that slow zone business. They almost always have one somewhere during the Nürburgring 24 hours. There's always someone off somewhere, almost all the time, because you've got so many cars and so many corners to crash at, and so many cars to crash into each other. So there's always constantly a slow zone, and if the track is fully green, then it's a modern miracle, really. So it's good that we have a green flag all the way around right now, and we will do. Well, we're definitely not going to have any slow zones throughout this race, so it's going to increase the pace just a little bit. It's going to bring the average lap time down, which is going to be good, and we may even see us break the lap record. It just depends how many, the record of number of laps is on me. It just depends really how many issues there are for the guys up front. We've seen a couple so far, but not really just yet, but obviously there's a long way to go, and we've already seen that things can go wrong.
Things can definitely go wrong, especially for instance Jos Araneda. He hit the wall on the entry of the pit lane, which is always a bit embarrassing. We saw Mathieu de Crop lose the rear end through Flugplatz when trying to overtake, I can't remember who it was at the time. There was a Simco car that he was getting a bit stuck behind, so plenty can happen. Ernest Lappin's lost it going into the barrier, also Pim Van Ark, but fortunately we've only had one DNF so far, as Michael Rowland is getting so close as we come up towards her act, coming out of the carousel up the hill. Was some bit of track, but not really a place where you can overtake, but he is getting very close to that Corvette, and I think we'll be seeing him make an overtake in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I'd expect so. Not in this particular section of the track, you understand, but all very wide there, it has to be said, through Brunchen, I think that is, just going up the hill now through this right-hander and over the crest, but yeah, very wide, and he's looking every which way to try and get past this Corvette now. Doing very well, this Roland. He looks like he's got the pace on a lot of these guys in front. He's going to probably close up to Cher when he gets through, so yeah, well, I'll say when we get through. He might not get through at this rate. It's the Corvette is putting up a robust defence, but when we get onto the straight, we know the Corvette doesn't have the best straight line speeds. They're expecting the move to be made down the final straight just before the Tiergarten, so yeah, we're not expecting that Apolloni will hold on for too much longer. Rowling will probably get through there because the McLaren is just way better in a straight line. Although he's very close through here, maybe he's going to make a lunge up the inside into this right-hander. It would be brave, but he's going to decide better of it and just wait for the straight.
Yeah, waiting for the straight is often the safest thing to do, and getting to the end of the Nürburgring 24 is always about being safe as well as being quick, so I have to see if he can try and get the stitching, but he's actually staying very close. So I would expect this to be a bit of an overtake, but just some side notes as they come onto the straight. The rain is coming. How thick? Not quite sure just yet, but on the weather radar you can see spots of rain coming in. So over the next hour or so we might see some rain coming. You can see the clouds are getting very dark in game, but let's see if Rudin can get past. And yeah, he's going to get past easily halfway down the straight. That Corvette doesn't have much to answer from the pace of that McLaren. So Rulin is now up into now 7th place, where that car was down in 16th. So really good work from him to get back up the field so far.
Yeah, indeed. So he's doing well. And yeah, so 7th position now for him. Apolloni's down to 8th, and we'll see if there is going to be another move down into turn number 1, because we know these you can get past in the Tiergarten, but it's holding on at turn 1 that is the real issue. But the exit there from the final corner looks absolutely phenomenal for Rowling, and he's should be through now in his older generation McLaren. The better, well, I don't know if it's a better looking McLaren, but I do very much like both of the McLarens in the SB9 category, and yeah, he is through. He's got nearly a minute to catch the car in front, the number 123 car, though, so it's going to be a while until he's going to be making his next move, but I've got no doubts that he's going to be able to catch him.
He was what is that, 3 or 4 seconds quicker than Thomas Chet last lap around, but he does have almost a minute to catch up to him, so I should say quite a while to get there, but he does have a speed advantage, and maybe over the next stint or so he'll be able to catch up if Chet stays in. But last lap, Henningsen another 1.6 seconds on Ernest Lappins, and in fact Henningsen was just quicker than Henry Silic leading the race as well, so that Burst Esports car is really going to be challenging as we head later on into the race. But with it being so tight between these top 4 cars, it's going to take him a while to catch up. I think maybe as we head towards the night, this Burst car could be back challenging for the lead.
Yeah, quite possibly. He's looking very strong at the moment. Is Henningsen? Obviously, we've got no doubts that he's a fast GT driver. We've seen it before, even in this, even in GTR24 events. So, yeah, very fast driver indeed. Just something to note: Jos Aranda has been into the pit lane, and I believe he has made a driver change as well. To Hansen, has he? Maybe it's not the same car, but. It looks like Aranda has been into the pit lane, and he's back out again in that Drillers Academy car. Maybe I was looking at the wrong car, was I? Yeah, I was.
Honan has got in that number 90 Grand Effect car. So right, they've done a driver swap there. So an interesting lap to pit. They did pit early before, so they're obviously struggling with the fuel a little bit. They're not going to be able to. Oh, someone's gone for a spin there. Someone's gone for a spin. No, it's the other one. Who's that? Vidimari. Vidimari has gone for a spin, coming towards the end of the first little S's there, and yeah, it's gone for a little spin. It has gone all over the grass there, hit the barrier with the front and the rear, so that might be a little bit of damage for him. So yeah, you saw a little replay there, which is nice from our broadcast director. So yeah, good to see you getting the replays of that. And yeah, a little bit awkward, that part of the track. He obviously just pushed that a little bit too wide. And how many seconds is he has he lost from that? Is now 13 seconds behind. No, sorry, it's not Vidimari, is it? It's Apolloni. He's now 13 seconds behind from that spin, and he'll probably have a tiny bit of damage, but as I mentioned before, the damage has been reduced on the server to help these guys out a little bit, so it shouldn't be too bad.
No, it shouldn't, but yeah, it's not ideal to be having a spin, of course, and he's going to be looking behind him. Look, it's ACM, it's 7 seconds down, and we'll see if we can actually catch up to that one before it's about the 8th position that may develop. Looks like Matt Webb is getting away from Paul Ahanen in the number 90. That's about for 11th position. That's the Proton car in 12th at the moment. They came in early. As he said earlier, they did a 6-lap stint. They managed to do 7 laps on the first run, and then they managed to do only 6 laps on the next one, and they've just done another 6, so they're on lap 20 at the moment. Everyone is, but they pitted on lap 19, which is a little bit earlier than everybody else, and they're really struggling for fuel, it seems.
So they've done 7 laps in 6 and 6. That is going to add up a lot as the race goes on, because if they lose a lap, that means every 7 hours they're going to lose. Basically, yeah, they're going to have to be a pit stop behind, so that is quite interesting. If they're only getting 6 laps out, because there's plenty of McLarens on the circuit and they're all getting 7 laps, so maybe they need to do a tiny bit of fuel saving to make sure that they are actually getting the correct lap counts, because as previously mentioned, this is a long lap, about 5 times longer than a normal lap, which means if you're missing 1 lap here, you're basically missing 5 laps of fuel, which is quite a lot of dead weight to carry around as well.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, they could do, if they've realised they just cannot do that anymore, they may just fill it up for 6 laps and fill it with a little bit less fuel, so their pit stops are a tiny bit shorter, but as you said, they're going to be making extra pit stops with 6-lap stints. They're a long way short of the hour, and they're going to be making at least 2 more pit stops than everybody else, I think, at this rate. It's the only car that I can see that is making consistent 6-lap stints at the moment. Everybody else is managing 7 pretty easily, so I'm not sure what the deal is there. It surely can't be a matter of aerodynamics, the amount of wing they've got. Surely they can't have that too much downforce to be weighing themselves down with fuel. Maybe that is a possibility, but I can't imagine that's likely.
Yeah, I guess they could maybe have a little bit more wing, something like that, but they've been overtaking fairly comfortably. But yeah, we've got these 2 battles forming now. So we've got Honan and Matt Webb in the Simply race car having a bit of a battle, and also Henningsen is getting in striking distance of Lappin, so it'll still be another lap or so. Oh, we've got a yellow flag for the Greek racing car. Who is in that car at the moment? Is Parganos. I'm going to see on my replay where he has gone off, but he has obviously had a bit of an issue somewhere. So he's going a little bit slowly, and yeah, he went off at Flugplatz, managed to do a spin. He went backwards into the wall, but unlike De Crop, he didn't lose his rear wing, so that's quite lucky. Oh, who's that into pit lane? Henningsen.
Ooh,
yes.
Okay.
Because he's obviously he's a lap before, isn't he? Because he did basically an undercut last lap, and you can't then stretch out one more lap here because getting 8 laps is pretty impossible. So it's going to be a nice 7-lap stint, as we have now completed 20 laps for the leaders.
We have indeed. Just be interesting to see where I think this could be absolutely a blessing in disguise. Well, not in disguise, but it could really be a blessing that the fact that they have to come in early compared to everyone else could really help them out here, because they would have had to pass Lappins on the track. Now they might be able to undercut him completely and bypass him totally, so that they don't lose any time trying to get past him, and they continue reeling in the leaders, because they are the fastest. Henningsen is the fastest driver out there at the moment. He is closing in on those guys in front, so it will be very interesting to see if he does jump Lappins, and I think personally that he probably is going to.
Yeah, he's coming out of the pit stops now, and he is going to have, I think, a pretty clean track, because Röhrlen is not even coming down to the Bilstein Bridge as he goes under that just now. Henningsen coming out, going down to turn 1 on the GP track, so plenty of time, and he's going to have quite a big gap ahead of him, 20 seconds to Tamas Chet, which means he can push into that gap, and if he can, obviously we're not going to get the lap time because of the pit stop, but if he can do the equivalent of maybe like an 8:09, which is what he did on his last lap, he might be able to, yeah, as you say, get an undercut on Ernest Lappins, whose last lap was an 8:14, which would be enough for an undercut if he can get that 4 or 5 second advantage. So Ernest Lappins could be missing out here when we get to the pit stop.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be too worried about that, though. I think you still need to run your own race at this early stage, and not change your pit strategy all over to be trying to really monitor everybody else. I think you want to be just sticking to your own guns, to be honest, as we got another early stopper. I'm just trying to work out whether this is on cue. No, it's actually Asian is into the pit lane, but this is a little bit early. He's done a 6-lap stint here, so some of these guys are struggling. It's not easy to do 7 laps around here, and they're showing it right now because we've got another early pit stopper.
Yes, not really, especially if you, obviously we've seen quite a lot of slipstreaming, but now that the field is spreading out just a tiny bit, maybe that bit of slipstream is what they needed to get some, get less fuel usage. But now Paul Ahonen is coming onto the back of Matt Webb as you come down the Distinger Hurt, and he is getting past nicely even before the Bilstein Bridge. So there he goes into 11th place for Paul Ahonen. And they were the ones who are quite off strategy. They're 2 laps short. So I do wonder if that strategy is going to hinder them later on. But yeah, he's made his way up into 11th as Incharisti has got back into the 27 car. The car that you were just saying made a pit stop. They've done a driver swap. So Alvaro is back in the car there.
He is indeed, and they're going to be just coming out just in front of these guys, it seems. Just 2 seconds, he's made it out ahead of Ahonen. I presume these guys are going to be battling throughout. Maybe if Ahonen can catch Inchausti, but we'll see about that one. Matt Webb looks like he hasn't quite got the pace in the Simply Race car, but still going well for those guys, and we're approaching pit stops at the front of the field as well. We're just 2 minutes, well, not 2 minutes away, we're about 6 minutes away from the top of the next hour, and Cynic is in the carousel at the moment. We're presuming that everybody else who hasn't stopped yet is going to be coming in on this lap.
Yes, I would assume they are, because as you previously mentioned, doing 8 laps, you have to save so much fuel that it gets to a point where you're actually going slower. So there's no benefit of the extra lap. So yeah, I would assume everyone is going to jump in at the end of this lap, and then we'll have to see what they do. I'm assuming that people will have seen that changing tyres is the way to go. So maybe that is what they're going to be doing. But again, we'll just have to wait and see what they do when we come to the end of this next hour.
Yeah, we will. Cynic's just coming through the tricky parts at Brunchen and so on. It looks like Diffroco's not actually losing as much time as Brioni was, who was starting to waver a little bit in his pace, but looks like Diffroco's keeping nice pace with Cynic. He's keeping that just below 30 seconds, which is closer than it would have been if Brioni was still in there, I think. Not really sure why Brioni's not quite got the pace, but it doesn't seem that he has right now. Maybe he will when it gets darker or when it gets cooler, I'm not really sure. But the man we've really got to watch here is Henningsen, in my opinion. Just waiting to see whether he can jump Lappins or not. I'm really not sure if he actually can.
Yeah, we'll have to see what his second sector is, because his first sector is obviously well off the pace because he made the pit stop on this lap. Even though it was a few minutes ago now, it was on this very same lap. So again, we'll have to see what he does in the second sector. And that will give us an opportunity to see just how close he is going to be. And the crazy thing with this track is that the first sector is over 4 minutes long, and then the final sector is only about 50 seconds long, which is just quite crazy. But that is how long this track is and where the sectors have been placed. There's quite a way before we will know exactly what his sectors are going to be. But yeah, they're going to be making some pit stops on this lap. Henry Cynic is coming to the end of the straight, the end of the Dittinger Herne now, and he'll be the first one to jump in the pit as the leader of the SP9s.
Yeah, he will. So just come to complete lap 21 in this race, and obviously that divides up nicely for 3 7-lap stints so far. I'm just going to see if he's going to actually stay in that car. Not sure if we're expecting him to, but he's been in there for 3 hours now, so as have most of these guys. Not too many driver swaps yet, but we have seen a few. So we'll see if there are going to be some as he just goes into the pit lane here. Of course, second in qualifying, these guys, but currently in the lead because the pole sitters have had a bit of a mare. Pedersen didn't really have a very good time of it out there at the moment, so, well, when he was out there. And let's hope he has a better stint when he does indeed do his stint. But yeah, Cynic is in, Diffroco's in, everybody's going to be in, and yeah, we'll just see how the order really shakes out here.
Got to be really careful with that pit entry, making sure that you don't hit that little bit of wall that sticks out. But both Diffroco and Cynic are in. Again, let's see if they make driver swaps or anything like that. We won't know until the pit stop is finished, when the driver name changes on the car. And we'll be able to see if anyone's making a pit stop. The one thing with the 24-hour race is you don't want to be changing every stint or every 2 stints, because that generally just makes the race go a lot longer. You just want to put a driver in, leave them in for 3 or 4 hours, and then you get much further into the race much quicker. So I would expect Henry to possibly, or most of the drivers actually, staying for maybe 3 or 4 hours. So we have to see what they can do. So now got Ernest Lappins coming towards the pit lane, and I believe Henry Cynic has stayed in that car. I don't see a driver name change. And now Lappins is coming in as well.
So, yeah, so Cynic leaves, just waiting to see the gap to Fuoco. I'm just don't know if that's going to be a bit larger or smaller than it was before. It's around 28 seconds, I think. Before, it's approaching 20 now, but Diffroco's just left his pit box. We'll see what it's going to be. It might actually be a little bit shorter, but another man just coming down into the Tiergarten is Casper Henningsen, and he's going to be a man to watch in his BMW at the moment, just chasing down Thomas Scher, and we'll see. Apologies for butchering that name, by the way, if I have done throughout his stint so far, but it's pretty difficult. As Diffroco is just under 27 seconds away, so their pit stop has been a tiny bit quicker, but nothing too big. As Henningsen's just coming into the Tiergarten now, we'll really see now if Lappins is able to get out back ahead of him.
Yeah, I think Henningsen's going to have this. I think he's going to make this undercut work, as he did so well in that previous pit stop, because he is coming down now, and yeah, he's got it. And Ernest is still on the pit limiter, so that undercut is huge, and this could be quite big. It will affect potentially the final stint of the race. If they are a lap shorter than everyone else, that is bad. But at least for now, they're going to be gaining a lot of time with these undercuts every stint. But as these drivers are making their pit stops now, and they've made their third pit stops of the race, we'll jump to a commercial break and get back with you in a couple of minutes.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
And welcome to the 4th hour of the Nürburgring 24 hours by GTR24H. We are into the 4th hour. Drivers have just done their 3rd pit stops, and Henry Sinek is still leading the way for Regen Drillers in the lead of the race. And then we got Giuseppe Dufoco in 2nd place, and Kasper Henningsen made his way past Ernest Lappins, and in fact he's now 8 seconds ahead of Ernest Lappins for 3rd place as well. So this comeback drive from Henningsen is working really well, as someone just went off the track there ahead of Pauli Ahonen. Didn't quite see who that was. It might be in the number 27, but there's definitely a car that went off there just on your screens. And yeah, then we also have the SP7
He's still off.
category.
Sorry, he's still off.
Is he?
It's in Chelsea.
Has he run out of fuel?
He last pitted on lap 20, so I doubt it, because that's only 2 laps. Unless they've had a horrendous miscalculation, they can't have run out of fuel there. But he's literally just, maybe it's just some kind of a pop-up window or something that's gone wrong.
He's crashed, I think.
Oh
no, he killed his engine. He killed his engine. He downshifted too quickly. I'm just going to watch the replay. Yeah, he had a double downshift. I'm not sure. It's just after the Hatzenbach area of the track. The right-hander, he downshifted too quickly and has killed his engine. As we mentioned with, who was it? B32. If he rejoins the race, he will get a fresh car, which means he'll be able to join back, but they will lose at least one lap, if not two, just because of the time it takes to do that. Yeah, not ideal to be blowing your engine when we're only 3 hours into the race, but that is what they have done. And it does say DNF for me, but hopefully he knows that he can rejoin. But yeah, just to finish the run down, we got the SP7s as well, with Norbert Leitner still in that car for HM Engineering, leading the way from Alessandro Verni, and that gap has remained pretty big, and it is now up to 83 seconds between those cars as well. But looking at Casper Henningsen, he's doing very well. It's almost now up to 9 seconds to Ernest Lappins. He's caught the leader, Henry Sinnick, by about 10 seconds over the last stint. So I think he's really coming, but it's still going to take quite a few hours for him to catch up to Henry Sinnick at this pace.
It is going to take him a few hours, but speaking of, well, we've got some damage, I'm afraid. Paul Ahonen has gone off the road somewhere. He's got no front wing. He's dealing with it decidedly better than De Krop did. He doesn't look like he's going to crash every feint of a corner. So, oh, never mind, the commentator's curse. He's into the wall. He's done a full 360. Another man without a rear wing, and this is going to take him a long time to get back, even if he has to, even if he doesn't get told to put on the pit limiter. It is going to take him a long time anyway, and it could be a danger point for those guys coming up behind him. Didn't see what happened. I don't know if we can get a replay of it, but we've got no rear wing.
He did the exact same as who was it? Pim van Ark went off just coming on the entry of Miss, and he just went in, slid the rear, went backwards into the wall, and lost his rear wing. And as mentioned with Mathieu De Krop, the only really real way you can get back safely is by putting on the pit limiter, because if you go because the pit limiter I believe is 80 kilometers an hour, and if you go anything above 100, maybe 160, the downforce comes on the front splitter, and then it just gets really unstable. But he's doing a decent job so far. It's just you cannot turn the steering wheel that much, otherwise the rear is just like nope and goes for a little spin. So hopefully he can get back nice and safely, but that's such a shame. He was doing pretty good in that car, obviously not in terms of race winning pace, but they were having a very solid drive, and they're going to be losing so much time there. As the car, De Krop's car, one move, they changed to Oscar Copper in that car, and they have since DNF'd from the race. So that is 3 DNFs we've got at this moment.
Yeah, I do wonder if Chelsea's going to get back into it, though. I'm hoping so, because we've definitely got 18 cars running around at the moment. I think the one-move car still could rejoin, as car 90 is being told to apply the pit limiter now, because it's just getting a bit dangerous for poor Ahonen. Hopefully, everyone else realises that it's not for them and it's only for the number 90.
I don't think he's actually done that yet, but I'm sure he will in a few moments. But yeah, that is a good decision from the race direction and the stewards there, Nick Newcomb, making that call, just like they did with Mathieu De Krop, because that is really the only safe way of getting back when you have that sort of issue. So hopefully they can get back kind of quickly, but at 80 kilometers an hour, he's got quite a long way to go.
He has got a very long way to go, and it's going to take him a very long time to get there as well, I'm afraid. So that is a bit unfortunate for them, but of their own making. I don't exactly know where he went off, but it's a very similar situation to Mathieu De Krop, and it's going to be a long recovery drive for them. Unfortunately, it looks like De Krop's team, one move, have given up. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping they've just had a disconnection or a DNF of some description and they can get back in, but it's not looking promising for those guys, and it's no real surprise really, because damage has been done to them, so it's not really surprising that They've DNF'd again.
Casper Henningsen, last lap, a 8.9, which is about 3, maybe 4 seconds quicker than a normal race pace lap. So that is some time that he is getting there. Unfortunately, we can't see Defoco or Sinek's time because they are on their outlaps. So, and I also think Henry has cut on this lap because his lap is being shown as invalid. So he's potentially gone across a corner and triggered the cut detection system. But when we get some lap times to compare, we will let you know as soon as possible. Henningsen 36 seconds behind Defoco, and then Defoco another 32 seconds behind Sinek. So the gaps there still a little bit big, and the closest gap on track at the moment is actually just behind that. So Ernest Lappins to Henningsen, although Lappins is slower. So the field has spread out just a tiny bit, but that doesn't mean to say that the action has stopped, as there is still plenty of strategy happening here, and as the pit stops work themselves out, it's getting even more interesting as the hours go by.
Yeah, it's taken 3¼ hours for it to calm down, and finally we've got a moment where there's not a battle of some description happening, although there is still stuff happening, because the number 90 car, the ground effect sim racing car, is still trying to get back to the pit lane, so there's always something going on here, and we're seeing it right now. I believe that we've still got 14 cars on the lead lap in contention for this race. Inchalsti was one of those. We had 15, and Ahonen might drop down the order and drop off the lead lap as well. We'll just have to wait and see, but yeah, it's been a pretty chaotic race so far, and there's been a lot of battling, but finally now I've got a little moment of quiet finally.
I just checked the weather, and
oh no.
There's quite a big cloud to the west of the circuit. We have had a couple of drizzle spots go across, but if it doesn't, if the weather plugin that we have doesn't detect it, then obviously it won't go off. But when there is a big cloud, the chances of that happening are a lot higher, and there is this big cloud coming from the west. So hopefully we might actually get some rain, which is going to be awesome. But you can see it just on the left. It's just coming in, and it is classed between light rain and rain, so it's not the heaviest thing. But yeah, this is going to be quite interesting if it starts raining.
Well, yeah, as I said earlier, if you get stuck around the opposite end of the circuit, if you just make your way onto the Hatzenbach and you found out it's just started raining, then that's a long way around to be getting to the pit lane. So yeah, that is going to be an interesting one. It would make it very interesting for us viewers at home, but I have a feeling that these guys who are driving might not be hoping for rain, because it does make things a great deal more difficult, and it's already a difficult circuit, as we've kept saying. It's a difficult race for over 24 hours, and rain is only adding to it, and it only will add to it, obviously. So going to be a very interesting prospect if that rain does come. I was seeing, actually, looking at the weather forecast earlier, I was like, yeah, I was expecting rain at some point in the opening hours, and even towards the end of the race tomorrow. It might come just after the checkered flag, but there is a little bit of a threat from what I'm seeing so far. But it's hardly a race at Nürburgring if there's no weather intervention, really.
Yeah, even though we are in at the end of May and we're coming towards those summer months, it is still never without a chance of rain, especially in the middle of a forest, which is where this is. And yeah, I had the wonderful pleasure myself to actually go to this track and do a lap in my car, which was amazing. And as you just drive to it, it's just so like foresty. It's such a nice part of the world, and I'd love to go back potentially for the actual Real Life 24 in the future as well. Such a good location for a race venue, and it's crazy that this 25-kilometer mammoth of a track has been built in the middle of the forest. But it's great that we are here, and yeah, as you say, the rain is there's always a chance of rain here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just the nature of it. That's one of the many things that makes it a great place for a race. So I'm amazed they in some ways I'm amazed they still race here, but it's good that they do, because it's one of the most greatest circuits, is what I'm trying to say there, in the world. So yeah, that's That's a good thing for all of us. It still exists and all that. So yeah. Anyway, Henry Sinnick coming across the line. He's just done an 8:09.6, which is a little bit slower than Henningsen on his previous lap. But I believe that Henningsen's going a little bit slower on this occasion because I think he's losing a little bit of time. I'm not sure what the tyre situation is for them, but I'm pretty sure that they're all taking tyres at this point. They've had their run in earlier, and they know now that not taking tyres is just not worth it. The 30 seconds you gain, you easily lose again. So everyone's taking tyres now. But Henningsen, after a really fast first lap, doesn't look like he's quite as quick.
Yeah, it's still some decent sector times, but maybe not quite as quick. And I can just tell you, someone went off. This was about 4 minutes ago now. Who was that? Matt Goodger-Scott. Although I believe it might be Matt Webb was still in that car at the time, and they then made a pit stop and have gone back out. But it's Matt Goodger-Scott in the car now. They went off about halfway around the Nordschleife last lap, so they are they've dropped a little bit because of that. Polly Ahonen is now back out with a brand new rear wing, looking good there, but he's now dropped back down to 14th place. So all that work that Josser Aneda did to get them back up has been undone, and they will have to do that all over again.
We've had a driver change in the Porsche Cup and the SP9 class, the Porsche Cup class, for the first time in this race, and it's Jordan Wiggs in the car, and he's straight away met with, I think that's Lappins, just lapping him, if you don't excuse the pun there. So yeah, the new leader, the new driver of the leader's SP9 car there for HM Engineering, taking it very seriously, and why wouldn't you in the end? Looks like there is not going to be a driver. Oh no, there is. Is there? No, there isn't. Alessandro Verni is going to stay in the other car, I do believe, although he is still in the pit lane, so there may be one. But yeah, just a note, just to give the SP7 class some a bit of publicity there, and obviously there's still prizes and everything for that class as well, so it's worth keeping an eye on.
There's some nice prizes courtesy of Rio Toro for there. There's going to be some hardware prizes for them, which is always nice to see. So thank you for Rio Toro for getting on and sponsoring this event here from GTR, and obviously the SP9's the GT3 class, as we mentioned, already have a €1,000 prize, which will be split nicely between your 3 or 4 drivers that you get. And Henry Sinnick is leading the way nicely at the front of the field there, and he's currently leading by 31 seconds, so it's come down just a tiny bit over the last couple of laps, but still a fairly sizable lead as Henry stays in for a 4th hour. I do wonder how long they are going to go, because that is quite some way for these drivers.
Yeah, it is 4 hours. If you've ever tried it before, it's not particularly nice. I know I haven't, but I wouldn't want to, because that's a very long time indeed. But we do indeed have battling after that moment of calm. It's about to get crazy again, because we've got Patrick Rusinak closing on the back of the 8th place car there. That is the Pastor Norma racing car, or there's a few more words in there, but I've forgotten some of them. It's Corvette versus McLaren, just under a second now, and you can just see the straight line speed of that McLaren into the Tiergarten. He's closed about 8 tenths on that Corvette, just on the straight there, which is a remarkable margin to make up, and Rusinak does definitely look a lot faster than that Corvette just in front of him.
As he comes into the pit lane. Just to ruin a nice little battle there, come down to Tawan Apolloni has come into the pit lane, and interesting to see that the Drillers Academy car, they change drivers between Hansen and Rusinak every stint, whereas the other Drillers car, the main regen sponsored Drillers car, has basically not changed drivers at all. So the sister teams have 2 completely different ways about going out of the race, and Apolloni's come straight back out, so that must have been a drive-through penalty, either for too many cut tracks, or might have been for speeding in the pit stop as well.
I think that's their second drive-through of the race as well. I believe they had one only 4 laps ago on lap 19 for some kind of infringement, but yeah, that is unfortunately ruined our battle a little bit there. That was really closing up, but he's now 20 seconds behind Rusinak. He's got 30 seconds on the Guard racing car in behind, who's had the the same driver in the whole time as well. But yeah, it is interesting that the two driller cars has gone for a driver change every time and then not a driver change at all. I'm not really sure if there's a disadvantage to taking your driver change, if it adds any time onto your pit stop. I don't think it does, because otherwise they surely wouldn't be doing it every pit stop.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy, but maybe it'll work out for them. We'll have to, have to see if that works out. Maybe they're just doing it to keep drivers fresh or limit mistakes. Unsure. But sometimes it is good just to send a driver out there and be like, yeah, you go for 4 hours and you can do the absolute fastest times that you can.
Yeah, and it does, well, I don't know if which one's going to pay off. We'll have to wait and see, really. Henry Sinnick's doing pretty well. It's because he's probably because he's so consistent, and he's able to just go out there lap after lap and punch out the lap times, and he's getting towards. Well, he's easily in the 8:10s and below. So as are most of those in the top places. He gained about half a second on Henningsen on the last lap. I believe he's gaining a little bit more on this one as well. Just checking, it's roughly about the same. So if Henningsen and Sinnick were very close to each other, then I think we'd see a fantastic battle. But unfortunately, they're over a minute apart, and that is going to be a long recovery drive for Henningsen. But I do believe that he's going to catch Dufuoco, and we are going to see a battle in the next few hours between those two.
Yeah, the gap between Sinnick and Henningsen has stayed the same, give or take, but Dufuoco is falling back towards Henningsen. So I'm sure, yeah, as you say, we're going to see a battle between Dufuoco and Henningsen at some point, but the pace is so fast and so tight between these drivers that I think it's going to be a few hours before there's any sort of major battles, unless there is any sort of issues or crashing. But hopefully they do keep it all out of the barriers and limit the amount of DNFs. We have had 3 DNFs so far. We've had the 27 car, we've had the one move car, the number 11, and also the B32 Aston Martin. So 3 DNFs so far in the opening almost 3.5 hours of this race.
Yeah, which is not bad going, I don't think. We've still got 17 out there at the moment, but I'm just wondering if the one move and the 27 can actually get back in, because the B32 has actually disappeared from my timing screen. Excuse me. I wonder if they can still get in there, because they're still there, but the B32 can't actually join back because they're not there anymore.
Yeah, it's it is a bit weird. Obviously, I think that, yeah, they're out. I don't think they're coming back, unfortunately. But yeah, it is a bit weird, as you say. It drops off timing completely. But yeah, that is unfortunately how it went for them. And that is the difficult nature of this track. As Henningsen's got someone up the road from him, but it's not Brioni, so I don't think that Brioni has made a mistake. I'm just going to try and see who it is, but it's obviously someone who is a little bit further down the order. But yeah, it's not for position.
No, it isn't. I can't talk about it. Probably a McLaren, to be honest, from the way it looks from behind there. So I'm just going to see. Yeah, it does look like one of the McLarens.
Who's in that car now? Yeah, Pauli Ahonen's still in that car. It's the ground effect number 90. He's a lap down now as well. Such is the issues that car's had twice now, been in for major repairs. So yeah, not the best race so far from the ground effect, but they are a very passionate team, and they don't give up, so they will keep going and see what position they can get later on in this 24-hour. But Henningsen will have to come past him on this next lap, I would assume.
We've got a closing gap, I do believe, between ProSim and Guard Racing. Right now, it's dipping below 5 seconds for the first time in a while, but that 007 McLaren in the kind of black colour there, they're kind of... we're on board now. They closed in by 5 seconds on the previous lap, so I'm expecting that gap to continue to close, and we may even get a battle just outside, or well, in the top 10 right now for the last place in the top 10. It is by far the closest, well, not by far, but it is the closest margin on the circuit right now, so this will be an interesting watch. It seems like ProSim are on a bit of a charge after a poor qualifying. They're they're fighting their way up the order, and they're now doing pretty well.
Yeah, they were not great in the qualifying, as you just mentioned, but if they are 5 seconds quicker than Guard Racing, they're only 4.5 seconds behind at the moment, so they're going to be there by the end of this lap if they keep going at the current pace, which would be nice to have a bit of a battle. But we've had someone else off. Michael Rulin has gone off. And where has he dropped down to? He's in 7th place. I'm just going to see where he went off. He hit the curb on a long corner. Did he actually? Wow. He did 2.5 spins and he didn't touch the barrier. That is amazing. He didn't touch the barrier during his 2 spins. So he has joined back. That is coming through the Stefan Beloff S towards the end of the lap. And yeah, he's continued on, lost time and probably got some flat spots on his tyres, but he managed to spin and keep it out of the wall.
Well, that is amazing. He's got unlucky on a couple of occasions now there as well. His luck's going to run out at some point, you have to think. But yeah, he's lost about 30 seconds to Thomas Shared in front. I was about to comment that he was closing in, actually, on that number 1, 2, 3, but as I just cut to him with what I was looking at, he clattered the wall with Kesselchen, so well, it wasn't a clatter, but it was kind of a pretty large hit on the wall. It wasn't enough to do any damage, but he did indeed hit the wall, and looks a little bit out of shape, it has to be said, and he's still got a long way to go, and he's driving all of it, don't forget, so not ideal particularly, and he may have to start looking behind him if he's not careful, because there's a chasing pack, and they will take some positions off of him if he continues to have those kind of issues.
And he is getting very close now, the ProSim driver. Unfortunately, I don't have the name of the driver who's in that car currently, as they're just called ProSim in the game. He's getting very close now, 1.5 seconds behind as he comes out onto the Dessert. So just a little bit too far to get a slipstream. But we do know that Callaway Corvette isn't the best in terms of the top speed.
Yeah, and this gap is really going to close, as we saw with one of the other McLarens versus another Corvette a minute ago. We really are going to see this gap close down the straight, as he's not quite got it. Well, he's got a distant tail. He's not really that much of a slipstream though. He's kind of there, and he's not closed in that much, to be fair. But on the brakes, we might see a bit more of a close up, and yeah, we'll see what the lap times are around this as they come across the line. Not expecting any pit stops just yet, although we thought that last time, and it ended up being a drive-through for the number 104, so they both can... No, they don't. The Corvette has gone into the pit lane, so unfortunately Guard Racing have just ruined another battle for us there, but ProSim are into the top 10.
And as you say, ProSim into the top 10, so that'll be a good time to go for a commercial break, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40x40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80x40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160x40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
But just mentioning Henningsen, he is catching De Fuoco. Last lap was 7 seconds. As they finish this lap, let's see what he does as he comes across the line. What's it going to be? Another 3 seconds, so 10 seconds in the last 2 laps. Henningsen has caught up. I think this is mostly due to De Fuoco slowing down, as Henningsen's lap times are sort of in that, you know, average barrier, whereas De Fuoco's, you would say, are a little bit slow. So you would expect that as we get towards the second half of this 4th stint, maybe De Fuoco is going to be making a driver stop at the end of this stint. But Ewan, it is certainly getting close as these laps and these gaps start to close up a little bit here.
Yeah, we have got a battle going down to P13 here. Matt Good just got, and Pauli Ahonen is going to be the battle we're going to be watching in a moment. Kasper Henningsen has just lapped both of them. I believe that means that we've got 12 cars still on the lead lap. Yeah, I think that's correct. The race leader, Henry Sinnick, is not actually that far behind the number 14 there to lap him as well, so it could be down to 11 shortly, but it's a little bit spread out in that kind of midfield. It might close up again a little bit later, but there are battles still going on, of course, and as you're seeing right now, this is 4th, 13th, the McLaren that is chasing down the BMW, the other McLaren, up in front here, is recovering, of course, from that rear wing damage you would have seen a few hours or a few minutes ago now. If you were with us, then if you weren't, he had a bit of a crash in the wall, a bit of a rear wing off, and that caused a bit of an off there as well, just running onto the grass on the exit of the chicane as they turn now onto the Nordschleife and onto the Hatzenbach for the 23rd time, I believe this is.
Plenty of laps getting completed here, but as we mentioned, the laps do take a bit longer here, with it being a bit over an 8-minute lap. And just as a reference lap distance record is 151 laps, which I believe was actually set only a couple of laps ago, in 2018 I believe it was. So yeah, that is the real life lap distance record. Obviously we're in the virtual space here, so the track is obviously a laser scan, and I believe this is actually the most up-to-date laser scan that there is in all this sim racing, with it being a 2018 laser scan. Obviously these cars are modelled as closely to real life as possible, but there obviously may be some slight discrepancies like lap times and things like that, but hopefully we can get towards that 151 laps. But there is some rain coming. Still not sure when exactly it's going to hit the track, but we are expecting rain as we get towards this evening, so maybe that's going to come and spice it up even more.
Yeah, quite possibly. I do believe I may have to correct you on something for the distance record. I think it's 159, set in 2014 by one of the Audis. 2018 was actually that one where it was red flagged for a while because of the heavy rain and the fog. But in 2014 we had 159 laps according to Wikipedia, so I don't know who's right, to be honest.
My source was lying to me.
Yeah, quite possibly, because there's only 130 something in 2018. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. We still may get towards the 160 because, as you said, we've had a dry race so far, we've had a clean race, and yeah, we're not going to have any slow zones and everything that everyone has to deal with in real life. So we may end up breaking that.
That'd be very good. Indeed, you see the weather on the screen. There's a massive cloud coming over, but when exactly the weather radar picks that up, and then when that then transfers into the game, there's obviously a tiny bit of delay in that with all that working. So maybe in the next 30 minutes or so, we might start to see some rain come down. But yeah, that is something to look forward to in this race, as the rain around this track always makes it go a little bit more crazy.
Yeah, it does. I've just got some more word on the official retirements so far in this race, in case you haven't been with us so far. We had an early one for B32, I'm afraid. The number 32, Aston Martin, they were out of the race after very few laps indeed. They didn't even get to the first round of pit stops, and they were out of the race. And they are an official retirement, as are one move, Mathieu de Krop, having a big accident at Flugplatz. They did exit the pit lane and try again, but unfortunately they have given up the ghost, and they are now out of the race official retirement as well. And now Alvaro Incausti has also retired his number 27 car there, so they are out of the race after their engine blow at the Hatzenbach. And so we've got 3 official retirements so far, but still 17 guys, 15 SB9, 2 SB7 cars still left in this race.
There's still plenty of cars out there, and also on the lead laps there's still quite a few places that are still going to be fought for over the next few hours. And you can, I mean, it's difficult to see because actually there's quite a lot of cloud in the sky, but when you get to a point where the cloud's not so big, you actually see that the sun is starting to get a little bit lower, the shadows are getting a little bit longer, and obviously we're still a few hours away from complete sunset. But when we get to that sort of area, it's going to get tricky, and then we're expecting rain, so this is going to be a very hectic evening going into the night.
There it is, and especially if it rains, so that will be interesting. So we'll see if that does indeed transpire. It would be fun, but it's kind of difficult to drive the Nürburgring in the night anyway. I bet they won't be fancying any more rain as well. But yeah, we've still got battles going on. The Henningsen is trying to close in on De Fuoco up front. That gap's 26 seconds at the moment. Lappins is kind of keeping pace with Henningsen here, and he's probably catching De Fuoco as well. If you compare the lap times here, De Fuoco on the last lap, as it's just loading in, did 8 minutes 16, and Lappins actually 4 seconds or 3.5 seconds quicker than him. So Lappins and Henningsen are both catching De Fuoco. Cynic is holding his lead here, and maybe even at times extending it, but it is closing up for second place. But meanwhile, for 13th, we may end up getting a battle down here in the Dottinger Ho, because Matt Goodger-Scott in the Simply race car is really being caught here.
Yeah, Hernan's caught him so much, he's right on the back of him now. As previously mentioned, this part of the track is not really where you want to try and overtake. It's often best to wait for the more safe parts of the track, but yeah, you never know what's going to happen. Clearly, Pauli is much quicker as he comes through here. His apex speed. Oh, as Matt Goodger-Scott goes off there. Matt Goodger-Scott has gone off at Schwalbenschwarz, I think that's called, and it's gone off just before the carousel there, and that is a nice easy move for Pauli Ahonen, who jumps up into 13th place.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for him. He's actually going to be lapped by Lappins as well, so yeah, just rubbing salt in the wound there for Matt Goodger-Scott. And yeah, Simply Race haven't been having their best race, it's fair to say, but
Roland's round, sorry, Roland is round. Can't wait see what part of the track he's on. But he is, yeah, he's around somewhere in the middle of the lap. 15-point turn to get it pointing the right way, and he's just getting along here. Where is... Oh, that was just through the Niki Lauda kink corner, and he's got no rear wing. He has no rear wing, so that is another driver who is going to potentially need to put on the pit limit to get back nice and safely, because as we've seen,
sector 2.
you often spin if you go too fast with no rear wing.
Yeah, absolutely. You might be able to... Oh, he's gone there. There you go. The number 69 spinning around. And the pit limiter has been enforced. He's gone back to the pit lane. Gone straight back.
I think that might be a retirement coming for that 69 car. We did mention already, Michael, yeah, it says DNF on my screen now, so he's obviously gone out of the race, but he was trying to do the whole race himself, pretty much. His teammate only did the first stint, and then he was supposed to do the next 23 hours, but I think he's just thought that he, maybe doesn't want to do that after having that crash, which is a shame. Michael's a nice guy, and Butler Power's a nice team, but not quite the result that they want today.
No, unfortunately not. They qualified well up in 4th position, and Rowling was making a fantastic comeback through the field, but unfortunately it's come to an end there in the wall, and that's promoted most people up a position then. Rusinak is now into 7th place, Apolloni is into 8th, and ProSim are going to be able to get up into 9th position, Guard Racing are going to be able to get a top 10, so everyone else is gaining positions, and unfortunately for Rowling, he is going to be going down, but there you go, that's the dangers of the Nordschleife sometimes, I'm afraid.
And looking at the SP7 category, HM Engineering still leading the way. Jordan Weeks has got into this car. His first lap out there was a purple for their class, which is an 8:34.3. And then the lap he just completed, his second lap, was an 8:34.5. So unbelievably consistent, only 2/10 away from the personal best, not only of the car but also of the class. And Jordan Weeks and Norbert Leitner, who was also in the car, they race this very car elsewhere and also on other simulations, so they know it very well, and they are very quick in it, and they're just showing that here. So Jordan's got straight in the car and is already setting purple lap time, so it looks like they're going to be winning that class, as Francesco Geniale has got in the car, but he is over 2 minutes behind now.
Yeah, the gap.
Someone else has spun.
Oh dear.
Vernie, I think. Let's have a quick look to see this. Yeah, Vernie has gone for a spin. Remember, he rolled it. Oh, yes, he's rolled it again. Well, once again, he lands it on all 4 wheels. That's amazing. Twice he's done that. But yeah, that's the other car in the SP7 category, and that is why he's so far down, as I was just saying about Jordan Weeks. So yeah, this car's not really going to be fighting for the win unless there's any major issues for HM Engineering.
No, unfortunately not for them. I do believe that we may get some pit stops on this lap around for some of them. We're on lap 26 at the moment, but some of them do pit early. Obviously, Michael Rowling is out, but the number 90 ground effects car might be, unless that's on the car that's out in the recent moments. I believe that they're going to be coming in before long. I'm just trying to find where they are on the track. Oh yeah, there's Paul Ahonen. This is not even halfway round yet, so won't worry about him just yet. And the ProSim car will also be in at the end of this lap, I do believe. So pit stops are beginning again, and they do tend to spread over 3 laps. It's another chance to see if Henningsen can gain any time, because he pits a lap earlier than everybody else. Is he going to be able to make the undercut work once again?
Yeah, the only thing with that is, did Pauli Honan not crash on this stint? Which meant he would then go off kilter by the time he got back to the pit lane. It might have been on this stint. But yeah, as you say, we'll find out when we get towards the end of the lap. He's halfway round. And yeah, it seems that some cars are doing 1 lap less than the others, so that is something to look out for when we get to that time. But once again, Casper Henningsen, we assume, is going to be doing the undercut, which means he's going to be getting even closer to Dufoco, and he's already what is that, 25 seconds behind, so he's caught up by about 15 seconds so far this stint, and his last lap was another 1.5 seconds quicker.
Yeah, so it's really closing up now, which is which is good for us and it's good for them as well, because they want to be getting up the order, and Lappins is even dipping under 13 seconds now. So yeah, it's looking good for those guys. I'm just waiting to see if I'm right about ProSim, or if you're right. The damage and the pit stop that they would have to do has meant that they're severely off the normal cycle. It could be that way because mostly they've been doing 6-lap stints so far, and this is their 7th, so maybe they did pit and I just didn't record when they did, but that's entirely possible. But as he just comes into the Tiergarten now, we'll see if he does indeed come in there for ProSim. Unfortunately, we can't see who's actually driving that car, but what we do know is they're 90 seconds behind the car in front of them. It's a big gap, and unfortunately there's going to be a long haul for them to get in, but they carry on, and yeah, they'll be pitting in a few more laps.
Yeah, the pit stops really seem to change things, as it seems like there's quite a differential between some of these cars and these teams with their pit stops. Every time we come out of the other side of a pit stop, there always seems to be some changes with the order and that sort of stuff. So we'll keep you up to date when we get to that in another lap or two's time. But just to run you down where we're at the moment. So De Fuoco has dropped off Cynic quite a bit now. He's 46 seconds behind. Last lap he was over 2 seconds slower. Casper Henningsen has caught up. He's now within 24 seconds of De Fuoco, and then Ernest Lappins is another 14 seconds behind. So that all those guys are sort of bunching towards De Fuoco. So it's really De Fuoco who's the slowest out of that top 4 at the moment.
Yeah, that is not looking too good for them. They're not being caught at an alarming rate yet, but it is allowing Cynic's lead to go out to 45 seconds now, and that is a pretty big margin. Obviously, we're waiting to see what Cynic's teammates are going to be like, because we haven't seen anybody else driving that car yet. And Henningsen is the second driver, of course, of that car, of the Burst Esports car, after Jesper Pedersen, excuse me. So we'll see if they can continue with their strength in depth. We'll see if they have even got any strength in depth. I'm hoping so, but it looks like Henningsen is just coming through the final corners of the Nordschleife, and he is going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap. He's had 7 laps, and he's going to pit a lap earlier than everybody else, and he has done for the whole of this race ever since Pedersen got out of the car.
That is a very good point about the depth of the field, because maybe one reason why Cynic has stayed in for so long is because he's their best driver. They do have, I believe, I'll just double check, but yeah, they got Martin Hemmingsen and Jan Granqvist, and they are 2 very good drivers. But are they quite as good as Cynic? I don't know. Maybe not quite as fast. They're still good drivers though, so it just depends how close they are. Whereas in the Burst camp, I know that all 4 of their drivers are very, very good. They've got Jesper Pedersen, as we saw, then Casper Henningsen, but they also have Jenny Simincic and David Mrocek, and they are 2 of the best R-Factor 2 racers at the moment, not only in open wheels, but also in GT cars and various other esports series that are going on at the moment. So I'd expect them to be right on the pace as well. So that is going to be a really difficult team to beat for Regen Drillers, but we will see what they do, and when Martin and Jan get in the car, if they can be on the pace, as Casper is in the pit lane now, getting this undercut again. So this could be very good for him, and he might be able to get past De Fuoco not too long into their next stint.
Kind of forming ourselves a bit of a 4-car, well, like 4 cars in contention here, really, because just before that stop, the gap between Lappins and Gonzalez there was over a minute. So unless they can really haul themselves up the order again in that Fair Racing Team 33, I doubt they'll be really in contention. So yeah, it seems that we're getting a bit of a top 4, and they're the ones in contention for this race, but it does indeed look like we may end up having an all-Corvette battle soon. The Guard racing car is being caught quite quickly now by the number 14. I believe that's the Greek sim racing car, and yeah, we could have an all-Corvette battle here in a moment.
Yeah, I do love this Callaway Corvette. I think it's one of the better looking GTs. Just a shame that it doesn't have quite the overall pace that maybe the McLaren or the BMW have, but it's still a favourite from some of these teams, and it's great to see it out there. And as you say, this gap is closing ever more. Unfortunately, we can't see the last lap from Guard because it was invalidated laps. They must have got a cut track somewhere. But I can tell you that the Greek Sim Racing team did a 20.5, which is fairly good for the guys at this part of the field. Oh, as the Guard car's gone off there in the foreground, and he has got past easily. So that's a nice easy move there for the Greek Sim Racing cars. They get up to 10th position.
Yeah, it's just a bit of it's quite rare to see this car actually at the Nürburgring because it's not. Oh, big crash there for the Corvette that has crashed earlier on. Card Racing, big crash now, and that's going to be even more damage. They had a little run in at Flugplatz and now on the run down to Arenberg, they're running backwards, and it's not good at all. They have had a big accident there. They're outside the top 10, and they're going to have quite big damage.
Wow. Head on into the barrier. Fortunately, they have their rear wings, so they're going to be able to get back to the pit lane nicely, but they are going to have some big damage there, even with the 50% excuse me, 50% damage that we've got. It's still going to be quite a lot, I would assume, because that was a heavy impact.
Yeah, it was, and it looked like from the way he was struggling to turn right there, it looked like there was some suspension damage on that car, so that is a shame. We're going to have to monitor those guys coming down into the pit lane. We've still got a little while until the leaders come to the pit, so I'm just going to see how that Guard Racing car can get to the pit lane, because looks like he's actually on the pit lane by choice there. It could be a sensible one, but it's going to cost them a lot of time.
Yeah, if your car's that unstable, the pit limiter is the best way, but considering where they are on the track at the moment, I think they got steering issues, and pit limiter won't fix that, unfortunately. But if they can get back to the pit lane, they will be able to fix it and get back out, and that is really what it's all about.
I would say that this having suspension damage is probably a little bit less dangerous in terms of spinning than
Guard Racing apply pit limiter.
Having a rear wing off, because you're a little bit unstable on the rear. That's a little bit difficult to deal with, but we've got a BMW coming up here, and I believe that might have been Pedersen, who's, by the way, has got into that car. It's not indeed, but it's worth mentioning anyway that Casper Henningsen has got out, and Jesper Pedersen is back in, so it looks like they're doing 2 hours each and then swapping over for those guys.
Yeah, that's a very smart plan. 2 hours is the sweet spot between having enough time in the car to get used to it and then also not being in there too long, because if you stay in there too long, your last stint might actually be a bit slower if you're not quite used to it. It seems that Henry Sinek is keeping the pace pretty well, but not all drivers can do a 4-hour stint. Whereas if you change every stint, you spend the first 20-30 minutes getting used to the car, getting used to the grip, and then all of a sudden you're out of the car. So sometimes doing a double stint is the best, which is what they're doing here. And I'm sure they're going to do this for the next few stints before we head to the night stints, where they might increase that to a triple stint, so you have a bit of a longer break out of the car.
Yeah, and, well, someone who's not listening to that right now is Henry Sinek, because he's not been out of that car yet. I'm just wondering if he's finally going to relinquish the wheel and give it to someone else here, because, as we said, he's been here for 4 hours now, and he's got drivers to hand over, let's not forget. In that 777 Duras Esports car, he's got 2 drivers who he could hang over to. He's got his countrymen Martin Hemmingsen and Jan Granqvist. So we'll see if he does indeed do that this time, but hard to see him getting out. He's in such a rhythm right now that you almost wouldn't want to break it.
But 5 hours?
Well, maybe not.
4 hours already seems like a lot, but 5, wow, that would be special if he can go and do 5 hours at the race leading pace, because don't forget, this gap has not really come down over the last couple of hours, because even in his 3rd and 4th hour he's been putting in amazing lap times, but Henry is very good at that. I had a bit of time in the Drillers camp last summer. We did actually the 24 hours of Spa with GTR last year. I was in the Drillers camp for that, and he is just a machine when it comes to the endurance racing. He does unfortunately make a couple of mistakes every now and again, but obviously the lack of traffic and overtaking here obviously helps that a little bit. as you're seeing the guard car still come around, but I would assume Cynic is going to be, is it this lap? Yeah, it's this lap that they're coming in, isn't it? So they're going to be coming in this lap, and then we'll see what happens. Also with with Defoco and the undercut that Henningsen is doing.
Yeah, I presume he's going to get closer to Defoco, but he's not going to close in a 20-second margin just through doing the undercut. I wouldn't expect. So into the tier garden comes Cynic. I'm just waiting to see if he's going to get out of that car, because as you said, a 5-hour stint would be heroic. That is nearly a quarter of the race, you would have to say. So it's probably, it is over a fifth of the race, which is a very long time to be in there all at once. So he's into the pit lane, he's remembered, and he's pulled right now. We'll see if the guys behind do the same. We're expecting them to. So Defoco, Lapins are going to be in. Gonzalez is now at the point where he's not even getting out ahead of Pedersen anymore. He's so far behind that Pedersen can actually make a stop and still get out ahead of him. So that could be important in the last laps of the race. But Gonzalez and the number 33 car there, they started a long way down, did Fair Racing Team, but I don't think they're in the hunt just yet. They need issues to befall cars in front of them to be a player for the win in this race.
And it's crazy how we're now 4 hours into the race and it's still fairly close, and strategy is still keeping people within touch. Oh, Defoco hit the barrier just as who was it? Yossar Nada did, and he.
Oh
that's
no!
Awkward. He's going to have to go backwards to get into the pit entry. Now, I would not condone going backwards in the pit entry, but I understand why he wants to do it, because doing a whole extra lap was not going to be good with the fuel level that he will have. So I don't know if he might get told not to go backwards, but in that example he didn't have too much. But yeah, there's just a bit of tire wall that sticks out a little bit, and he caught that. And this, to be honest, this is going to give Pedersen second place, I think, because Defoco's potentially going to have to repair a bit of damage there as well.
Yeah, I said just a minute ago that there was no chance Pedersen was going to get through. Well, with that mistake, then there's every chance that he could get through. The question is, has it cost him 20 seconds? And that's what we're going to find out. The BMW is onto the Dottinger host, so we'll see if he does indeed relinquish that second place, as Jan Granqvist has got into that leading car. Henry Cynic finally out after 4 hours of heroics. He's managed to pull a 45-second margin on the guy in second place. And that margin's going to be even bigger. I think they're going to have over a minute's lead when they come out here, no matter whether Pedersen gets through or not.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good couple of minutes there for Cynic, and that's not really ideal to be smashing into the barrier like that. Easily done though, because the little bit sticking out's on the right, and obviously these are left-hand drive cars, so it is like far away out of your natural eye line. But where is Pedersen? Yeah, he's coming down now. He's got him. He has got him. Pedersen has got himself into second place with a nice clinical outlap. Very good indeed. And that that finishes off his move back into second place. So he's got, in the last couple of stints, they've got past Lapins, they've got past Defoco, and even Lapins has got ahead of Defoco. So this is a big time penalty for, I would assume, some damage repairs.
Yeah, you've got to assume that is the case, because that McLaren is still sat there, and Jasper Pedersen's well out in front. He's got 1 minute and 5 seconds to make up. Lapin's just 25 seconds behind. We'll see what the difference between Granqvist and Pedersen is going to be. Speaking of which, Lapins is actually in his 5th hour in that car. I don't think we've seen anybody else in that car yet.
Yes, that was the plan for that car. Was for Lapins. He was telling me earlier that he was going to do the first 5 hours. So that is pretty crazy, but sometimes that's what you got to do during these races. And also Henry Cynic has stayed in the car. Henry Cynic has stayed in the car for 5 hours. So those two are going to be doing over a fifth of this race, as you mentioned earlier.
I'm seeing Granqvist in that car for me. I don't know if that's a problem for me, but I'm seeing Granqvist at the moment.
It's not, sorry. There's There's one bit at the time that doesn't update until you click off and go back on it. But yeah, you're right. Sorry, it's Grankfist that got in the car. My bad. I read that wrong. So now we need to see what Grankfist can do, as that is the case that he has actually got in the car. Does he have the same pace? He's obviously been sitting around for at least 4 hours. I'm sure he would have done some laps on the sim on single player or something like that. He needs to get up to speed to not lose what they got now, a 65-second lead.
Yeah, indeed. So we're going to see if he can close that in. But we are coming up to 4 hours completely. We've just ticked over, actually, about 15 seconds ago. So we're into the 19 hours to go now. It's approaching. Well, we've done 1/6 of the race now. We've got another 5 of them to go. We've done 4 of the hours. We've still got 20 left, which seems like quite a lot, but it's we haven't actually done that much of the race just yet, which is fortunate for some of these guys who want to make up time. But speaking of which, because we've gone over an hour, it's time for another commercial break. We will be back in just a few minutes, where we'll update you on all the driver swaps and all the changes that have happened in the pit stops in just a few moments.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8, built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12, built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
lane on
Welcome
the
back to
right-hand
Nürburgring,
side.
24 hours by GTR24H.
Slightly to the left.
Come into the
Do not
5th
try and
hour, so
get
4 hours
near
gone,
the wall
20
as you come
hours
into the
remaining,
pits.
and leading the way
It
in the
is,
SP9 category is
something that
still
needs
the
to be fixed, and,
777
obviously we
regen
will pass this
Drillers
on to
car.
everybody.
Henry
But
Slick has got out of that
please,
car.
on
Jan
pit lane,
Grankvist has got
stay
in that
slightly to the
car
left,
as they have just made their pit stops
missed the
a
wall
couple
by
of
a
moments
margin.
ago. And now Jesper Pedersen has worked his way into second
part of the
place, and he's
pit
actually
lane,
setting a
and
purple
the white
first
line to your
sector now
left is
as
your pit lane. Stay clear
the
of the
71
wall.
GD Esports car had an issue on the pit entry, hit the wall and had to pit for some repairs. But the big news as well is that Ernest Lappins was gifted on to the podium positions with that issue from De Foucault. However, he sped in the pit lane, and at the end of this lap, or maybe the next one, will have to come in to serve his penalty. But Ewan, this is certainly hotting up despite us getting into the sort of more middle part of the race.
Yeah, it is. It's especially at the front of the race. I thought we were going to get a very close battle between Pedersen and De Foucault, but in fact that didn't actually happen because of the pit lane calamity that you just described there. But saying that, Pedersen is closing on Grankvist. Maybe Grankvist, because he's not been in the car yet, might be a bit rusty, is not quite up to speed, and it's down to a minute now from 1 minute and 5 is that gap, and it's closing in. We may see that gap close in the next few hours as Pedersen just comes over the line. Now, just going to see what this lap time is going to be. Obviously, we're not going to get one for Grankvist just yet. We're going to have to wait another 8 minutes for that one, but it's at 8:05.6 for Pedersen, the fastest lap of the race so far of anybody.
That's amazing. The gap was 65 seconds when Grankvist came out of the pit lane, and that is now down to just under 61. So that's about 4 seconds he made up on that lap. Amazing. And as you say, fastest lap of the race. So he's really putting the hammer down now to try and get back. Remember, that car has been in that pit lane twice for 2 different penalties, and they've still managed to work their way back up into second place.
They were both Pedersen, but Pedersen's more than making up for it at the moment with that fastest lap of the race, and it's by a mile as well. That would have that is laying down a marker to Grankvist, and he really needs to get up to speed very quickly, or he's going to see that lead get evaporated in very short order indeed. But speaking of the car of De Foucault, that Musto car has gone down the order to 4th now. They're a minute behind Lappins, who will have to serve a penalty, don't forget. But Pucedo is now into that car. Alessio Ivan Pucedo, to give him his full name, in 4th. And then we've got Tony Janssen in the 33 car in behind. He's taken over from Chris Gonzalez. And now we're in the Hungarian number 1, 2, 3 car. We've got a new driver as well, Gurgly Egavari in 6th position, and then Hansen back into 7th, Prosima 8th. So we've got all kinds of driver changes going on at the moment. Seems that after 4 hours seems to be kind of the right moment for everybody, no matter what strategy you're on.
Certainly is, and we've got a couple of cars getting close to each other now. This is the Greek sim racing car getting close to the Simply race car. We got Kariolos and Gudger Scott in those 2 cars as they are battling for 11th place in the race, and they're getting really close now as they come up towards the kink of Flugplatz, where we've seen 2, maybe 3 cars already go off. And so you definitely don't want to go off there, as it is a big, long way back to the pit lane if you have an accident. But it looks like the Corvette is going to be getting very close here in the slipstream. And this is really not a corner where you want to overtake in Schwedenkreuz. But he's going to be thinking about it and actually having to lift off. As Gudger Scott closed off the line there, but now down to Arenberg. And he's had shot off a little bit. Seems like this Corvette has the pace at the moment, though.
Yeah, it definitely does. He's closed in very quickly from what I can gather. It seems that obviously the lap times are a little bit broken right now because of, well, they're not broken, they're perfectly right, but they are not representative because they are all coming out the pit lane, all going in, and all sorts is going on. So it's kind of difficult to give you any lap time right now, but we can see just visually it is closing, and it looks like he's looking to make a move even as they come out of Adenauer Forest now and down into this very high speed left-hander surely not up the inside through here. He's going to think better of it and follow the McLaren up ahead just for now. But yeah, difficult to pass just yet. And this is for 11th place. This is not for a lowly position, so he'll be wanting to get through pretty quickly here, and it looks like he's going to be able to manage it in a few moments.
It's such a tricky part of the track to overtake though. So he's going to have to be careful, choose wisely where he wants to do this. See, there's no point causing an accident or anything like that. Not this part of the race anyway. And there's still plenty of time to go. But he's got the pace and he should know that. He should respect that and wait till there's a point where there's a good place to make an overtake. This part of the track is probably the hardest, although as Goodger Scott goes wide there, and this is going to give an opportunity for Cariolis to get right close as we come up now towards the little louder kink. But he's, yeah, you can see that the Callaway is not quite quick enough in a straight line, but certainly in the corners it is very respectable.
Yeah, it is, and that's where he's got to make his move, really. I know it's difficult, but he's not going to be able to do it on the dodging home. We've seen it before. When the Corvette pulls out, it just hits a brick wall, and it cannot go any faster. So they kind of need to do it in the corners, which is obviously the most difficult part, and that's why, we've seen those kind of situations go wrong before with Mathieu Ducrop. He was trying to get through on, I think it was Kiss in the car at the time, in the Hungarian car, the Hungarian team. Yeah, he tried to get through at Flugplatz and had a huge accident because the Audi is not as strong on the straight line either. So he was trying to make it through in the corners. It was getting a bit desperate, and unfortunately for him, it didn't pay off. And yeah, one mover out of the race now, so he's just got to make sure that doesn't happen to his car either, this Greek sim racing car. So gonna have to be patient, but at the same time aggressive here. It's a difficult situation to be, as he just misses the carousel there, and he's lost a bit of time, but he's not going to have any trouble catching up, I don't think.
Yeah, he'll catch back up, and I would assume as we get towards the Döttinger, although to us that is still in, I believe, about 5 kilometres time, 5-6 kilometres time, but I'm sure he'll be able to catch back up as he's already done it. Goodger Scott seems to be a little bit off the pace here. I want to try and see when they last made a pit stop. But it just seems like he's at that point where he's starting to lose some time. So yeah, maybe there's something to do with that. I'm actually just going to have a look back because he says there was a point where he might have had a little spin. So I'm just going to double check if there. Yeah, he had a bit of a spin coming through turn 2 on this lap with his rear tyres giving up. So yeah, maybe this. Oh, there's a bit of a dive now here from Cariolis. This is not a place you normally see an overtake. But he's made it work. Wow. I was not expecting that to be the overtaking place for him. Good job. He's dived it down the inside there and has made that work. So nice little overtake. And there wasn't really any sort of contact or anything. That was into the Esch curve, and he managed to make that work.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely no contact either between either of them. And now I think this is Lapins trying to get through, or is it Pedersen, one of the BMWs, trying to get through on the McLaren there, and he is indeed through. So yeah, interesting moments there for those guys. And in fact, it was Pedersen just getting through on these two. But yeah, an incredible move there to somehow get up the inside and then not even make contact at all there. We said he had to make the move in the corners because the Corvette's not very strong in the straight. He's really done it there, and he's proved us wrong that you can't overtake in the Nordschleife. He's just dove it up the inside, and yeah, that will be very pleasing for him. I'm sure he'll be away now in 11th position, and we'll see if he can chase down that 17-second margin to the number 90 in front.
We've had a DNF. Alessandro Verni in the drive game seat. SP7 Porsche Cup. He has gone off somewhere and has since DNF'd. I'm just looking back. Okay, that was a bit of a weird one. I don't know if... That looks like a hardware issue. He went into neutral and then first gear. Can't coming down the end of the towards sort of the mid of the first sector through Schradenkreuz, and he actually has blown the engine because of that, because he went into first gear, you know 260 Ks or something like that, and has blown his engine. So that leaves only one car left in the SP9 category at the moment, unless they choose to rejoin.
Yeah, it's not an official retirement just yet, but it's going to be an engine change, so they're going to be probably struggling. That Jordan Weeks is just coming through the coming towards the Stefan Belov S now, and yeah, he's surely going to lap that his companion. Well, it's not his companion, but his competitor there. And yeah, that is unfortunate for those guys, for drive seat racing and everybody there, but that's the way it goes sometimes. I believe we've had an off for Pully Ahonen as well. Oh no, he's in the pit lane, that'd be right. So Matt Goodger-Scott is also in. I believe that's early, because I thought he was going to come in. I thought he'd already been in, but apparently not. So two guys coming in there. There's kind of the race where the pit stops don't really come in a cycle anymore. They just kind of come in whenever, really.
Yeah, people have got quite mismatched with their pit stop timings, you know, due to incidents and some cars not being able to do 7 laps, only getting 6 on a tank. And also tyre wear potentially is a factor there, maybe for Goodger-Scott, because he was really struggling on that last lap. And has he stayed in that car? No, Matt Webber's back in, so they're changing every stint, interestingly. We've got some cars out there doing 5 stints in a row, and you've got these guys changing every stint. But that is, it's just how it goes for them and their strategy. But they're down in 12th place at the moment.
Yeah, so they're going to have a bit of a long road back if they want to get to any more positions. Guard Racing is behind them, but they're a long way behind, and I mean a long way, nearly a lap actually between those two. And I don't know quite how many cars we've got left running, but if Francesco Geniali in the drive seat gaming car does not rejoin, I believe we are down to 15 now. We've had quite a few casualties in very short order here.
Yeah, it's a shame that we've got some DNFs. So is that 15 cars, if I'm not mistaken, still running? Because Afiat is behind Roulin and Verne, but I'm pretty sure he's still going. It's just sorry, it's not Afiat, is it? It's Rudy Coupon. They've swapped drivers a stint or so ago. We haven't really spoken about them, but they are, I believe, 3 maybe 4 laps down now on the next car, because they've had a number of issues. So yeah, not ideal. And it's actually Francesco Geniale, not Verne, who was in that car, and they have now left the race. But if they do join back, they will get a new engine and then lose a lap or 2 because of that. But at least they'll be back in the race and will at least be there if Jordan Weeks in the HM Engineering car has some issues.
Yeah, that's highly possible, because obviously you've only got to gain 1 position in that class to get the win. So SP7 currently being monstered by Jordan Weeks and everyone there at HM Engineering, so they're doing well, and they were winning at the time as well, to be fair. It's not like Drive Seat have just handed it to them, excuse me. They've been fighting for it, but it looks like HM Engineering coming out on top, really. They've just been in the pit lane. They still are in the pit lane. I keep forgetting that their pit stops are extraordinarily long, around 3 minutes, in fact, that we learned earlier. So yeah, it's a long pit stop for those guys, and a long road back for the drive seat gaming car as well.
I do hope they can come back, but for HM Engineering, even if it comes down to a point where they are the last car in the class, they might as well finish the race and win, because obviously some nice prizes offered by Rio Toro for them. So yeah, thanks for Rio Toro for giving the SP7 some prizes as well, so they might as well stay there, try and finish the race, get the prizes to split between themselves. HM Engineering as a proper fully fledged race team is fairly new. Only within the last 6 months or so they've actually expanded. They often did a couple of races here and there, but they never sort of made it as a team as such, whereas now it is an official team run by Harley Hamnet and Harris Mohammed himself. and they're doing loads of competitions. They've won some series already over on iRacing, also in this car, in the Porsche Cup car on iRacing as well, and also they're doing pretty good in various other competitions in R Factor 2, so they are becoming a very competent team. So it's good to see that they are still going there in both classes as their teammate in the SP9 comes in. So the McLaren, just a couple of places up the road, is also getting a pit stop there.
Yeah, they are not seeing too many pit stops right now, but we are seeing a couple, as you said, down the order mostly, though, for those guys. Jordan Weeks is still there. No, he's just left. There we go. That's really that is how long the Porsches take for a pit stop. And there they are, out into turn one. Jordan Weeks has been in that car for quite a while now. So I'm wondering when he's going to get out, to be honest, because that's quite a long stint for him. I believe he got in after the first... I believe someone else... I've forgotten the name of the driver who did the first stint, but I believe that Jordan Weeks got in for the second hour and he hasn't got out since.
Yeah, it was Norbert Leitner who started car. I think he did two stints, maybe three. So this is coming on to their 5th stint, I think, now in that car. It's a bit difficult because their stints are actually well over an hour, and yeah, he was stopped for 191 seconds, and that's not damage, that's just a normal pit stop in that car because it's not really made for endurance racing, so the tyre changes and that are quite a bit longer as compared to the GT3 or the fully fledged GT3 cars, whereas the Cup car being a little bit slower. But yeah, still good for them to continue going, and good to see that there's still some interest in the second class. Obviously, most people want to drive in the SP9s, being the fastest class here and the more common class. But looking back at the lead now, Pedersen is close to being 50 seconds away, which means he would have closed up 15 seconds over the last half an hour or so. So he is really starting to come in, as Grankvist isn't quite on the same pace. He's 1 or 2 seconds off what Cynic was doing.
Yeah, it was Pedersen did the fastest lap of anybody last time around with an 8.4, which was 5.2 seconds faster than Grankvist, although Grankvist has just done a 12.5, which is comfortably quicker than what he did on his previous lap. That Burst Esports car now completing lap number 31. That will be their 4th lap of this stint. They've got 3 more to go, and then they will be into the pit lane, and then the Driller's car will be in a lap after that, as will everybody else around them. I wonder if Lappins, I haven't actually seen him taking his drive-through yet. I don't know if you have, but I've not seen him take the drive-through for speeding, I believe it was.
I believe this is only his 2nd time coming past the pit lane though, because of how long the lap is. So maybe his 3rd. So I believe you get, it's either 2 or 5 laps, sorry, 3 or 5 laps to serve a penalty. So it could be on this lap that he chooses to serve it. But yeah, he has not been in, you are correct. So there's still some further time loss. He does have 70 seconds to Puchedo in the GT Esports number 71. So he'll be absolutely fine in terms of position, but he's going to lose time. He's 35 seconds. And does he come in this lap? No, he's staying out even further.
No, so it must be the 3rd time around next time, otherwise surely they wouldn't get themselves disqualified. But you'd hope not. Anyway, they crossed the line, everything's alright, they're still going, so that is good for them. But yeah, 12.0 for them on last lap time. They put 5 attempts into Grunfist, but lost 4.5 seconds to Pedersen, who is in an absolute league of his own at the moment. He's at a 7.6 on that lap, which is, again, 4.9 seconds faster than Grunfist. He's pulling in comfortably 5 seconds a lap here, and the lead gap is down to 50 seconds.
It's getting close, isn't it? Slowly but surely. This car was, I think, 75 seconds off the lead once they had all their issues. So they've already caught 25 seconds over the last couple of hours. So they are really bringing this down. But it will be another few hours before they get to Grankvist on pure pace. But if they're doing this undercut where they gain 5 or 10 seconds with the one-lap undercut, then maybe it will be a little bit quicker. But definitely they are catching up Grankvist at a pretty decent rate. 5 seconds last lap.
It could be a combination of the undercut and the fact that they are literally better than everybody else on the circuit right now. I'm not really sure which one it actually is, but certainly if one of the guys further down the order went for the undercut, I don't think it would be quite as effective as these guys as Pedersen is making it right now. So yeah, just waiting to see how long it takes him to close this gap in. In case you haven't been with us, by the way the gap has fluctuated. Pedersen initially took the race lead from the start because they call it hard on pole basically, and he did it obviously with a 59.7, so we know he's fast, and he took the lead along the first lap. Cynic was right in behind him. They came into the pits nose to tail, but Pedersen sped into the pit lane and then on his exit of that speeding penalty that he took, he hit Afiat, who's well down the order now, but that car is now being driven by Rifi Kut. Oh no, it is Afiat, conveniently. Just got back in very recently indeed. But yeah, so he hit that car down there, the 98 car, who's currently the last running car, and then they got another penalty, so they were about 45 seconds back. But then they had an issue where they thought that the code 80 was being enforced to everybody, but in fact it was only to one of the cars, so they actually slowed down when they didn't need to, and their gap went out to about 75 seconds, and ever since it's been closed in by Jasper Pedersen, and it has to be said Kasper Henningsen's done his bit as well, but Pedersen is definitely the pacier of that duo.
That is a very good point, because the 20 seconds that they lost because of the bit where they slowed down is quite important in this gap, because that's basically was that a quarter of the gap that they had was just because of that little issue with the code 80, but they basically made that 20 a bit more than that gap back now, so all this gap that they're gaining at this very moment is just from all their issues and all their penalties, and they are certainly getting there. But still quite a way to go, but they're getting there slowly but surely.
Yeah, they are, and I'm just interested to see if Grankvist is going to stay in at the end of this stint. Are they going to pull him out straight away, because he's losing time here? We know he is losing time, but well, is he losing time too quickly for their liking? I'm not really sure. To be honest, it's there's a lot of unanswered questions here, and that's the beauty of it. We've still got 19 and a half hours to go, but we have hit another half hour here at the GTR24H. 24 hours of Nürburgring. It's a fascinating race so far. It will continue to be after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. There are 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
So welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours by GTR24H. We have had 4.5 hours of the race, and it's been a pretty interesting race so far, and the strategies is still not undecided. There's still loads of things to sorry, it's not decided, I should say. There's still quite a lot of things to plan out, and one of the main talking points of the race so far is this burst BMW. They've lost quite a bit of time for various reasons, and they are now 46 seconds behind Jan Grankvist in the 777 regen driller's car. They caught another 4 seconds on the last lap, 5 the lap before, so that's 9 seconds in the last 2 laps that they've caught up. And if that continues, it won't be too long, maybe another stint or 2 before they catch up to the driller's car. So I wonder how long Grankvist will stay in that car. Henry Sinnick started it. He started for the first 4 hours, and then he's now given it to Jan Grankvist. A bit behind them, they've got Ernest Lappins in 3rd place, who's got a big gap behind him for 4th, but he still needs to owe us either a drive-through or a stop-go penalty because he sped at his last pit stop. But this is not the only class we have. We have the SP7s, the Porsche Cup cars, and unfortunately there's only one car left in that race, in that class, which is the Jordan Weeks driven HM engineering car. And they are leading that class because the Drive Game C entry unfortunately had a engine blow, and they have not been able to fix that just yet. They're not officially out the race, but we'll wait and see if there's confirmation whether they will come back or not. But either way, HM Engineering are leading that class at the moment, and Drillers are leading the SP9s, but it is definitely not sorted out just yet. There's still plenty of strategic options that are going to be coming your way very soon.
Yeah, there's plenty of things to still play out in this race, and of course we're talking about this gap coming down like it's working like a clockwork at the moment, but it's not going to be like that really. Obviously there's going to be issues for somebody. You'd have to think in the next 19.5 hours there's going to be an issue for somebody throughout the race, so it will be interesting to see who and when that comes for, and yeah, well, let's just keep an eye out for it. Jasper Pedersen looks like he's on lap number 33, as most of the leaders are. They're going to be pitting, he's going to be pitting on lap 34, and the rest of them on lap 35. So we're not too far away, about 15 minutes from the next, or just less than that, from the next round of pit stops, which is going to be interesting. It's probably the gap between the two leaders is probably going to be hovering around 35-40 seconds by the time the pit stops are made, and then it's going to take another at least stint for Jasper Pedersen to close in from that point, because he's catching at 5 seconds a lap at best, and he will have at least 8 laps of that, probably around 10 laps of that, to be honest, of still to do. So I think by the maybe 17.5 hours to go, as it's working right now, we might see that lead battle materialise, but obviously something's bound to happen to somebody at some point.
Yes, I would doubt if any of these cars remaining in the race have no further issues. It's just how it goes here. Interestingly, we still haven't seen the rain come, which is a bit of a shame, because that is always going to spice things up. But maybe as we get towards the further into the evening, it might come. But yeah, this track is so amazing, and it'd be nice to see a bit of rain. But I'm sure some of the drivers won't, because it starts to make the track really difficult.
Yeah, it does. My forecast, I'm afraid, is looking less and less promising by the minute in terms of rain. I believe that the danger point really for these guys has passed now as we approach we passed 6:30 local time, so the chances of rain are going down ever more. The track temperatures are undulating quite a lot though. It was well up inside the teens. It was quite a pleasant day as we kicked off earlier on, but it's going to be down to about 4 degrees tonight, which is very cold indeed and a very stark contrast. So who's got their car set up the best to be able to cope with all of those conditions, because that really is going to make a difference to the track temperature especially.
And yeah, the track temperature is one of the things in our races that does have a slight effect on how the tyres perform. Not massively, but there's still a bit of an effect there, and it's always something you have to look out for, especially if there starts to be a tiny bit of rain. Maybe there's a slight wet line when you're on those slicks. You have to be really, really careful to try and keep the grip inside them. But yeah, fortunately, it's not the biggest thing as such, but it's certainly something that the drivers will have to consider if we ever get to that stage. And one of the things that I think a lot of drivers might be quite worried about here is the visibility, especially when it starts to get to that sunset time. It might be quite difficult to see. There's always this sort of half an hour point that me and my teammates always like to call I can't see o'clock, because it gets to a point where it's that balance between the sunlight not being enough and the headlights then not being able to pick up over that. But it's just that little transition period that's always pretty difficult to look into. But yeah, that will be something quite difficult here. And then when we get to the full night, there's obviously no floodlights here, so you have to try and remember what part of the track you're on and then not put it into the fence.
Yeah, it does require a deep knowledge of the track really for that kind of for the nighttime driving. So I'm sure these guys will have that deep knowledge, I'm sure, because they're very good drivers indeed. So I have no doubts that they'll know their way around here and they'll be fine in the dark. But yeah, as I said, it doesn't look like we're going to get the dark and the rain. The cloud seems to be clearing now. We might even get a nice sunset for the guys to get their eyes stuck into, which some will be enjoying rather less than others, let's say, because some people don't actually mind driving into the sunset at all. Some people can cope with it a lot better than others, so that might be why the leaders have put Crankfist in. Maybe he's a bit better at dealing with the sunset, but you definitely want to get your driver in for the whole of the sunset period. You don't want to get someone in as the sun is going down, because they're not used to track conditions. You want someone who's used to it and will see the track conditions change incrementally, not just all at once. So maybe the driver changes in a moment are going to be coming soon to facilitate that. However, it's not going to get dark until about 9 o'clock local time, which is about 2 hours away still. So I don't think we have to worry about those the kind of sunset just yet.
And that is a very true point. You want to keep your same driver in there during that period of the race. You don't want to have it so drivers having to learn these new conditions. So these teams that are swapping drivers every stint might then be potentially slightly disadvantaged purely because you need to get used to the conditions. Because when you're driving, obviously the transition is so slow that you just naturally get used to it. But yeah, it's been pretty safe so far. The sun is starting to get a little bit lower. There's plenty of shadows about, especially on the back end of the track where the trees overhang so much. But yeah, it's going pretty well so far.
Yeah, for the first time, I'm just looking up and down the live timing screen right now. I'll just wait for for Pedersen to come over the line, actually. It doesn't look like he's quite had such a storming lap, although saying that, he actually might have done. It's an 8.4 for him on that occasion. Another 4.1 seconds has been taken out. But yeah, for the first time, we can see who's in the ProSim car. I believe that Paul Lindegaard is driving that ProSim car currently in 9th position. So we'll just get to see them. They're 28 seconds off of the car in front, and yeah, for the first time I can actually see who's driving it, which is quite nice. Unless that's wrong, it could be completely wrong, but I know that Paul is definitely one of their drivers, so I am going to go with that one. I think there's actually only 2 registered drivers there. It's only Paul Lindegaard and Morten Norgard, so I wonder if they're going to be doing some pretty Ironman stints throughout the night.
I do not envy that at all.
No.
Having 2 people for 24 hours, even 3 people is difficult. At the EWC back in October, me and my team went there as I was a driver on that day, and we only had 3 drivers, and that was difficult. 4 drivers is the sweet spot. Obviously in real life they only have 3 drivers as well, but that 3 driver bracket is so difficult to competitively compete, because it's really about the rest time that you get as well. Because when you have 4 drivers, and if you go in a big cycle, you've got 3 driver stints between you and your next stint, so there's plenty of hours for you to get some sleep or some rest. Whereas if you only have 3, then yeah, it's a little bit less, and obviously someone generally sits with the driver as well. So yeah, 2 drivers is going to be difficult. They're going to be very tired tomorrow morning.
Yeah, they are. They do tend to have 3 drivers at Le Mans in real life, but I think that Nürburgring, because it's a little bit more of a laid-back event, it's a little bit more of a gentleman's event, I think they do tend to have 4 these days. I'm not entirely... It could be wrong. I could be wrong, I mean. Or either of us could be wrong. It's I don't really know. But I think that it tends to be 4 drivers at Nürburgring these days, but I think most of these guys are going for 4. Looking up and down the sheet here, some of them have even got 5. One move did have 5, but they're not here anymore. God Racing with 3. Fair Racing got 5. They're still well and truly in this race. They're in 5th position and 5 drivers. That is a lot of rest time, you have to say, but not actually that much driving. You would think it's only going to be 4 to 5 hours of driving, which seems like quite a lot, but over a 24-hour period, it's quite a lot of sitting around.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of sitting around as well, so that might get you're a little bit rusty, because I mean, me personally, I don't like to do laps when I'm not driving, because I like to make sure my resting hours are actually rested. So it's always a bit of a shock when you then jump back into the car. But I guess that is just a balance of how you want to sort out your stints. It seems like a few of these teams are going for some pretty crazy stints, as Ernest Lappins has been in to serve his penalty. So how many seconds has he dropped? He dropped about 20 seconds from that. So he's now 1 minute behind Pedersen, as Pedersen has closed another 4 seconds on the last lap, and he is now 40 seconds behind Grankvist.
Yeah, it's getting closer all the time, don't forget, but Pucedo doesn't look like he's closing in on Lappins very much at all. It was about... well, when he came out the pit lane, it was in the region of 60-something seconds. It wasn't quite 60, but it was a high 60. But it's down. It's only gone down to a minute. So Pucedo doesn't look like he's quite got the pace of Lappins. The top 3 look like they've got pace on everybody, really. Lappins is catching Grankvist, but by no means by the same margin as Pedersen is. But something to note: Pedersen will be in at the end of this lap. It's lap 34. The pit stops are about to begin again. So we'll see what Pedersen can do with this undercut, and expect the gap to be about 30 seconds when it all shakes out again. It could be getting very close indeed.
Certainly will, as the gaps ever decreases. Quite nice that they're all bunching back up again. And just notice in the SP7s, Jordan Weeks has just set another purple first sector. So he is really going quickly in that HM Engineering Porsche Cup car. He has got the fastest time in that class by over 4 seconds as well. So despite their closest competitor unfortunately DNFing, he is still pushing really hard in that SP7.
Yeah, he is indeed. As you said, he's the only one left. Unfortunately, he's not an official retirement yet, the other Porsche, their drive seat gaming, but I'm presuming that they will not return. So it seems we've got 15 cars left on the circuit. Riffy Afiat, is the last of them, 2 laps down on that SP7 leader, so he's a long way off everybody right now, but they are earning the Spirit of the Race award, you would say, in real life at the moment, just running around. Even though they've got nobody actually to battle with around them, they're still going around and not giving up just yet.
And in the battle for the lead, Henningsen took another 4 seconds just in the first sector alone on this lap. So he's really closing in. And I do wonder how long he's going to stay in that car, because he seems like he's really on it with the pace, when alternatively Grankvist is not slow, but he's just not quite at that pace that Cynic and Pedersen are on.
That car's pace has been spoiled by Cynic, because he's been going so fast that he's just put our expectations up a bar, really. Pedersen is closing in. It's going better than his last stint, but those guys in that BMW tend to be doing 2 hours each, so I'm presuming it's going to be the same this time around. He's going to do one more after this, and then we're going to be 6 hours into the race, and he's going to hand over to somebody else. Of course, it could be Henningsen again, but it could be one of the other drivers as well. They've got Simoncic, I believe, in that car. I don't think he's going to be ready just yet, but he might be by the time they have to make that pit stop. So we'll have to watch out to see when Simoncic does get into that car. And they do have the pole. Okay, David Muzek. I don't really know. Some kind of the pose driver there at the bottom. So I wonder if Henningsen's going to get back in, or if they're going to save those 2 other drivers for the night.
Yeah, I believe Simoncic and Mocek are doing another event at the moment, so they won't be available for a couple of hours. So I would assume that Pedersen and Henningsen do at least another probably 1, maybe 2 rotations between them before we see those other 2 drivers come in for the night. Such is the way of a 24-hour race. Often some drivers do races within the races, which is the case on this occasion. And yeah, it's good to see that they're still wanting to take part, though, over the night and into the early morning tomorrow.
So Hesper Pedersen, excuse me, into the Tiergarten for the 34th time of asking, and he's going to be into the pit lane for Burst Esports. Going to avoid that little wall that sticks out on the right hand side, and he's going to be in. Hopefully he doesn't speed this time. He's learnt where the line is, and he's broken early on this occasion, just so that he doesn't he's going pretty fast there, although maybe it's just my eyes deceiving me a little bit. But he's into his box now, or he will be in just a second, and we're presuming he's going to continue on for one more lap. I'm going to see what this undercut is like, because it's been working out pretty well for him so far. It could do the same again. So Drillers and everybody else basically continues on one more time. The AFP car continues on as well, the 999. Lappins is presumably going to do that. I've not seen him come over the line yet, that's because he hasn't. But I'm presuming he's going to be out there in second, and Pedersen's going to be in third. Well, actually, it depends how long his pit stop's going to be, but last time he went for no tyres at all. So I'm presuming he's going to go for some tyres on this occasion, because we saw from the last time that it actually didn't work out for him. So as Lappins just comes over the start-finish line now, he's going to be into second, and Pedersen's going to be third, because Bucedo is still another minute down. So Pedersen third, and we're just going to see what this undercut is going to be like as everyone else continues on for one more lap.
It's a shame that the Musto cars dropped down so much out of that fight for the podium. So yeah, a bit of a shame that DeFoco had that unfortunate incident. It was Lappins goes for a little half spin there. Just a couple of seconds behind. I just noticed on the stream that Lappins has almost spun it there, as he is now coming towards the end of his 5th stint, I believe we're on to now for him. So he will be changing out the drivers at the end of this stint, from what I'm told. Don't know who's getting in the car though, but I believe Ernest will be getting out of that car, currently in second position, but he'll be third once they make that. But yeah, back to Musto. It is such a shame that they dropped out, because they're kind of in the middle of nowhere now. It's going to be a bit difficult for them to catch back up, but they've also got a bit of a gap behind to Fair Racing Team, as Guard have left the race.
Ooh.
Guard have left the race. They had an off track about 15 minutes ago, but yeah, So the Guard 24 car, the yellow Corvette, as you may have seen earlier on, is unfortunately out of the race. So that brings us to, I believe, 5 DNFs so far.
I think that might be the 6th actually, because Afiat and Weeks are still going, and they've got to overtake him. So I believe we're down to 14 maybe. Or you could be right with 15, not sure just yet, but yeah, we've still got a battle up the front of the field. That's the most important thing, really. It doesn't matter how many cars you got, we've still got a battle for the lead going on. It is a shame that Musto have dropped down so far, but they're not out of the water just yet. They're still there, they're still lurking, so we'll see if they can actually take any positions from these guys. But Lappins has got 2 options to hand over to. He could hand over to his countryman James Zuber, or he will be handing over to David Kalosai, and the Hungarian driver for AFP. AFP. So yeah, they're going for 3 drivers, but a very long early stint there. I hope that Lappins hasn't just completely tired himself out with these stints and he's done too much too early.
Yeah, there's often a potential. Maybe he has, but we'll find out if that is the case a bit later on, I guess. But yeah, someone else had a Pro Sim had a spin. Just saw that they potentially had a spin into the carousel. Just having a look on mine to see if they had anything, unless it's just maybe nothing. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I did say that maybe they had a spin, but they didn't. They're going at the moment.
Well, that's fortunate enough for them, because yeah, I don't want to be having those kind of issues. He's just going at how it acts now is Paul Lindegaard, one of 2 drivers, of course. So we'll see where they end up in this race, but yeah, I'm hoping that Guard Racing do indeed get back, but it doesn't look particularly promising for them at the moment. But yeah, we're approaching pit stops once again. The proper round of pit stops, we're on a multiple of 7, it's lap 35, so pit stops must be upon us, and they are. Jan Grankvist is going to kick it all off, and we're just going to see where the gap is in terms of Jesper Pedersen. As I said before Pedersen came in, I think it's going to be around 30 seconds.
Yeah, we will have to see. It's normally about 5 to 10, or what have we seen?
The leader in the wall there at Hoaract, he just went a little bit wide. He's actually carried on, didn't spin. I don't think he's got damage, but into the wall, and he doesn't look particularly well. If that's how he's been driving, I haven't been watching him the whole time, obviously, because we've been watching, trying to monitor everybody. But if that's if that's a representation of his confidence levels right now, you can see exactly why Pedersen's closing so much.
Yeah, don't want to be hitting the wall when you're leading the race by 40 odd seconds, and that could potentially be a nail in the coffin in terms of Grankvist's stints so far, because he has been losing quite a bit of time to the burst car, but we will not know exactly what happens until the pit stop is made at the end of this lap.
Yeah, so he's just coming through the fast parts at the end of the lap, and coming towards the end of another hour. We've been here 5 hours now, and that's gone by pretty quickly, to be honest. But we've had battling almost the whole time. It's only in the last hour where it's finally calmed down. We've had 4 hours of craziness, and just as the VLN kind of length of distance we surpassed that, it's kind of settled down finally, but we've still got the battle for the lead going on, and it's closing. Even Lappins is closing on Grankvist. It's now 96 seconds, just over a minute and a half from where it was just over 100 when Lappins went into second. But Pedersen has been catching Lappins as well, so Pedersen's really flying right now, and Grankvist is going to be looking in his rearview mirror soon, probably running quite scared.
Yeah, don't want to be getting scared as such. Obviously, that can happen when you start seeing people chasing you down, and it is getting a little bit close, as you say. But Lappins will be dropping quite far behind, unfortunately for him. when he finally makes the stop.
Yep, so into the Tiergarten for Grankvist, and he is going to be in the pit lane we would expect. He's had 7 laps, and he is going to be in just a moment. Come through the final corner on the lap, and hopefully avoids the right hand side of that wall. And he's into the pit lane now for another stop. We presume it's going to be full service, tyres and fuel, and maybe a driver change, but I doubt it because he's only been in there for one single stint, so it's unlikely that he's going to be getting out of that car, but he has been struggling, so maybe they will pull him out early. Although I doubt it, they might even take that opportunity because Pedersen's putting so much pressure on them. They might just get him out quickly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if a driver swap actually adds time. I can't remember if it does, but if it does, then it's probably not a good time to do a driver swap, although Grankvist is clearly slower at this moment, but I'm sure we'll see what happens when Pedersen comes around. But I wouldn't be surprised if, as you said earlier, he's about 30 seconds behind, because that's generally what we've seen from the undercut.
Yeah, it is. So Pedersen's just on the back straight now, on the Dottinger Hoe, excuse me, as Lappins is just up ahead. So we'll see what will happen here. He's just 5 seconds behind Lappins, so we'll just wait and see. Well, he's been... I would be interested in what the lap time is. Unfortunately, we're not going to get one because he's come out of the pit lane on this occasion, so we're not going to get a lap time, but I'm sure he is absolutely scintillating because he's been laying down markers the whole of this stint so far. Grankvist is out of the pit lane then, and we'll see what he can do on this next stint, but it is even closer than that, down to under 15 seconds for Pedersen. He's absolutely flying right now, and I do wonder if he's surely hasn't taken tyres on that, because he's closed about 25 seconds in this pit stop cycle.
It definitely says his stop was 59 seconds, which is a normal stop, so he's taken tyres. How on earth, what's that, 25 seconds he's caught? That is crazy. 25 seconds he caught just from doing a 1-lap undercut. And also it helped with the fact that Grankvist went off a little bit, but he didn't lose that much time, not 25 seconds worth, but yeah. Now it's probably a good time to go to a commercial break now that we have had these first pit stops for the drivers, and we will update you when we get back.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40x40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8, built from 80x40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12, built from 160x40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
So welcome back to the Nürburgring. 24 hours. We have now had 5 hours of the race. We're entering the 6th hour, and the big news is that Burst Esports have caught up dramatically to the number 777 Regen Drillers drivers, as Grankfist made a slight mistake on his in-lap along with the undercut from the Burst team, and they're now only 12.7 seconds off the lead. Remember, this car was 75 seconds off the lead at one point, which is pretty always. We just had a DNF from Matt Goodger-Scott in the who's at the Simply race car. He's just had a DNF. I've just seen, literally just as we're speaking, as we came back, he was going really slow, so he must have already had an accident, or he has ran out of fuel, one or the two, because he's halfway around that lap. He has come to a stop at Adoa Forst, I think that is called. But yeah, so that is the situation at the front. And in the SP7s, we have the sole car of the HM engineering car still out there with Jordan Weeks setting some very fast laps. But now we will introduce you to new commentators. Ewan has gone for a bit of a break, and we now have Ossian Puaka with me.
Yes, hello, hi Cam, and I'm very excited to be here. I'll be here probably for quite a while during the next 24 hours, so get used to hearing my terrible accent.
Well, unfortunately, your English is way better than my Finnish, so you have that accolade.
What, existent?
Yes. Well, yeah, we had some good times during the 12 hours of Sebring a couple of months ago. And there's a couple of familiar names doing this race as well. But also, in not too distant future, there is the second race of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship season, where we actually have the 12 hours of the Nürburgring GP track that will be coming up as well. So there's some more GTR racing coming up in the not too distant future, but from the GP track, not from the full combined track as we've got here today.
Yeah, the GP track is... Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was just finding the exact date, which is on the 19th and 20th of June, so 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, that's midsummer pretty much in Finland. Midsummer celebrations are a big thing in the Nordic countries, actually. So that's gonna be something to look out for as well. And I'm kind of hoping that one day they will build a racetrack so far in the north that we can have 24 hours of sunlight. The Midnight Sun 24, that would be wonderful.
That would also be a very cold track. I'm not sure the race tires would get up to temperature.
Well, in the summer, no. It's actually around the British temps in Finland in summer, at least. We get about 20-25 degrees Celsius.
Oh, that's not too bad, actually. I went to Finland once, and it was minus 25, but that was in February.
Yes. That was also pretty much Finland for any foreigners in a nutshell. Whenever a foreigner comes, we'll be like, no, it's not that bad, it's not that cold, honestly, it's really good. And then when they come here, they walk out of the ship into Helsinki, the harbor, and it's raining sideways. And it's sleet, not water, sleet. And it's middle of June, and you're like, well, you were lying to me.
Yeah, it can get a bit crazy up there, but fortunately it doesn't get quite like that down in the forest where the Nordschleife is done. But there is some rain on the radar. It's just it's been there, but it hasn't quite got to the track in game yet.
Yeah, it's been teasing us, but I remember one instance a couple of years ago when it was actually sleeting in the Nordschleife during it was either one of the Via Land events or the 24, either or, and they actually had the red flag to race, or at least put a safety car in, because about 50 cars went out at Arenberg. And so yeah, it can be pretty crazy in Germany too, and the weather here, it changes in the blink of an eye. Like, you look at the radar, and the radar is next to useless, so you get some idea of, okay, where the clouds are roughly heading, but it can change so quickly. It's just like the Ardennes Mountains in the Belgian side of the border. The weather can change immediately, and suddenly it's 4 a.m, you're all alone in the car, you're nursing a 15-second lead, and all of a sudden it's raining sideways, and you're wondering, well, what am I supposed to do now? Is it gonna be like a quick 5-minute splash? Should I stay out, or is it gonna be raining for the next 3 hours? You just don't know. And the track is so long. It's over 25 kilometers. it's almost 15 miles, the full circuit, that when you go out into another lap, and then at the GP circuit, or just when you're heading into the Nordschleife, it starts raining, and then you're like, well, this is nice.
Yeah, that is quite a good point. If it does start raining, it might only rain on, you know, one part of the track, which makes the tyre strategy choice even more difficult. Because if it's only one part of the track, at least initially, maybe you can stay out for another lap or so and get that benefit of these slick compound tyres, because the wet weather tyres do not work really that well on a dry track.
No, they don't. You kind of need this thing called grip. Those are the only four things, the four tires that are actually connecting to the track. They are the only things that are keeping you on the track, hopefully at least, because we got so many bumps here that who knows, maybe sometimes you go over the curb and the bottom of the car or the splitter or the underside of it is also connecting to the track, but that really doesn't give you any extra grip to speak of. So there is that.
And having a look at the front now, interesting facts. It's been a best part of a lap now, and the gap has stayed around 12 seconds, which is quite interesting. I think Grankvist has pulled his pace up a little bit, and that gap has stayed around 12 and a half seconds. So if this is the case, then Hemmingsen might be taking even longer for catching up. Always, we've had the lead at SP7 go off. I'm just having a look. Yeah, at a Dua Force, he's gone off. Has he hit the wall? Oh, unfortunately, he's gone off the screen. I want to see if he's lost his rear wing, because he went off pretty hard there. No, he still has his rear wing, so that's good. But they are leading that category. That is Jordan Weeks in there, setting some very good lap times. All his lap times I've seen have been within a second or two of his fastest, but they are the only car left in that category. And yeah, going off is not what you want to do when you pretty much have no competition or no reason to push to the limit.
Yeah, I've been feeling a similar experience actually on the iRacing Nürburgring 24 just a couple of weeks ago. You know, in the middle of the night, well, it's not the night yet, but especially in the middle of the night, you can end up in a situation where you are leading your class comfortably, or not the only car in the competition like they have, but in a situation where you are 3-4 minutes ahead and you're pretty much coast clear. And it can be very, very difficult in that situation to actually, you know, focus on the task at hand, to focus on the driving part of it, and you know, just keep yourself mentally in the game, because in the back of your mind, in the back of his mind, Jordan Weeks, he knows that he has no competition in this race. They just need to drive for 24 hours. It doesn't matter if they are doing 8.5 minute lap times, 8:34s, which are brilliant lap times by the way in that category, but or like 15-minute lap times. They just need to drive, they just need to cruise. They can literally park it on the side of the road, take a 1 hour nap and then return to the track. But it's the pride of a racing driver that keeps going, and his chosen method to fight the boredom is to actually try and drive as fast as he can, you know, not taking any unnecessary risks, but still like driving as fast as he can, and you know, taking on the challenge of just driving the track and enjoying it. And that's fine by me, but we'll also see them making mistakes every now and then if they choose that approach, and it can be a little bit surprising, like why don't they just be pragmatic and finish the race? Well, racing drivers, they're racing drivers, you know. Even you're a racing driver. Cam, sorry, not even isn't here. Cam, yeah, Cam, you're a racing driver, right?
Not particularly.
Just say yes. The chicks dig it.
Yes, I'm absolutely a racing driver. I did a bit of karting in my time many years ago, but yeah, never got anywhere with that. So that is why I'm here sim racing, and it is good fun. That is for sure, and especially when we get to drive tracks like this. I mean, whenever would you? Oh, we just had the Grankfist leader go off there again in her act. That is where he went off on his in lap. That is not going to be helping him as the lead comes down 2 seconds. But yes, where else would you be able to drive an SP9 car around the Nordschleife, as if I'm going to be able to drive that in real life anytime soon. So it's great to be able to come here and get a fairly realistic representation of that. And also, with it being a 24-hour race, you can't get too much better than that.
No, not at all. I mean, the Nürburgring in and as itself is a unique experience, even if you are like being driven around by a 60-year-old German man who has no racing experience to speak of, and the car of choice is a Volvo V70. Even then, it's an exciting experience. Like, you're fresh off your sister's wedding, and you just drive to the Nürburgring, and as a group of buddies, and you know, as a family basically, and take a trip around the track. Even then it's a unique experience, let alone driving it, you know, in anger, let alone driving it in a race car in anger, because it is just a track that demands respect from everybody, from every part of the circuit as well. You know, there are so many pitfalls, there are so many curbs, most of them which you can't hit or you're instantly spun around. The walls are...
Car 999, attention car 999. You have reached your driver limit. You have reached your driver limit. You must do a driver swap. You must do a driver swap.
Basically,
and you will not be allowed back in the car for 2 hours.
Yeah, so just basically getting told that Ernest Lappens is reached maximum driver time, so they will have to come in and do a driver swap. He has been in the car since the beginning of the race, which is 5 hours and 16 minutes ago. So he will have to come in and do a driver swap, and he will then have to stay out the car for a couple of hours. That's something that's quite interesting, because early on, remember we said Michael Ruhlin was planning to do basically the last 23 hours of the race, so he would have got to this point as well. But that is quite interesting that Race Control are keeping an eye on that. It's always good, because it's also a little bit about drivers' health. You shouldn't really be driving constantly for more than really 4 hours. So yeah, 5 is probably the absolute upper limit, so it's good that Race Control are keeping on top of that.
Yeah, I remember a story about from one of the Finnish real-life drivers. Can't remember which one. I want to say it was Rory Penttinen, who drives in the Blancpain series, but it could have been somebody else too, who was basically driving in Dubai or Bahrain, one of those tracks, or in Qatar, in a 12-hour race. And he was, or a 24-hour race rather, either or. And he was basically told that his co-driver, who was a local chap, one of the not so badly off local chaps, you know, has a bit of wealth, basically was supposed to be one of his co-drivers for the race, and he was told before the race that if the guy is there, if you see him in the pit lane, then let him in the car, if not, just keep going. And he ended up going for 8 hours in a row.
Yeah, that is not what I would want. Not what I would want to do, for sure. And yeah, so Nick Newcomb, who was one who made that call from Race Control to Ernest Lappens, said that it's basically for the safety of the drivers, also not just him, but if he crashes into someone else and that sort of stuff. So interesting to see if they come in straight away, which they do, so that's good that car is listening to the orders of Race Control. Nice to see that they are taking that seriously. And yeah, they really should have made a pit stop at their last one, because they I believe only made a pit stop about 20 minutes ago, so that would have been better, because now they're going to be really off strategy. But either way, they are following the rules nicely there and doing what they're told, so you can't really complain about that.
I wonder though if they have another driver at the ready, because it makes no sense to me that they would right now just, you know, decide to do an extra pit stop for no real reason other than driver swap. You don't really benefit that much. And here they go, they have swapped drivers, and it's David Kaloksai now in the car, so he was at the ready. But I'm wondering why they didn't do it 20 minutes ago. It just makes no sense. But
yeah, maybe they just weren't aware of the ability for Race Control to make demand them to do a driver swap. And just got a message that Ernest actually might want to come for an interview, so we'll see if he can do that, because it'll be good to see how he's sounding after a 5 hour and 15-minute stint.
Yeah, there he is.
Doing pretty good. So let's grab him in for an interview as he is fresh on topics. Let's grab him. Ernest, are you here?
Yep.
Hello. So you just did over 5 hours in the car. How are you feeling? That was a pretty mammoth stint, and you're in a pretty decent position so far.
Well, I feel sad because I could have went longer, but you know, it is what it is.
So how long did you plan to stay in the car then?
Well, for at least another stint, but yeah.
Did you just not know the exact rule on that, or?
No, we knew the rule. We knew that going over 4 hours, you give the stewards the possibility to make us swap drivers if we are making a liability on the track.
Yeah, well, you still did a pretty good race, and you're looking like a podium is possible. You've obviously dropped down quite a bit now because you had to make a pit stop slightly out of sequence, but do you think your teammates are good enough to keep yourself on that podium?
Honestly, I don't know, because I think James's internet just died, so we might need to do this race together, and I'm not so sure how fast David is.
Okay. Well, thanks for speaking to us, and hopefully David can get on pace and you can keep the podium. We might speak to you a bit later on, so good luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, good luck to you, Kevin.
Yes, thank you.
Alright, see ya.
So that was him. That was the hero who just did about 5 hours in the car, Ernest Lapins. And it's an interesting, he is the most Latvian named Brit that I have ever seen.
Yeah, no, he is actually Latvian. I don't know if he's if the what's it called, nationality's been written down wrong, but yeah, Ernest is actually Latvian himself.
Yeah, I was wondering that because I saw his name, and you know, Latvian names are really distinguishable because they always have the letter S after the well, not always, but usually have it. You know, it's a very distinguishable trait, so I was wondering if he was actually Latvian. It was written down on the info sheet as UK driver, so I was wondering about that, but you know, decided not to bring it into question because, of course, for some people, they just want to, you know, they may be fresh citizens or something, and you know, just want to represent their new country, basically.
Yeah, the team owner of AFP, and AFP it's a quite difficult name to say, but it's Abstinio Force Polina is what AFP stands for, and the owner of that team, Anthony Nippon, he actually spent quite a lot of his childhood in the UK, so his English is very good. But yeah, he's actually Polish himself, I believe. So quite a lot of nationalities in that country, because Lapins, as you say, Latvian. Kalaksai, who's in the car now, is Hungarian. And then James Zuber is also another Polish Brit as well. So there's plenty of nationalities going on in that team, and they're currently on the podium, so they're doing pretty well.
We are indeed, and you know, in the Middle Eastern Europe region, well, Middle Europe in terms of Hungary and Baltic countries, in the Baltic countries in terms of Latvia, they are really developing countries in terms of racing driving, in a sense that you will see some great things in their future, as well as in countries like Romania, of course. Like you're seeing a surge of racing drivers coming from there, and I wouldn't be that surprised, but we saw Baumgartner already in Formula 1 out of Hungary, and I believe there have been others in the past as well. Could have been others in the past in the way out in the early ages, although not sure about that, but you know, in those countries, when we see the surge of Middle Eastern Europe and Eastern Europe as well, and the Balkan countries and the Baltic countries coming to racing driving, it's gonna be really interesting to see what they can bring to the forefront, because you often see when someone is from a new country to racing or representing as clearly their nation's highest hope and the best driver, you will often see them reach great heights just because they have the entire country you know, cheering them on, you know, on their shoulders, everybody supporting them, and you suddenly see a whole country get invested in racing. I know that because in Finland we had the same thing when Keke went to Formula 1. I mean, we had Leo Kinnunen and Mikko Kotsarovitsky go to Formula 1 earlier in the 70s, but they amounted to really no points and no decent results. And when Keke got into it, you saw suddenly everybody got into Formula 1 and started to understand it, and you see the results. So it's a great thing for those countries to get their drivers developing not only in real racing, but as well as in sim racing. So it's going to be very interesting to see what holds in their future.
I guess it's sort of a similar thing that has happened with the Netherlands and Max Verstappen as well. There's quite a lot of Dutch people in sim racing. If you speak to them and you ask them about F1, I mean, when did Max come in? 2015. So let's just say about 7 years ago, no one in the Netherlands really cared about F1. It was there. It was sport. It was on TV, but no one really was avidly watching it. Whereas now the whole country is behind one driver. It's quite crazy how that works itself out in these countries that don't often have loads of drivers at the top level of the sport. So yeah, it's quite interesting, especially in countries such as that. And we have now the leader of the SP7s come in. That is who is in that car still? Jordan Weeks is in that car, still setting some decent laps. So I wonder if now he's going to change the drivers. As I just noticed, Jesper Pedersen is now within 6 seconds off the lead of the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Yes, he is, and I've been watching his lap times, you know, consistently. Last time by, he didn't have actually a clean lap time, so that was probably an off-track or something of a situation where he was cutting the track a bit too much. But before that, he was catching Granqvist about like hand over fist, like 5 seconds or so per lap, and he is 5.5 seconds away. So I wonder, when can Pedersen actually make it work? Jan Granqvist, he's really in a trouble right now. Jesper Pedersen catching him up, and lead battles in a 24-hour race. Well, those are always an interesting one.
Yeah, 24-hour races are something special, something crazy. And just to finish the point on Ernest Lappens, I've just been sent the regulations basically say that if you do over 4 hours that you need to then go for a 2-hour break. So we won't be seeing Ernest for a couple of hours, and we also won't be seeing, well, actually we might be seeing Henry Sinnick after this second stint of Granqvist as well. So that's something that they need to make sure they're doing nicely so they don't get any sort of penalties, especially for Pedersen, as now he is getting really close to Granqvist. This is an incredible comeback. They've gained 70 seconds so far in the space of about 3.5 hours. This is something quite special that's happening here from Burst.
It is, and their pace is excellent. You can just see, you know, the confidence that Pedersen is driving with. He is driving with like absolute confidence. He is on the limit a lot of the time, and you can just see him behind there. And it's also a very stressful situation for Jan Granqvist right now, because he knows the situation. He must know that, okay, the leader is coming closer and closer and closer, and in his mind he wants to, you know, get faster, drive away from him, but at the same time his teammates must be telling him, you know, relax, calm down, they are faster, there's nothing we can do about it right now, we can take a risk and they will still catch up to us, the gap is so big. We can take a risk and go a little bit faster and, you know, make a mistake probably, because in race conditions you can't really go any faster than what you've done in practice. You just don't suddenly gain pace in a race. That doesn't happen in this day and age, because every team and every driver has practiced to their limit already. So, or they can, you know, keep going, keep at their pace, and, you know, not roll over and die, but rather admit to their fate right now that, okay, Pedersen will catch us. They will most likely pass us on the Dottinger straight, and then we can draft him a little bit, see if we can stay behind them and, you know, play the long game, because it's a 24-hour race and we still have 18.5 hours remaining.
Yeah, we're coming to that 1/3 section in about 30 minutes time when we get to the next pit stop. And to be honest, the first third has gone fairly quickly. And you have, oh, someone's crashed. I think that's Granqvist. Granqvist has crashed. Oh my god. Leader of the race has crashed. Gone for a little spin. Lost the race. 2 cars have already spun there. Fortunately, he's managed to keep it going in a straight line, but Pedersen is all over the back of him now, and I think this is going to be the end of Regen Driller's lead of this race.
He was so fortunate not to hit anything, not to hit a Walter or not to damage his car any further. It was just a 360, and it was a well-controlled 360, but it was still a 360, not something you want to do in a race. But here we can see the 2 cars right behind one another, and Pedersen flashing his headlights. He is being a little bit cocky here.
Yeah, this is does it one of those little games where you've seen the person ahead make a mistake, and as a competitive beast, it is your duty to then go and try and get past them, and he is getting very close here. We have already seen an overtake into the Mutkurva up here. I wonder if we're going to see anything like that. This McLaren is very good in a straight line, so getting side by side, going around.
No.
This is
not on the outside.
Going around the outside of this left-hander come out is going to be very hard, and yes, he's had to back out of that. It is so difficult to get side by side through there, as there's a kink to the right before the actual left hand of the Mudkurva, and then now he will have to follow for a couple more corners, but Grankvist is certainly showing some cracks. He's already hit the wall twice at her act just after the carousel as well, so this might be not too long before we see Burst leading this race again.
Yeah, and I can see why Pedersen wanted to make it work. He was seeing if Grankvist was going to, avoid him or, just give him the space and allow him to go through on the outside. But he was being smart here, was the leader, He wasn't gonna just give it away for free. And as a result of that, Pedersen is gonna have to follow Grankvist all the way through the long back straight, getting at her. He's cutting the curbs really badly, by the way. That's not what you want to do with these cars. But yeah, usually if you are the faster driver, you want to get past there on the uphill, make the so-called easy pass, just because then you can make a gap here on the section from carousel to carousel. And everyone who's ever driven the Nürburgring Nordschleife in a race knows that if there is any section where the really great drivers will separate themselves from the good drivers, it is this one, and that is why you want to pass before it, not after it. But right now, well, he's gonna have to make the pass on the back straight, and most likely he's gonna be followed through at least to the first half of the next lap.
Yeah, this part of the track is really about just staying close. He knows he will get the DRS down, the slipstream down the Dussingerhöhe, which he will be getting in a minute or so's time. So there's no reason to do anything stupid either, as he's already been catching Grankvist, so he knows that he will definitely be able to get away once he gets ahead. He just needs to be smart and not do anything stupid. But Grankvist has been keeping this lead pretty well for the last half a lap since he made that mistake, but I am expecting this BMW to fly past the McLaren as we get towards the Bilstein Bridge.
Yeah, I was really surprised when I saw Pedersen, trying to stick that move for such a long time in the back straight there, when they came into Mutkurva, because surely it's crazy at this point of the race. We're not even 1/4 done, and you're already putting it on the outside of Mutkurva. But I think he was just trying to, see if he's gonna leave a gap there, see if Grankvist is gonna give in, but he wasn't. So, there is that. Well, we might see an overtake here from Pedersen at the end of the straight. Look at the draft, he's gaining all the time, and to the outside he goes, and this should be a slam dunk, Cam.
It should be, but it's not done just yet. He will have the inside for Tiergarten, but it is, yes, now it's done. It wasn't quite done, but Grankvist just had to back out of that, and that is Burst. After a few hours of doing everything they can to get back in the lead, they are now back leading the Nürburgring 24 hours. Drillers have been demoted. They've been leading the race since, I believe, the second hour. So for the last 4 hours or so, they have been leading the race. But finally, after 5.5 hours, they have lost the lead. So this will be a good time to go for a commercial break, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours by GTR. We've been here for just over 5.5 hours now, and just before the break we saw the Burst esports car getting the lead back from Drillers after catching them for what was about 3.5-4 hours, and they finally managed to retake the lead in the SP9 category. So good job from them, leading by about 3 seconds now, pulled away a little bit from Jan Grankvist in the 777. We've got David Klaksai, the Hungarian driver for AFP, the number 999, but they are about 2.5 minutes away from the lead. And then in the SP7 category, the Porsche Cup car, we still have Jordan Weeks in HM Engineering leading the way, but unfortunately their competitor has crashed about an hour or so ago, so they are basically on their own, but they do need to complete 70% of the race, I believe, to be classified, so they've got to keep going for now at least. But Ossian, we're coming towards the sunset here, and I think it's going to start getting a little bit more tricky for these drivers.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The sunset time, that's when it's really starting to set in, not only the physical side of driving, you know, a lot of drivers have been there for quite a bit of time, but also the mental side, that you still have the whole of the night left. And, you know, then you still have half of the day left too. At sunrise, we usually see most of the mistakes, but at sunset, a lot of people are going to be excited, a lot of people are going to be, you know, dreading the fact, even though they all do it, you know, for the prizes, for the fun, for the competition of it, you're still going to be dreading it, like, oh, 24 hours, there's still so much left. And that's also when we start to see some mistakes happen due to the change in light conditions. There's low sun, there's a lot of forest in here, but sometimes you get it through the forest, through the trees, into a windshield. It becomes very hard to see in some of these corners, and you know, we talk often about blind corners and what a blind corner means. It means you can't see the exit of the corner. You have to go in there and trust the car. And in Nürburgring and Nordschleife, you got a lot of blind corners. Half of them really are blind, even if not most of them. But in these conditions, when you see the low sunlight, most of the corners become blind by the fact that you can't see anything out of the windshield when you're turning in a certain direction. So that's gonna make things even more, let's just say, what's the word? Oh, interesting.
Yes, it's certainly an interesting time, as you put it, when you get towards the sunset here. as the dusk comes over the track. And especially here with all these trees, it's going to make it even darker, probably about 20 or 30 minutes before the sun completely sets. You'll see most of the drivers already have their headlights going, as they don't want to get any sort of penalty, which you can actually get. You can get a penalty if you don't have your headlights on once it reaches the sunset. So hopefully no one does that, because that is a silly penalty to give away. But a couple of battles that are getting a little bit close. In 9th place, we've got the Pro Sim car only 4 seconds behind the Pasta alla Norma Raging Team Corvette in the 104. They're only 4 seconds apart. But we'll see if that gets any closer, as obviously the drivers are getting to a point now where they've spread out a little bit, and the battles are mainly coming down to the strategy. But the strategy is still very complex, and we still don't really know who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, and no, we don't know at this point. At this point of time, they're just putting the laps in. And at the same time, guys like the Pro Sim guys, you know, they're being really hurried on by the fact that you can see somebody ahead of you and you have somebody to battle with and somebody to catch up to. And now 3.8 seconds away, you're really starting to, you know, put the pedal to the metal, and it gives you an extra boost of confidence when you can, you know, catch up to somebody, and when you can see somebody, you're being the chasing driver. Whereas if you're being chased, like Roberto Pignataro is ahead of them, then that can, you know, put a little bit of a hammer in the works, especially as every driver who comes to race here, every driver has a certain sense of pride, more so than in anywhere else in the world, about being a master of the Nürburgring, being a ringmeister, and, you know, knowing this track is such a point of pride for many of these guys that you don't want to admit to losing to anyone on pure raw pace. Anyone.
And we saw that in the qualifying session last night, where the top 3 were separated by just over 0.2 of a second, and the top 2 were only 0.03 of a second apart. And I'm sure Henry Sinnick would have been killing himself just for losing that time in the final chicane at Tiergarten. But that was not to be on that day, and he was not the quickest one on the circuit. And it's that little bit of ego that often gives you a tiny bit more confidence coming into the race.
Yeah, and you can see that track map there on the screen, and you can just see how spread out some of the drivers are and the vast scale of the circuit. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, once again, the GP circuit is the bit that you can see on the bottom of the screen, that narrow bit that comes to the pincher at the end. That is a full-length Grand Prix circuit. That's about 5 kilometers. So that's not a small, you know, couple of corner lap. No, that's a Formula 1 length circuit. And then you turn left into the Nordschleife, into the Colossus that is over 20 kilometers long. And there's been so many myths, so many legends surrounding this circuit, and it's almost 100-year history that, you know, we would run out of 24 hours pretty quickly if we had to go through all of them. But just some of the mythos, you know, Jackie Stewart, he called this track the Green Hell, and there is a good reason why he called it that, especially in the early ages. Now you see more safer barriers around the track, you see more crash barriers, you see some of the sections widened, some of the bumps put down and, you know, smoothened over a little bit, but it still is a formidable challenge. And I think it's one of those places where if it wasn't such a part of racing lore, if this circuit was built today, it's much like Monaco in the sense that this would never ever be driven at such a high level with such fast cars. It is just an unbelievable challenge.
It is for sure a big challenge. We now got the Pro Sim car coming onto the back of the Pasta alla Norma Raging Team number 104 excuse me, the number 104. So we got the 007 and the 104 battling as they come up to one of the fastest kinks in the world, especially for a GT3 car at Schwedenkreuz. As he come to the left, he's actually managed to get on the inside and get that overtake work before they even have to brake for Arenberg. So that is a really nice move there from the driver of that 007 car. And it's a shame that the driver of, who's that in the car now, Roberto Pignataro, is in the Pasta alla Norma car, and it's a shame that they've struggled a little bit because they got some good drivers in there, but they chose the Corvette, I believe, on Friday. So they had to change car because they chose a car that was actually unavailable somehow. Don't ask me how they did that, but they did. I don't think they had too much practice in the Corvette, as they're now moving out of the way. Or is that Pedersen now coming around to come and lap them? So that's what the top 7 drivers now on the lead lap.
Yeah, and imagine that situation, you know, 24 hours of the Nürburgring, well, we set it to the point of boredom as the Pro Sim car goes really wide. They actually go wide in the next bit as well, going over the curb, hopping it over, and just in front of Pedersen as well, who I think is gonna get an easy pass into Kallenhard. Yes, he is, and there he goes through as well. Lucky to not make a bigger mistake there, but yeah, this race is enough of a challenge in and as itself. But when you come into the race with a car you had like 1 day of practice with, it's insane. And as to how you can select the wrong car that is unavailable for the race, it can happen when you made a decision early on, you know, you're like, oh, we're gonna race with this and this in the race, and you don't really check over the rules in that bit, because you're just sure that it is going to be available. You just kind of take it as take it for granted, or somebody in your team has said that it's going to be available, and they have wrong information or something, or it's going to be a terrible prank. But you know, I think it's somebody has said that it's going to be available and then it's not, and in the final hour they're going to have to change the car. And well, the good thing is for the Pro Sim guys is that they have 24 hours to practice this car now, 18 of which still are left. The bad thing is that it's during the race.
Yeah, they very weird situation. I'm still not sure how they managed to do that, but they did. And just to notice a couple of things. So Matt Goodger-Scott, which is the Simply race car, somehow got DQ'd from the race. So he's not in the race anymore. So I think that Simply race car might be out. Then we've also got the Pro Sim car got a penalty about 5 minutes or 10 minutes ago now, 5 minutes before they got the overtake on Pinataro. So they got a penalty, which I assume is for cutting, because they weren't in the pit lane at the time. So they cut the track too many times, cut too many corners, and the game has given them a penalty. So they will have to come in, I would assume, for a stop-go penalty. So yeah, that is not great for them. So they'll be losing that place back to the Pastella Normal Raging team, and they'll have to try and work that back out on the track.
That would make such a great Eurodance song title, Pasta alla Norma.
Yeah, it's an interesting name. I believe the Norma is related to the LMP3 that we have in F2, because the teams surrounding that entry did a fun race a couple of months ago now with the Norma, and I actually took part in that. It was quite good fun to have a bunch of those LMP3s around there. But yeah, I think they're kind of just doing this for fun, as they just let past. That would have been a Jan Grankvist that they just let past coming to lap them as well.
Yeah, so it would be pasta in the style of Norma, is what it would mean. Now it makes more sense. Yeah, it definitely makes more sense. Just a quick point on lap times. Obviously these cars are with heavy tanks of fuel at this point in time. Well, rather heavy tanks of fuel, and rather old tires as well, they must be, because the lap times have gone down a little bit. Last time by the fastest car was actually the leader, 94 the Burst Esports, driven by Jesper Petersen with an 8:11.8. And the second fastest car, well, that's all the way down in 5th place. That was Ping Van Ark with 8:13.4. So in second place, Jan Granqvist, 8:18. David Kaloksal, 8:15. David Kaloksai, excuse me, 8:15. And Alessio Ivan Busquedu, 8:15 as well. So for David, we remember when we got that interview a couple of moments ago, that they were saying that David is basically half dead and gonna be really slow and you don't know what's gonna happen. 8:15, that's not so bad. That's 4 seconds of the leader's pace. That's not too bad at all.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, Pedersen is able to get well under the 8-minute 10s though, so he's going to be losing a little bit of time. As we mentioned, this track's about 5 times longer than a normal track, so if you look at that, there's only about 8-9 off the pace on a normal track, which really isn't too bad. Obviously it's not ideal, but yeah, that just is how close the times get here at the Nürburgring combined circuit. And I believe Pedersen has actually gone for a lap. Yeah, Pedersen, I guess you won't know this because this is the first pit stop since you came in, but Pedersen's actually a lap earlier. So every lap, every stint, he's getting an undercut, which is quite an interesting dynamic that has been working its way out, and he's actually been able to gain a lot of time by having this undercut. They did this on purpose from what we can see. Just one lap, they did a 6-lap stint, and since then it's been all 7-lap stints.
Okay, so basically they're undercutting everybody, and they're hoping they can make up the time it takes to make that extra pit stop in the end. That's interesting. That's a very interesting one. Might be 2 extra pit stops actually. But yeah, that's gonna be a very interesting dynamic.
Yeah, well, they're not actually... I don't think they actually need an extra pit stop because they are still doing 7-lap stints like everyone else. But it was only on one occasion they decided to come a lap early to get themselves off kilter, and it's actually giving them a really big undercut, generally in the region of 5 to 10 seconds, which is quite crazy. But it's obviously why they chose to do it. The interesting thing will be how this works out if there is rain, for instance, and they can't stay out an extra lap or something, so they have to pit, and then on the next lap then it starts raining, then they have to make 2 pit stops 2 laps in a row. So things like that, that's where it is risky to go off strategy by choice. And also with the final pit stop, maybe they will have to do a splash and dash if it works out that way. So again, that's something to look out for, but their pace is so good, one would hope that for their sake they actually get enough time in their hand that none of that matters. As have they... Yeah, Henningsen's back in the car, so they've made another driver swap there.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one. But yeah, strategy. Always the cream and butter of a 24-hour race. It's gonna be so interesting to see all these threads wrapping around one another, and you know, the story of the race developing as it goes on. And still we have 18 hours left, so we still have 3/4 of the race to enjoy after this stint is over for these guys. So there's gonna be a lot of things to watch out for and a lot of things to keep an eye on. A lot of drivers are gonna make mistakes, just calling it now. It's not, you know, anything saying, you know, anything bad about the quality of these drivers. Rather, it's a thing that happens at Nürburgring. If you can really put a cross on the wall if you and really give yourself a proper bat on the back, and then wake yourself up if you think that you can make 24 hours at here without making mistakes. The question is not if you're making mistakes, the question is how severe are those mistakes going to be? Are they going to be terminal or are they going to be a minor? And at Nürburgring we are at such speeds, frequently over 200 km an hour, especially during the last sector of this track. You're cutting down all the way from the carousel to mini carousel at so fast bends with the walls right next to that oftentimes the mistakes are gonna be terminal. But yeah, that's something that we're gonna keep an eye on, and these drivers are also having to balance. A lot of the time, Cam, I have noticed that in endurance racing it isn't as much about endurance anymore as it is about a series of 1-hour-long sprint races at most circuits. But at Nürburgring it is truly still about endurance, because you still have to manage your pace a lot more than somewhere else.
That is a very true statement. It is 24 1-hour sprints back to back, and it's pretty crazy how, especially in the real life GT3 scene, it is unbelievable. So I mean, we saw even earlier this year, before all of the COVID stuff, we saw with Daytona, obviously that's multi-class, but then literally the weekend after, straight away you got the 12 hours of Bathurst and things like that. And these drivers at the top of that GT3 class are so close, and you've got all these manufacturers. It really is an amazing class, and over the last year or so I've been really getting into it, and I hope we can get back racing in the real life to see some of those amazing events take place, because the GT3 class is amazing when you see them go out and they just bash around for 1 hour and then come in and generally do a driver swap after just 1 hour. It's crazy how they are just pushing every single second of the race, but that's what you need to do if you want to win some of the best competitions. And it's similar here, to be honest. The burst car will not be slowing down by any means, as they know the driller's car is still a threat later on in the race, especially when Henry Sinnick is in the car. But we will see at the end of this lap how big this undercut is on this time round, but we've still got, I think, about half the lap to go before we find out about that.
Yeah, and half lap here is quite a reasonable amount of time, quite a long amount of time as a matter of fact. It is about 4 minutes. And when you touched on the point of GT3 cars, as we have GT3 cars here as well competing in the top class, they usually, you know, people are underrating these machines, especially those who consider themselves to be racing purists. Which I kinda, you know, dabble on that sometimes. I kinda, you know, disregard the skill it takes to drive a GT3 car because it has a traction control and it has ABS and so on. But the fact is, traction control and ABS are more safety nets. And you still need to be a really insanely good racing driver to do what these guys do. Lap in, lap out, learn every single bit of the track, every corner by heart, you know, take it to the absolute rugged edge. And I'd even argue that the increased easiness, so to speak, the ease of access to these cars, and the slightly more forgiving learning curve means that we get better racing because drivers can focus on maximizing their lap times without having to worry about losing the car every single corner, instead only worrying about it if they push past the limit.
Yeah, you do have to be careful not to go over the limit. It is so easy to do so, as we saw a couple of drivers do so far. But it's certainly not what you want to do, because you don't want to be losing any further time than you need to do. And often, by pushing that extra percent or extra couple of percent, you actually eventually will lose any time that you gain, because if you make one spin, one mistake, you hit a wall, then all that time that you lose because of that and then repairing the damage loses anything that you gain. So it's often not worth it to actually push like crazy.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And there is not much to gain pushing like crazy either with these cars, because the fastest way is not the way that goes sideways and goes with terrible risks. When you take a risk with a GT3 car, it's more about how much you're cutting that certain curb, how early you're going to the throttle, and so on. You're not really pushing into the corners, late braking like crazy and such. And in a hot lap situation, when you're out there alone, as Kasper Henningsen, for example, is with his burst car, even after Kranqvist has come to the pit lane, which he is actually doing pretty soon. He is now on the Dottinger straight. These guys are not really taking any unnecessary risks on a normal lap, and they don't really gain anything by pushing closer to the limit. And in Nürburgring especially, you can't really, there's not a single place you can gain time by pushing the limit. Rather, it's about the attitude to the whole lap and how much you're willing to let yourself go into it and let be captured by the track itself, and how much do you want to challenge the track. When you want to actually push the limits, when you absolutely positively do need to take a risk, your attitude has to change, and it has to be that attitude over the course of an entire lap. Come hell, come high water, you're not lifting anywhere. You're not, you're not pushing the limit as much as you're not just, you make a conscious decision to not be careful, if you catch my drift. And that was the most difficult explanation I have ever done, but I hope somebody got the key of that. Basically, you're not taking a risk, rather you're making a conscious decision to not take it safe.
It's quite funny that you say come hell or high water when we're around the Green Hell circuit as Kranqvist comes into the pit lane. He's done 2 hours, 2 stints. I'm interested to see if they get him out of that car and potentially get Henry Sinnick back in that car to try and make up some lost ground. Henningsen isn't quite as fast as Pedersen, so this could be a good time for them to make up some time and maybe get back into the lead of the race. But again, we'll have to see what happens when Henningsen comes down the start-finish straight, as he does now, to see what the difference is and how far behind they're going to be. We understand that there is between a 5 and 10 second undercut that you get purely from being on those fresher tyres. and Martin Hemmingsen. Oh god, that's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
Henningsen and Hemmingsen.
I was hoping for that so much. I was just gonna say when I was looking at the driver list, and I was thinking like, I hope we get Hemmingsen and Henningsen. So Casper is leading and Martin is in the second place, right, Cam?
Yes, maybe we should use their first names. Yes, Casper in the number 97 Burst Esport is leading the way from the number 777. Martin Hemmingsen has just got into the car. This will be a good time to take a commercial break, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40x40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80x40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160x40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx's desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Welcome back to the GTR 24 hours of Nürburgring, here from the Nürburgring full circuit. Yes, the GP circuit and the North Loop, Nordschleife, they both welcome us, and they have brought us 6 hours of amazing racing so far. And if you are a fan of racing, well, we got good news for you. There are still 18 hours left. They will race all through the night as the sun is setting over the Eiffel Mountains, and it is gonna be darkness hugging these drivers and taking them in for the night stint, where anything can happen and usually does. In the lead of this event, it is number 94 Burst Esport with Casper Henningsen currently behind the wheel of that car. They paused for the lead, acquired it last stint, and they have held onto it ever since, with a 20-second gap over the second place. 777 car, the Legend Drillers Esports, with Martin Hemmingsen driving for them currently. The Dutch team with Hungarian, Danish and Finnish drivers in the second place. Of course, Burst Esports is a Danish team, and they are worldwide known, with one Slovenian and one Polish driver as well. And currently in P number 3, some 2 minutes behind the previous position and almost 3 minutes behind the lead, it is the 999 car, who have been on that position for quite a while now. So the 999 Abstineo Forza Polonia, the British slash Hungarian slash Polish team, is currently piloted by David Kaloksai, who is, as I said just now, 2.5 minutes behind the second place 777 car. And then, of course, we don't only have the GT3 class, we also have the GT3 Cup Endurance class. And in the lead of that class, and also the only car still running, T911. They have been in for a long stint, and the 911 HM Engineering in the SP7 class, as it is known, they are being piloted by Jordan Weeks at the moment. So 4 drivers in their team, and Jordan Weeks, he's been in a car for a while, and at some point he is going to have to step out, because of course the maximum time allowed that a driver can be in the car is 4 hours, and after that they have to take at least a 2-hour break. Now we have said a big farewell to Cameron Roger, and we welcome Ewan O'Leary back in the commentary booth. Ewan, are you looking forward to the next couple of hours, or however long it is that you're going to be spending with us here?
Yeah, I am actually really looking forward to it. It's been a fascinating race so far, and it's about to get even more fascinating, I think, especially at the front of the field. We've kind of got the top 2 have kind of separated themselves from the rest of the field right now, but they are only 20 seconds apart, and plus Hemmingsen in second place, we'll get that name right here, and in second place he's doing very well at the moment. He's briefly catching the lead just by a very small margin, but it is promising for a battle for the lead of the race. We saw just before that break that Burst Esport came back out in the lead, and now after it they seem to be getting caught a little bit, as Kasper Henningsen doesn't seem to be quite as fast as his teammate Jesper Pedersen. So it is a fascinating race. It's just yo-yoing across all places right now, and we're only 6 hours in. I can't imagine how many more lead changes and strange things are going to happen in the next 18 hours.
Oh, many. Rest assured, there will be many lead changes. Well, at least many interesting things that will happen. I can't guarantee lead changes, but yes, Hemmingsen has caught up just a couple of seconds, Martin has, over the course of this lap. So I wonder what he can do over a full stint. They're driving 7 lap stints, 2 seconds per lap. In the over the course of a stint would be around 14 seconds. So that means in 1 hour we would have a lead fight on our hands. And they are both relatively fast drivers. Kasper Henningsen went in 1 hour ago into her last pit stop, and well, in the one before the last pit stop, and Martin Hemmingsen went in just now. So the gap is gonna be there, and I wonder if Henningsen in the lead is gonna leave his next driver there in the heat of a lead battle once more. We'll have to wait and see about that one, but certainly interesting situations there, Ewan.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Henningsen in the lead of this race is going to get out with 8 hours gone. I believe that he's going to come in and driver change once again when there's 16 hours to go, because in that team they tend to be doing a double stint. They double stint their drivers. They tried double stint in their tyres earlier, it didn't work, so they're going back to single stint in the tyres, but they're double stinting their drivers, sticking to their plan, and they've just flopped between Henningsen and Pedersen. However, they're going to be getting tyres soon, and surely they've got, well, I know they've got other drivers to get through here. They've got Simoncic and Mrzek to get through in this race. So maybe those two are going to take over for 8 hours in the night, because to stick to that 2 hour per driver stint would make sense, because Henningsen's will have had two 2 hour stints, and Pedersen will have had two 2 hour stints. So it would make sense if they were to do that. We just have to wait and see, really. But it's a really evolving battle right now, to be be honest. We're not likely to see a lead battle for a little while, but it's just slowly coming down, this gap, and it will continue to slowly come down until something strange happens, until indeed these guys actually begin a battle. So it's just going to be a very slow burning little hour here, I think, where the gap slowly comes down and we'll get excited with the prospect of a lead battle, which I think is going to come at the end of it.
Yeah, slow burn makes for a good meat. That's what they always say. If you want to make it well, use low temperature and keep it there for a long time. Of course, a lot of people are fans of barbecue, and that's fine too. But yeah, during the course of the night, that's an interesting point you brought up, because a lot of these teams are international, but they're not international enough to be spanning like, multiple continents. They're highly European based. We are in this series, and that means time zones. Somebody's gonna have to drive from something like 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. or something dreadful as that. And what we usually do, at least in Finland, from the teams I've raced in, we usually did triple stints during the night, One guy is gonna take it from something like 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Next guy's gonna take it from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. And then we have guy who was last in the car at about 10 p.m. or so. He's gonna be waking up, having his morning coffee, and gonna be sitting in the car fresh as a daisy, and then you can let the other guy sleep as well. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they've planned that one off. With 4 drivers, I think 4 drivers is honestly the comfortable minimum you can bring to a 24-hour event. So it's gonna be interesting. A lot of these teams have brought 4 drivers, but there are also some teams having 3 or even 2 drivers. Shout out to the 007 Pro Sim team in the SP9 class with Paul Lindegaard and Morten Nordgaard, who are just the 2 Danish guys. And I wonder how their faces are gonna look tomorrow at roughly 4 p.m. after the race is over. I think the size of their eye bags is going to be rivaling the size of the Australian continent.
Yeah, they are going to be severely tired. They might feel all right now. They'll probably be thinking, I can do this, this is easy, but they've still got a very long way to go, and they've got to stay up all night, you'd expect as well, because you'd expect somebody, normally when you're driving you have somebody in your ear just in case something goes wrong, if the other driver can take over, if something breaks, or something hardware base breaks, or game crashes, or any kind of things that can happen in a sim race. So basically they've got to stay awake and stay on and just playing the game for the whole of the race. So that's a tall order for those guys, and only 2 drivers, it makes it severely difficult. But I would agree that the 4 is the comfortable minimum. You can get it through pretty comfortably. It's just be interesting to see how they deal with the night, if they do that thing that you are familiar with the triple stints in the night. Although that probably takes its toll on the driver driving, it probably does make the night go a good deal bit quicker. But if some of these teams have got 5 drivers, don't forget, so they might be having a pretty comfortable night with 2 guys maybe dedicated just to driving the night, and then 3 guys dedicated to driving the day. That could be a strategy to play out, because obviously the guys who drive in the day will just sleep while the night drivers are driving, because by looking up and down the entry list here, we've probably only seen half of these drivers. We've still got a lot more guys to come out to play, and I'd imagine some of those drivers have been brought in simply for the nighttime driving.
Indeed, and that means they can also practice the nighttime driving a lot more, because it's an art of its own. We get a chance to talk about it in a moment's time, as the sun is already setting. You can see it getting darker even through the windshield of the McLaren we are following here, but nighttime, when the night falls, as you guys mentioned earlier, there are no floodlights around the circuit. Normally in the real life 24-hour race you see some strobo lights, you see some rave parties, bonfires and such around the track. But these virtual spectators, they don't really need to party. They are just virtual spectators, so they don't really indulge in the whole scene of partying. And that means that there's not going to be a really great many reference points you can go off for any natural light around the track. You're just going to be trusting those headlights of the car to guide you around the circuit, occasionally under the car to give it a pair of headlights to help you along the way as well, maybe give you a pair of tail lights to follow. So it's an art of its own, and there are so many things to consider here.
Yeah, there are, and they also won't have the smell of the barbecue that comes on about this time of night, maybe a little bit earlier than this, but you know what I mean, there's all kinds of sights and smells that you don't really get in the sim, because we just don't need it, really. You don't need to see all the strobe lighting and whatever when they're driving, because it doesn't really matter to them. They just get on with the job. But yeah, it is an art, as you said, the nighttime driving, and that is why I would say these teams would dedicate at least one driver to simply nighttime driving, because especially around this, you do need to practice driving in the night a lot, because you need to learn your reference points all over again. It's like almost like driving a whole new circuit. I know that these guys will obviously have memorized it and have it ingrained in their brains by now, but you know, that you still need your whole new set of reference points, because there are some things that you simply can't see. Some of your reference points you simply can't see. Your headlights won't pick them up, and you'll miss your braking point, and you'll have to learn that the hard way. And that's why everyone will have been doing their practice and doing their nighttime driving as they should be, and we'll see the fruits of that in a few hours' time. But yeah, the sun is beginning to set now. The darkness is kind of coming upon us in very short order here. But anyway, Casper Henningsen is just coming over the line now. I'm just interested to see what the lap times are like here. It's an 8:11.8 for Henningsen on this occasion. We'll see what Hemmingsen can do just 15 seconds later. I believe, though, he has been catching as he just comes towards and across the line now. He has done an 8-minute 8.6, so he's taken 3.2 seconds out of the race leader in just one lap.
That is incredible pace, and that is truly quite mesmerizing as to what he can actually do. So 3 seconds over the course of one lap. We still have what for one of these teams 5 laps, for the other team 6 laps to go in this stint, or rather 4 and 5 if when I get my maths in order. 15 seconds is the gap between the leading duo, and you can just see really how they are trying and how they're trying their best to get going. Unfortunately for Hemmingsen, he does have some traffic there. You can see he's on board on the right hand side of your screen in the Legend Drillers esports car. He's coming up to some traffic which are gonna give way nicely, I think, on the GP section, but that's still something to consider and something that's gonna throw you at least a little bit off if you can't get a clean overtake, but instead have to wait behind even for a couple of corners, because that's gonna affect the rhythm.
Yeah, it is. It's not just the SP7 traffic, of course. We've got slower SP9 cars by this point. The field is spread out, and there are some guys down the back of the order who are laps down, not just minutes down. They are laps down by this point. I think 1.5 laps at least for the Greek sim racing car way down there. And Guard Racing 2 laps down. Riffy Afiat is at least 4 laps down, and if Simply Race rejoin, they'll be rejoining close to 8-9 laps down. So there is a lot of SP9 traffic floating around at the moment. I'm just trying to work out how many cars are really on the lead lap here. I believe there's only 7 of them remaining on the lead lap. You'll just have to check that one for you, but the top 7 are still on the lead lap, so that is at least half the field who is basically traffic for these leaders, and obviously the leaders are going to be faster than them, so you have to negotiate them. Fortunately for the second place car there, they had to negotiate the slower car on the GP circuit, which is probably the best place to catch them in all honesty, other than the Dottingerhoe, of course. But you don't want to get them on the Nordschleife around these kind of sections, because it's so hard to pass, and a pass could end in disaster, to be honest. So it's good that he's got them out of the way in the GP circuit for now.
Yeah, indeed. That's an important thing to consider here. Very important thing to consider indeed. And, well, you know, one of the major talking points of this race is going to be how mistake-free are you going to be able to stay, because even honestly, that's like, we can't talk about it enough really. But another talking point is, you know, how are you going to recover from your mistakes? Because as we said earlier, mistakes are going to happen, but how are you going to recover from those mistakes? That's a wholly different matter.
Yeah, exactly. Well, speaking of recovering from mistakes, Burst Esport in the lead have done exactly that, having 2 stop-goes to serve in the first or second hour of the race. So they've bounced back from that very well indeed to lead to lead this race right now. It's been very impressive showing from them so far, and they have bounced back from their mistakes at the moment, but we've seen a lot of mistakes, and not too many of them bouncing back, unfortunately. We saw Butler Pal having a few issues earlier on, and unfortunately leaving the race in the end. That was Michael Rowland who ended up crashing in the 69 McLaren, so we're down to only the new gen McLarens now. The old one has now been phased out, and it's out of the race now as well. And another car that has suffered from problems is the number 11 one move car, with Mathieu de Krop having a big crash at Flugplatz. They briefly drove again, but they're out of the race now, and it just shows that when you make these mistakes, these guys haven't been bouncing back so much so far, mainly because you don't really stand a chance of winning once you've made one of those mistakes. You really do have your work cut out, because these guys up front who are the ones who haven't made mistakes. The first two, although I say Burst Esport have made a mistake, it's not been a large one. They've bounced back well, and now they're in the hunt for the race win, but pretty much everybody else will have had some kind of issue.
Yeah, and they just have to, bounce back from it, and they just have to, keep going, and most importantly, not get frustrated too hard about making that mistake. Instead, what you have to do is, keep going, keep those lap times going, and keep them, coming for the rest of the event. And, well, you're not only in charge of yourself in this race. Many times, most of the times, a sim racer is really only in charge for their own race, of their own fortune. Even if they're driving for a team, the team is helping them, get their setup done, and you're driving together, practicing together. But in a race, you're driving solo. Most of the folks are doing that. In a team event, well, you're competing as a team. So, obviously, you're not only in charge of your own race, but also the 3 or 4 or 2 or however many guys that are with you. So you don't really want to be in it. And for many first-timers, for many rookies, we all remember our first endurance event, our first team event. When you stepped in the car for the first time, they knew that it was your first event. And everybody's kind of keeping an extra eye on you. Okay, is the rookie gonna screw us over here, or is he gonna do fine? And they're trying to calm you down, but in a sense, their legs are shaking as much as yours.
Yeah, I remember that moment myself, to be honest. I did crash, so I was the rookie and I wasn't very good. But anyway, that's why I'm up here now. So I don't have to make as glaring mistakes for everyone else. But it's not only people on your team, don't forget. It is everyone else on the circuit, because if you lose it in front of somebody else, then obviously you're putting everyone else's race in jeopardy. And we've seen some pretty scary moments where guys have been a little bit too aggressive and putting others into a bit of danger on the circuit, noticeably when the rear wings have been off earlier on in the race. I remember Butler Pal have had that, one move had that with a long trip down to the pit lane. Guard Racing also had that, so it can put everyone else's race in jeopardy, and that's what you need to be careful when you're damaged. And when you're trying to make moves in the twisty sections of the Nordschleife particularly, incidents can happen, and they have happened so far in this race, and that's why these guys need to be careful. And so far, all the guys who are still running have been careful, and that's probably why they are still running, because they survived 6 hours of the Nordschleife. Surely they can, they're going to aim to try and survive another 17 and 40 minutes. So it will be an interesting one to see how many we can get to the end. But so far, it looks like 14 or 15 of them have been careful enough to make it this far. We'll just see how far they really can make it.
Yep, that's certainly an interesting point here. Another interesting point is that throughout all of these corners in the track, the number varies how many corners there are in Nordschleife alone. And people cite numbers ranging anything from 70 to roughly 170, so it varies a lot. So people are always wondering what's the real number. Well, whatever it may be, each one of those corners has a story. So the names come from either the original construction of the track in the late 1920s. Yeah, it's almost 100 years old, this track. It has a lot of history. So each one of those corners have names, and the names come from either construction workers or some significant feature that has been on the track, may it be a nearby village or a forest that is nearby, or even an old mine, or even a pet cemetery, which reminds me of a certain song. But you know, there is a pet cemetery as well. And I got a trivia question for you, actually. Do you know which one of the corner names in German, in English, means pet cemetery?
Pet cemetery?
Pet cemetery, yes.
Oh no, I don't. I was gonna say the really obvious one, the one that everybody knows about Flugplatz being an airport. I actually said it earlier on the stream. Well, not airport. It's something called something to do with airport.
Flying place.
Flying place. There you go. So I was gonna name the really obvious one there, but no, I actually don't have a clue. But one thing I was quickly mention before you can reveal which one it is. The best thing I think about these corner names is that just looking back at the 1927 version when it was first opened, the corner names are still exactly the same. They've not changed a single one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, some of the names have changed over the years in the sense that, you know, Carousel is now the Caracciola Carousel, for example. You know, they've added honorary bits. And also Flansgarden 2 is now known as the Stefan Bellof S. So that's two examples that spring to my mind, but other than that, they're pretty much in the original form. Now, as for the pet cemetery, it is actually Animal Garden, but it means a pet cemetery. And it's Tiergarten.
Oh, that's what that means. Oh, right. I didn't know that.
It's a pleasant sounding name for a place where animals were buried. And those animals were either unfit to eat, the hunting animals of a nobleman, the pets of a nobleman, or horses which died in combat fighting for the glory of Nürburgring. So, you know, take your pick out of those ones.
Oh, I didn't know that. It's such a nice name as well that I didn't realise. It had quite a dark meaning, but there you go.
It's not the darkest one. We talk more about those ones later. It's not the darkest one, rest assured. There is one at the latter portion of the track that means something even worse. But yeah, we'll get to that later on, because we have to keep these for the more relaxed portions of the race, let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, before the watershed here, we got to keep it calm for now. But when the race gets quiet in the quiet hours, that's the kind of little fact nugget you need during the night. So we'll bring that one out at some point going through. But it is great actually. This circuit has so much history, and all the corner names have their own story behind them, as you said. So yeah, it makes this circuit even more special, really, and it's just such a special race and a special circuit to have this special race, and yeah, it's just probably becoming my favourite 24 of the four kind of pillar 24-hour races. You know, Daytona, Spa, Le Mans, and this one. I'd got to say this is probably my favourite. If I'm completely honest, this is probably my favourite 24-hour.
It is absolutely. Like, I hope in sim racing one day we can bring it to its full glory as well, you know, with the bonfires and the rave parties and the music and, you know, all those things that are alive on the side of the circuit that take incredible amounts of processing power and graphics power to replicate to a virtual world, which is why it's not been done yet, of course. I mean, we are seeing the forefront of simulation technology here at in the form of rFactor 2, but still, like, those things take a lot of power to compute and are considered by many to be unnecessary, really, especially when you compare it to something like, you know, car physics or car details and so on. And you can see an overview of the track here, and oh, it just looks fantastic. Just fantastic looking place. But yeah, and another thing also is the sheer amount of classes and cars in a real life Nürburgring 24-hour race, because you don't only have the SP9s and the SP7s and SP8s and so on. You have like 150, 200 cars from like over 10 different classes, and they each have their own competition. You're seeing anything from TCR machinery to the historic machinery to the GT3s to the GT4s, all sorts of racing cars and everything in between. And the weather changing all the time. The weather always surprises, and for some reason the Nürburgring 24 seems to always bring an amazing finish, because somehow it manages to come down to something ridiculous like a last lap fight, and people are accustomed to believing that a last lap fight is the norm in endurance racing. Well, it absolutely isn't. So yeah, I have to agree with you. Le Mans has its history, and being awake for the entire Le Mans 24 hours is an achievement in and as itself. It's something that every racing fan has to do at least once, just to follow the race for 24 hours. But the Nürburgring one has its own charm, and it is its own challenge all throughout, because it usually doesn't feature as much overtaking, as much close battling, because the track in and as itself is such a challenge. But that's exactly what's fascinating about it.
Yeah, the challenge of the circuit is what makes it really. And then the cars, and you noted there the lack of classes that we have here compared with real life. Well, I think that's one of the negatives, maybe, but or some would see it as a positive because you've got less traffic to deal with. But it depends who you are. But one of the positives we do have with sim racing is that there's no logistical things holding us back, so we can see every single corner, every single inch of this circuit, and we can see everything that's going on right now. Obviously, so far, yeah. In real life, they wouldn't have a clue at some of the accidents happening around the back of the circuit, and all those kind of things that when there's slow zones, they sometimes don't even know, and some don't know what's caused them. So that's the one advantage we do have. We can see absolutely everything, and hopefully, if we're doing our jobs properly, then we shouldn't miss anything.
Yeah, and another advantage we have is that we have a whole bunch of wonderful people and wonderful companies who make this happen for us. So let's go give them a shout out and give us a quick break right about this time. Stay tuned, we'll be back soon.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. There are 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx Desktop Mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Welcome back to the GTR 24 Hours of Nürburgring here from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Of course, it is me, Ewan O'Leary, commentating for you alongside Ossian once again, and I have not attempted to say Ossian's second name because it will end badly. But yeah, we're still here, the sun is setting, shadows are getting a bit longer here at the Nürburgring, and it's getting exciting at the front of the field still. Just under 13 seconds separates the top two, and yeah, I'm massively looking forward to how this race is going to pay off. We're not too far away from pit stops here, Ossian, so it is going to get, we're going to have to get our maths heads on again in a second, because we're approaching pit stops, and I'm just interested to see what the gap's going to be afterwards, and if this undercut is going to continue to work for Burst Esport.
Yeah, that's gonna be the story of the race, isn't it? You know, Burst Esports, so far so good. It's looking good for them, as I'm being distracted horribly by one of my neighbors either burning their apartment down or burning something in the oven, because it smells terrible here right now. But yeah, anyway, so it's gonna be a really, really interesting thing to see what will happen over the course of this race. And the terrible thing, but also the exciting thing, is that we just won't find out up until like the last stint to see if they're gonna have to make a splash and dash, and you know, if they're gonna have to, like, you know, at some point of the race save fuel a little bit, try to make it a little bit longer, or if they're just gonna be, you know, driving their pace, trying to work a gap for themselves. But right now, working that gap isn't looking so hot for them, because Kasper Henningsen in that Burst Esport car only has 13 seconds of an advantage over Martin Henningsen. In fairness, Henningsen has been able to get a little bit faster with 8:11.0 on last time by against Henningsen's 8:09.1. So it's no longer 3 seconds a lap, but it is still a significant margin, which 777 is faster at this point in time.
Yeah, it's getting very exciting indeed, actually. As you said, just catching that time around, Martin Henningsen was actually the fastest man of all, so he's doing very well at the moment. But one man who is back right now, we're back from our commercial break, but Cam Rogers also back from his little break as well. So yeah, welcome back, Cam. Not much has happened since you left. However, it's getting a bit closer at the front of the field. It's getting very exciting as well.
Yeah, thank you. Just had a bit of food, but yeah, I see that Hemmingsen has not actually dropped too far off Henningsen, so that's quite good for the future of the race, to see that Burst aren't just going to romp off into the distance, and that Drillers might actually still have a chance here, as I see the sun is pretty much set as well. It's getting pretty dark out here.
That it indeed is. So, you know, these two guys will continue to battle in the lead all to the night, and then we talked earlier with Uven actually about that, you know, the event that is proceeding and the nighttime. Cam, do you think they'll have, you know, dedicated night drivers coming in maybe in 1-2 hours time?
For the Burst camp, yes. I'm not sure about the Drillers, because they already used their 3 drivers, and I believe they only have 3 drivers in total on their entry. But for the Burst guys, definitely. We haven't seen Simoncic and Mrocek yet, but I know that they will be available in the next hour or 2. So I'm sure we'll see them come in as the night comes in. It's very rarely that you'd actually get legitimate night drivers as such, because the race is so long. You need to fill the hours with all the drivers that you've got. But yeah, especially in that Burst camp, we will see a couple of new drivers as the race progresses.
That is true, and we talked about the stories of the track as well briefly during time you were away, and that time about the you know, the track, its history, corner names, so on, revealing that Tiergarten is indeed named Animal Garden because it's an pet cemetery. So it's a pet cemetery, and there's a lot more stories to come throughout the course of the night as well. But one thing we haven't, I think, mentioned, well, I haven't heard of it at least, is the graffiti all around the circuit. And that's basically people who visit the circuit either on track days or just walking around the circuit during one of the, or after hopefully one of the events, and or the Rock am Ring festival, which is the large rock festival that takes place here at the Nürburgring, in fact. And the graffiti, there's a lot of memoriams and a lot of slogans, a lot of messages from, you know, two people who are writing their names down, young couples, to slogan messages, to tributes to fallen drivers or drivers of the past generations. And there is this wonderful tradition about Rock am Ring that I don't think many people will remember to mention, but my one of my cousins who lived for a long time in Germany mentioned that at Rock am Ring, after the rock festival in the night, when they indulge in some a mild consumption of alcoholic beverages, let's put it that way, as the Germans have a habit of doing, in fairness. So, and as people around Europe have a habit of doing, you know, at rock festivals, they go and walk the track during the night, and that's called going to look for Niki Lauda's ear.
Ah, yes. Because, yeah, unfortunately, he did lose his ear in his nasty accident they had back in 1976, didn't he? But yeah, that graffiti is, I mean, it's fairly unique. There aren't many tracks that have it. It's just quite crazy how accessible this track is compared to other venues, considering it is also, well, one of the best circuits in the world. The owners still let the fans get right involved with it, and that is something that is fairly unique across most of the motor racing worlds. But it's awesome to see the graffiti on the track, as you say, gives it a lot of character, and really just shows how much the fans care about it as well.
Yeah, and the fascinating thing is that this is actually a toll road. It's part of the, I believe, part of the German road network. As in, it is a toll road, and that's because so the government can help in maintaining the circuit, because of course we heard the tragic news many years from now. We have been speculating about the financial situation of the Nürburgring and indeed the Nordschleife, because hosting the Grand Prix takes a lot of money, you know, there's a lot of grandstands here, but there's also the maintenance and the sheer costs of maintenance, the human cost of trying to keep up with over 20 kilometers of circuit just in the section that is in public use, and you know, the amount of stewards that are going to be needed, the amount of safety personnel, of course, firemen, ambulance drivers, you know, health workers, stewards, and all those guys. It's as said, over the course of the entire extended circuit that we are driving, the Gesamtstrecke, it's 5 times longer than a normal Grand Prix circuit, so hosting a race there definitely takes a lot of resources. But yeah, it's part of the German road network, and it's an official toll road, and that it's only open at certain times, of course. There are certain restrictions, but that's also part of the reason why it is so well available.
Yeah, it's very busy though. I mean, when I went there, I went in, when did I go? The beginning of July I went. So it was, you know, right in the middle of summer. It was so hot, and it was packed. There's so many people there. This was just on a normal day. There was no event. It was just, you know, cars going around in the normal sessions. You just, you know, walk up and pay your fees to do a lap, which is exactly what I did. But there's so many people there. But even with all those people, they still get into financial difficulties. It's quite incredible how much it costs to keep a circuit this big open.
We have a spinner. We have a spinner on the screen right now. I believe that is David Kaloksai in 3rd place. He has just spun around and he's hit the wall hard. Coming into the last corner, I believe that was the Galgenkopf corner. So coming out of the mini carousel, he got well out of shape. And the 3rd place car, well, the good news for them is that they are up and away, and it doesn't look like too much damage, but that's certainly gonna affect their race, and they are only 16 seconds ahead of the 4th place.
And they still have, I would guess, one more lap of this before they make their pit stop, where if they do have any damage to repair that, then they can do it at the pit stop to try and avoid losing that much time. But yeah, that was a bit of an awkward one. We've seen a couple of drivers do that, actually, just going too wide. It is quite a long corner, that Galgenkopf corner. So it is interesting. Is he coming in? No, he's not. So yeah, he's staying out. But there's definitely, I would assume, definitely some damage there.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see that at all. So he's got 2 laps left. The leader is in this lap we've been just hearing. So, you know, he's maybe trying to battle through the damage if he has some. We'll have to keep an eye on his lap times now, you know, to see how far he will drop. His best lap, well, the car's best lap is 8:10.3, and his last lap, as said, 8:25. He made a mistake, so anything under 8:20, I reckon, is good. Good result out of them, even without making many mistakes. But it doesn't look like they're gonna have to fight the car too much watching on board, so that's at least a good thing.
Yeah, fortunately the damage has been reduced a little bit by the admins, so that is good to see that they are continuing fairly nicely. David's been in that car, must be about 2 or 3 hours now. He's been there for a little while. So he will potentially be getting to the point where they think about doing a drive swap. Although I know their third teammate, because obviously Ernest Lappin started the car, but their third teammate James Zuber is having some issues with his internet. So I don't know if he'll be able to get back in the car, which means that we might see Ernest Lappin's jumping back in there. But as we spoke about with the Pro Sim car, doing a 24 hours with 2 drivers is unbelievably difficult, because 3 is bad enough, but 2 is just something else.
Yeah, and another thing to note is that I remember Ernest Lappins, he was in the car when I came into the commentary booth, which was 1 hour 45 minutes ago, and he has to stay out of the car after driving for 4 hours. He has to stay out for 2 hours, so if they're coming in 2 laps, that means Ernest can't go into the car, because he was, remember, he had the weird pit stop time 20 minutes after the hour, after the normal stint, so David is gonna have to stay in there for at least another couple of laps after his stop.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll probably just go and do another stint. As we mentioned before, sometimes doing longer stints is better. Oh, and just seeing a quick replay that who's that? That's Liam Rance in the number 90 ground effect car. He went off massively coming down into Arenberg. He went backwards into the wall, but luckily didn't lose his rear wing, and he has continued. But that was a big hit there for the number 90 as he started to slide a little bit. So as we get towards the night time here, a couple of drivers starting to make some mistakes. But yeah, back to Kalexai, I think, yeah, he will stay in probably for another stint, as you want to get as far into the race as possible. Changing every stint is not always the best option here.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not changing drivers, and you know, in nighttime I wonder if they're gonna use the colder track temps to maybe try and double stint the tires again. We saw that going wrong earlier on, but maybe we can see if it can work later on in the race, save a little bit of time that way. Although at the Nürburgring, really, you want to have maximum confidence in your car, and if you haven't practiced, you know, double stinted the tires too much, then I would really advise doing against it. You know, I would advise against it, just because, you know, when you're not confident at the Nürburgring, you have absolutely nothing. You need such confidence, especially during the night, because I mean, the track's not gonna change, the layout is not gonna change, the corners are going to be there, but try to convince yourself that when you are doing 200 km an hour and you're approaching a blind crest and you can see your usual turning point, some curb or something, whatever you're using to gauge that, and you are there like, okay, I can take this corner flat out, but you can't see where you're turning into. So that's just the sheer fortitude that it takes to, you know, actually commit into a full flying lap over the night is just beggars belief, really. And it amazes me to this day that drivers actually race this track in real life during the night as well. It's unbelievable.
And also for this SP9 class, you have such a difference in lap speed, because I mean, we mentioned earlier, some of the cars going around are just like, you know, Renault Clios. They're nothing that special when you compare it to a, you know, a highly sophisticated GT3 car. Now this again is nowhere near the, you know, the levels of you know, the top prototypes or even Formula 1, but for a GT3 car around this is a quick track, and there's a reason why that is the fastest category, because this track is so difficult. And when you've got these drivers coming through those slower classes, it is it's quite important for you to be alert, as we just see the Pasta alla Norma car lapping the Grand Effect car there, as we are on board with Martin Hemmingsen, so still plenty of overtaking and stuff going on. But yeah, you really got to be careful when overtaking traffic, and fortunately for these guys, there's only one car left in the lower category of the SP7, so that is making their life a little bit easier.
Yeah, and speaking from experience in long sim racing, driving in one of the slower classes in the 24-hour race of the Nürburgring, of course in the years past, and in other simulators, you know, been driving in it, and I have experience from driving a Mazda MX-5 on the 24 hours of the Nürburgring on the same track with GT3s, and they come by fast. That's quite terrifying. And also a TCR against GT3s, you know, so on the same track, sharing track with those guys. As a driver of the slower class, you have to also be aware of when they are going to pass you and what they want to do, most importantly, because the most important thing with any traffic is just hold your line, as we saw one of the drivers doing there when David Kaloksai was lapping a car of his class. But yeah, just hold your line if you're the slower driver. Be predictable and don't be unpredictable. But at the same time, you kind of want them to give them. You kind of want to give them a cue that, okay, I've seen you. You usually tap your brake lights, just a quick tap of the brake lights. Okay, I've seen you. I'm gonna leave your room on the next corner or something along those lines. Especially in the back half of the track, where you sometimes, even with the sheer drastic difference in the speeds of the cars, some of the corners are such where you can't really make up much time in the GT3s. There's no large braking zones. You're a little bit faster on a straight line, but good luck finding a place to overtake when the entire track is like 2 cars wide, at some points even narrower, and you can't really make up a difference anywhere. So you're just gonna have to like play together, you know. The slower class has to know its situation and has to also do a little bit of damage limitation, in the sense that, okay, well, right, I'm gonna let them by here, because if I don't, they're gonna try and overtake there, and that latter place is a suicide, and the former place is actually quite safe, even if I'm gonna lose half a second.
Yeah, fortunately the drivers here don't have to do that level of complicated arithmetic to work out where to overtake, but that is always something. I mean, even with people in your own class, it's always something that you have to consider. As we've just seen, Casper Henningsen has made his pit stop once again, going 1 lap less than the Driller's car, so we have to see if there's any sort of major undercut there. But yeah, it's good for these drivers that they can just go out and push and do all of the laps that they want to do. As actually, Jani Simicic has got into that car, so not Casper Henningsen anymore. Jani Simicic has completed his other event, and he's now here in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So it's good to see him, one of the top level drivers in R-Factor 2 at the moment in multiple categories of cars, and he is now on track here. So it's good to see him coming here.
It is indeed, and it's one of those things that, you know, when you see a top tier driver like he is, obviously, then you just wanna jump on board of them and see what they're doing, and, you know, be part of the magic that you're about to witness. And that's one of the, well, Nürburgring in and as itself uses the word mythos in a lot of its products, in a lot of the shirts, and even as a sort of a tagline, you know, the mythos of the Nürburgring. And it is the drivers that are driving in the circuit that are part of the mythos of the ring. And certainly when you get a top level driver to the Nürburgring, you always want to see how well they're gonna do, what they're gonna, you know, bring to the table here, how they're going to perform, and also if there's anyone that can challenge them. And
I think that is possibly one reason why, you know, a driver of his, you know, because he is like, you know, the top, would come and want to do this, because it's still such a difficult challenge, and it's something that as a driver, you want to accomplish. You want to say that you've completed a 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and not just that, you want to say that you've won it and come and got the prizes and accolades that come with that. And I assume that is one of the main motivating factors for him, and also the Burst Esport Camp in general. They have got such a vast depth of personnel in there. They've got so many engineers and people helping the drivers with the strategy. They got so many drivers now as they've expanded into rFactor 2 this year. It's really good to see that they've come along, and I'm sure that is one of the main reasons why they're pushing so hard to get this win.
Indeed, and I can tell you from experience, and I'm fortunate to say it is from experience, there is nothing like winning the Nürburgring 24. Not a single feeling on earth, because after you've done that, you know that you've used every single bit of your mental capacity, all that experience, all that training, all the time spent just learning this track, then becoming decent at this track, and then finally, you know, being great at this track. Mastering the Nürburgring is something I will leave to the greats, whose stories are put in books and movies and documentaries and stories. It would be foolish for someone like me to say to have mastered the Nürburgring. For those are really few and far between who have truly mastered this place, and many don't master it in a lifetime of trying. But you know, it's a challenge, and it's a great feeling, and it's something that drives these competitors to strive on, to drive on, to challenge themselves, to challenge each other, and also the team part of it. It's not only you in the car, you have your teammates in the car as well. And something I must mention at this point in time, speaking of mastering the ring and speaking of trying hard, Martin Hemmingsen in that leading 777 car, he's just put in an 8:08.094 on the board, and the fastest lap of that car, the 777 car, the driller's car, is 8:08. To going green on these laps that are rolling by, and at this point in the race, that is truly a significant achievement.
Yeah, that is very good to get anywhere near your personal or your car's personal best time. The burst car is about 2.5 seconds quicker than that, but obviously that's just like a one-off lap. We didn't see Pedersen doing too many laps at that pace. We'll have to see what Jene Simoncic has got in his tank, but yeah, we need to see if Hemmingsen can continue that pace, that is on old tyres, remember. Normally we've seen this undercut work because the undercut for burst work, because obviously once you pit you get your fresher tyres and then you're quicker, because the fuel load isn't quite so important in a GT car. But we'll have to see if Hemmingsen can actually avoid any sort of undercut and maybe even make an overcut. As Simoncic has just got in the car, his first laps will be fairly sort of slow as he builds up to the pace. And we just saw that the Guard Racing number 24 has got a stop-go penalty, and that's for causing a collision with the number 104, which is the Pasta alla Norma raging team. But now we got Martin Hemmingsen coming towards Tiergarten and the end of the lap, and I'm pretty sure he will dive into the pit lane. As we previously mentioned, saving a lap on fuel is almost impossible here, so he should be flicking to the right, which he does, and now comes into the pit lane. Get it all slowed down just in time for that first white line. So then we need to see where the gap is going to be, or how big the gap is going to be, I should say, as Henningsen is only coming up to the mini carousel as well, because he's got quite a way to go, so the gap might actually not be too big.
No, it might not be too big at all, and they've been doing a really great job so far, keeping their car going and keeping the pace going. And I'll tell you what, there's gonna be some sweaty faces and sweaty drivers that are sitting in those two cars at the moment. It has been an absolutely gigantic of a battle between the 94 Burst Esport and the 777 Regen Drillers Esports. Those two teams and their drivers are going to be battling for the whole of 24 hours, I hope and I pray, because that's I mean, this is what we live for as racers. This is what we live for. These battles, these close situations in endurance racing, from hour to hour, from driver to driver, which just keeps going after going after going. And Hemmingsen, I think they're gonna be behind the 94. They're exiting the pit lane right now. The gap is 10 seconds roughly, according to live timing. Oh, is it going to be actually Hemmingsen jumping him? I wonder, coming out of pit lane right now, it's gonna be really close here. Cam, and just going by is Jelnej Simoncic, but it's nose to tail. There's nothing between the two drivers as the sun sets below the horizon. Let's get it going.
Yeah, this is amazing. We've literally got to that point in the last minute or so. It's actually got dark as the sun has just gone down behind the horizon, behind the hills in the distance, and as night sets here, this is going to be an awesome battle between Drillers and Burst. Martin Hemmingsen is just behind Jelnej Simoncic. He made the overcut work, so for the first time in, well, really the last 5 pit stops, that the overcut has actually worked, and I would assume that is also because Jelnej Simoncic is trying to get up to speed. He's just got in the car. He's been doing another competition a couple of hours ago, so he would be used to a different car. He's got to get used to this, and Martin Hemmingsen could really use this opportunity to get the lead back for Drillers.
Indeed so, and one thing's for sure at this point in time, as you see the last specks of sunlight just escape under the horizon, you can already see the floodlights, or rather the bright lights of the amusement park that is located right next to the circuit, and you can see some of the lights on the GP circuit. And then once they turn left at the end of the GP circuit, well, they will go into the darkness, but Cam, they will not go quietly into the night.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. I'm really hoping that Martin can stay with the pace of Simoncic, as he did struggle to stay with Henningsen in the last stint for the Burst car, but now that Simoncic is in there, as previously mentioned, it will take him a couple of laps to get used to it, get used to the track, and spot all of his braking zones, and just generally feel how the track is. So this is Hemmingsen's time to pounce. He needs to be on the back of Jelnej. And it is very rare that Jelnej makes a mistake, but if Martin can get close enough, this is going to be his prime opportunity when Jelnej is still learning the track and the conditions.
Indeed so, and as we are watching the chase going on, Martin Hemmingsen chasing Jelnej Simoncic. 3 of the next cars are coming into pit lane as well as Easter schedule. We are watching this battle rage on, but we must step aside for just one moment to remind you all of who are making broadcasting this battle possible. Stay tuned, we'll be back soon.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx's desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back to another hour of racing here at the Nürburgring, 24 hours by GTR24. Just as we were in the commercial break, we thought that this battle would be raging on into the night, but it's happened already. Martin Hemmingsen has got past Jerne Simoncic, who has just got in the car for Burst Esports. So not only did that overcut work for Hemmingsen, but he's now overtaken him on track, and he has got the lead. He's only a couple of seconds up the road so far, but there's also some other battles raging on down the track, so it did spread out a little bit over the last couple of hours, but it's now got really close. And that is not the only battle that is forming now.
No, it's not. We've got a battle for 4th going on at the moment. Well, technically, it's all over 3rd position. The 3rd, 4th and 5th positions are separated by 22 seconds out on the road at the moment, which is a pretty close margin after 7 hours of racing. We've got 4th and 5th separated by just under 6 seconds. They've just made pit stops, though. Cliff van der Vin has got into the Fair Racing Team number 33 car now. He's taken over from the previous driver, Pim van I've forgotten his last name, but you get his first name and his second name. I've forgotten his last one, but there we go. Cliff van der Vin is in there now, and hopefully we see those two battle because Hemmingsen seems to have a real pace over Simoncic. I really thought that Simoncic was going to be the faster out of these two, but obviously, like you said, Simoncic is going to need some time to adapt to these conditions. He's got in, it's straight away, it's dark, which is not ideal, and he's been driving another car for basically the whole of the day so far, so he's got a lot to get used to very quickly, and you can see that he really isn't used to it right now because he's lost 2.5 seconds since being passed already.
And Hemmingsen's got to be really careful. He's trying to get past the back marker, who's is that the Pro Sim car? I think in P8 Pro Sim, but they haven't let him through just yet. But Martin doesn't need to take any stupid risks. He just needs to be nice and calm, get the slipstream here down the start-finish straight on the GP track, as I think actually Pro Sim entered the pit lane, so that's probably why they didn't let him go into Tiergarten. But yeah, Jerne Simoncic lost that place to Martin Hemmingsen. And what was the lap that he did? An 8:10. So that's still a good lap from Simoncic. That is still a good lap from Simoncic, an 8:10, which means Martin Hemmingsen is really feeling it here, and he's really going for to take the race to Burst.
Yeah, he is absolutely flying. We saw him do the overcut. He managed to make that work, and we saw that fantastic shot of the guy who's coming out of the pit lane. He very nearly got him on the pit exit there from going for about 10 seconds. He closed it all in. He must have had a fantastic fantastic in-lap, should I say, and he nearly managed to jump the Burst Esport car completely. But I'm very interested about the strategy for Burst Esport from here, because they were going for 2-hour stints on the drivers. Pedersen did two 2-hour stints. He's done 4 hours now, and Henningsen I was expecting to do his second 2-hour stint, but he only stayed in for 1, so Henningsen's done 3 hours now, and Simoncic has got in on an odd hour, which is a little bit strange in terms of their strategy. I hope that was planned. I hope there were no issues, because Henningsen was being caught by Hemmingsen pretty quickly. I just wonder if they pulled him out early because he was being caught too quickly. I'm not really sure, but they've definitely switched their strategy over. They're not on even hours anymore, and I think that Simoncic and Mrozek are going to be doing more hours in the night than the other two. But saying that, it is early. It's still quite early to be switching over to your nighttime drivers. You know, it's only 9 o'clock in Europe and 8 o'clock in the UK, so it's not very late. It's not. It is early for switching over to your nighttime drivers if they are going to have dedicated nighttime drivers. So I would say from that maybe Simoncic and Mrozek aren't going to be specifically nighttime drivers, and Henningsen and Pedersen are going to be driving during the night.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have to keep on rotating. It seems the drillers are going for slightly longer stints, which does have the potential that you have a driver who's already comfortable. And obviously, Yerne's jumped in. This is only his, I believe, 3rd lap now. So it's not that long for you just to jump in and immediately get used to it, especially when it is your first laps of the race in general as well. But I'm sure we'll see him pick up the pace and stay with Martin Hemmingsen. And as you say, I think this Hemmingson's 3rd hour, so he might be getting out after this one, and maybe Henry Siddick will get back in the car. We'll have to see how that one works itself out. But don't think that this battle is all over yet, because it swung both ways multiple times during this race, and it just so happens at the moment that drillers are on top.
Yeah, a few minutes ago, Burst Esport turned it all around, and they were over a minute behind, and now they were leading by 20 seconds, and I thought they were going to actually drive away completely. But unfortunately for the 777 team, they got Hemmingsen in, and he was absolutely flying, and he's now running away with this. I wouldn't say running away, actually. He's just going a little bit faster than Simincic is right now, which is could change later on. But this is Hemmingsen's 2nd stint in that car. He took over from his teammate Jan Granqvist earlier on. Cynic did the first 4 hours, Granqvist did 2. He was easily the slowest of the drivers, though, was the Finn. So they've got to make up some more driving time for him, because they're not going to be able to do the driving just between the two of them. They are definitely the fastest drivers, but they have to let Granqvist have his time, both for the fair share, which they've satisfied by now, so it doesn't matter, but also so they can actually get some rest, which is where strength in depth comes in. And I think Burst Esport just about edge it on strength in depth.
Yeah, you cannot complain with Burst lineup at all. They've got 4 of some of the best drivers on R-Factor 2, especially with a GT car, whereas drillers only really, well, nothing to take nothing away from Granqvist, is just purely on the 2 laps that he did, the 2 stints that he did, he was a little bit further behind. Obviously not by much, but just enough to lose a bit of time. So it is interesting how they will balance that out, because obviously you want to lose as little time as possible, but you don't want to make your fastest drivers tired by making them drive too much. That is also going to be a negative when you get to the morning and you have drivers falling asleep because they've stayed up too long during the night.
Yeah, exactly. I think one thing that might not have helped Granqvist in his pace, and why we think that he's actually not quite as quick as the other two, is because he was up against Jesper Pedersen, who is insane. So I think that might not have helped him just a little bit. Don't forget that Pedersen was even faster than Cynic. He managed to pull away from the McLaren earlier on in the race. In the very first stint, he was over the whole stint, he was about 1 second quicker than Cynic. So we'll see how if those two come up against each other again, we'll see how their battle flops around this time. But yeah, the fact that Pedersen was up against Granqvist probably didn't help the cause of the Finnish driver there, because we know Pedersen's really, really fast. And maybe if Granqvist was against Simincic, who's not very used to the car right now, he would have fared a little better, and we might be rating him a little bit more highly. But I think he got pretty unlucky being pitched up against Pedersen, who's, for my money, the fastest driver we've seen so far today.
That is a very fair point. No reason to count out Granqvist just yet. And you are very true on that. He was up against Pedersen, who has been absolutely flying in that burst BMW. And I'm sure we'll see him a little, it's probably going to be 3 or 4 hours at least before we see him. But yeah, he's certainly a very, very quick driver in this BMW. And he was slightly quicker. There was a stint, I think, he did maybe with Martin Hemmingsen, and or it was someone else in the car, and it wasn't quite as big. So yeah, we'll see how it works out later on in the race. But it's certainly nightfall here, and it is getting to that point where drivers need to start picking out their apexes between just their 2 headlights on the car.
Yeah, it is 9:12 now in the evening local time, so the darkness is definitely upon us now. The headlights are definitely on, but just because the night has befallen us now, doesn't mean that the battles are getting any less relentless. And we've got a battle for 4th going on. We've actually got a battle for 6th going on as well. So it's all getting very exciting here. To be fair, the battle for 8th is pretty close as well. So we've got 4 pretty close battles going on right now. Fabio Liuzzi catching Cliff van der Vin, excuse me. I do believe. Did Liuzzi start ahead? That's a change.
That's already changed. Oh yeah, I just clicked on a replay. Liuzzi spun coming out onto the Nordschleife. Did a poor poor spin around, and who's that? Cliff van der Vin managed to get past, so he lost a bit of time there. He will have a little bit of front end damage as well on that Musto GD Esports, and they've really fallen off, haven't they? They were 3rd in qualifying, but they are certainly not the 3rd fastest team here on race pace, and they've had a few little issues. So hopefully maybe Brioni can get in that car and try and get them some time back. But for now, anyway, yeah, they've just sort of lost a bit of time slowly as the race has progressed.
Yeah, they were 2nd comfortably, but when Burst had their problems, Musto was comfortably in 2nd position. So they really have fallen away, I'm afraid, and it's disappointing for them. But they're going to have to deal with it and see what they can salvage from this race. But Brioni definitely seems like the fastest driver in their squad. I'm just wondering if we haven't seen any of them yet. I believe we have actually seen all of the drivers, but Brioni's by far the fastest and most consistent, and probably the most well-known as well, to be honest. So hopefully they're not a bit of a one-man band, and hopefully they can indeed continue doing well in this race. But yeah, they've not been quite hitting the heights they were when Brioni was in the car, and now that they're cycling through everybody, I believe that they're going to have to get Brioni back in if they want to jump back up the order once again.
Yeah, they certainly will. That's again not to put it down to Liuzzi and I can't remember the name. Is it Pachudo, the other driver that they got in their car? But obviously we're just looking at the lap times and how it has gone and how it has played out. And obviously when you put in your slightly faster or slightly slower drivers, does often fluctuate the times a little bit, as we've seen here with the drillers and Burst car, as Simičić is now over 5 seconds behind Hemmingsen. So that gap is really starting to stretch out now, as last lap Hemmingsen did a 6.7 fastest lap of that car. God, he's starting to really put the hammer down now, and I wonder if they're going to keep him in now. This is his 2nd stint, but I wonder if they're going to keep him in maybe for another 2 stints and do a 4-hour stint like his teammate Henry Sinek, just to see if they can stretch this lead out that they've got.
I reckon they would do that. Actually, that is a good idea. If they were to do that, another 2 hours, and then maybe get Granqvist in for another couple of hours. Granqvist might relinquish the lead while he's in that car, but if Hemmingsen can give Granqvist that car with a good lead of around 10-20 seconds, then he might be able to hold on, unless Pedersen's in the car, and then he definitely won't be able to hold on. So we'll see. This is what I love about endurance racing, just trying to work out what the hell these guys are going to do. It's quite difficult sometimes. So Hemmingsen's just 15 minutes, so it's actually a little bit more than that, into his stint this time around. We've still got 16 hours and 48 minutes to go, and we believe now that Hemmingsen's going to be in for another 2 stints after this one, get Granqvist in for another couple of hours, and then you can get Sinek in for another 4-hour stint. So Hemmingsen, when he gets out the car, can have a 6-hour rest, and Granqvist can just kind of... So if Hemmingsen, if you see what I'm trying to say, Hemmingsen and Sinek do 4-hour stints and Granqvist kind of 2 hours in between them, it can kind of keep everyone pretty rested, and I think that's a pretty sensible way of doing it, to be honest. It's using your pace and it allows your drivers to rest as well.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they're going to do it. I do remember, because Sinek, he does stream his own races, and I'm subscribed to his YouTube channel, and I believe he put his part 2 for 9 o'clock my time, which would be at the end of this stint. I do wonder if they're going to change that because of the pace that we've seen from Hemmingsen. I mean, he's arguably quicker than what Sinek was doing earlier. Sinek was often nearer the sort of 9s, 10s and 11s, and sometimes there's a couple of 12s, which was what the pace was at that time. But now the pace is increasing. Maybe Hemmingsen needs to stay in the car. We will find out, because Simičić was 2.5 seconds slower last lap.
Well, I'd keep Hemmingson in if I were the bosses at 777 team up there in first position. I would keep him in, to be honest, because he's doing fantastically at the moment. Fastest lap of that car's race, not the fastest lap of the race last time around, but you can clearly see from the best lap times and arguably from the last lap times as well. The top two really do deserve to be there. They are the top two drivers in this race. They're better than the other drivers, in my opinion, and it's becoming a two-horse race. Obviously, if these two have incidents, then there's going to be guys picking up the pieces, but the top two are clearly showing themselves the fastest, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're doing so many laps under the 8-minute 10 barrier, whereas at the start of the race, getting under 8-minute 10 was like, oh my god, but now they're doing it every single lap, and obviously that helps with the rubber going down on the track as well. And also, I find personally, now that we're driving in the nighttime, I find it actually easier sometimes to go fast, because you can only see and the corner that you're doing. You don't get distracted by anything. I don't know if that's an actual scientifically proven fact, but I find that easier. And I don't know if maybe they find it themselves, but they are certainly going quicker. And when we see the likes of Cynic and Henningsen get back in the cars, we'll have to see if they can continue that trend, or if it is just genuinely that Hemmingsen and Simičić are doing some good times. Because we said the Simičić looks slow, but his times are great. It's just that Martin Hemmingsen from the Drillers is absolutely flying off in the distance at the front.
Yeah, let me throw one more hat into that ring. We've still not seen the pace of what's his name? I've forgotten. But the final driver for Burst Esport, David Mrozek, we've still not seen how fast he is. We know that he's an accomplished driver in R Factor 2 and on Sims anyway. But what's he going to be like in these conditions, in this car, with this field? You know, we've still got unanswered questions. We've seen all the drivers for the Drillers car, but we haven't seen all the cars for Burst Esport. They haven't put all their cards on the table just yet, so we've still got an unanswered question there, a bit of a question mark, and until we've really seen the pace of him, then I don't think we can really predict what's going to happen just yet. And obviously we really can't predict what's going to happen until the final hour, but you see what I mean, we can really get an idea for how it's going to take shape when Mrozek's got in that car.
Yeah, Mrozek is normally in the other series that I watch him with, that Burst do. He's normally slightly slower than Simičić, not by much, but just a little bit. So if that is something to take a look at, then maybe this is going to be even better for Drillers if they can keep this pace going. But as we said, it's always that balance and that fluctuation that you have when you swap between your different drivers, and you try and maybe do something different on the strategy, and when you put your different drivers into the seats.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is all to play out so far, and I think one massive advantage that Burst Esport have is just for that final hour, you just put one driver in, and that is Jesper Pedersen. I think he's the fastest driver of anybody, I think, and on this circuit right now. Maybe we haven't seen him against Hemmingsen yet, but I think that Pedersen is faster. So we'll wait and see, really. But with that trump card to play at the end, it really would make it interesting just to put Pedersen in for the final hour and see what he can do. I reckon it really is going to come down to the final hour, though. The way these guys are just running like absolute clockwork, no mistakes, just slight differentials of the pace, and each car is quicker at different times, and it's just fluctuating, going up and down all the time. So we will really never know until the final hour, unless one of these guys makes a mistake, of course, which doesn't look like happening from what I've seen for the first 7.5 hours.
Yeah, the only person to make... Well, I mean, Pedersen did speed in the pit lane, and then he hit the car when he was serving his penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So he has made a couple of little mistakes there, but in terms of driving mistakes, like outracing speed, the only person really to do it was Grankvist. He went wide at her act twice, but that was sort of just rubbing against the fence, and he did actually have a spin, which was sort of the nail in the coffin of their lead at the time. So yeah, it's sort of still quite open to see what's going to happen and who's going to come out on top. So I'm still looking forward to it as we really head into the proper nighttime driving now. It's so great to see these cars, especially that BMW. It's got the endurance headlights at the bottom of it, just beaming the way down the straight for Yannis Simicic, but yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's setting us up for a really good race as we come towards the 1/3 distance of the race.
Yeah, we are somehow already getting towards 8 hours complete, which is quite a long time. We've been here for quite a while, and we're still on the wires who's actually fastest driver and who's got the fastest team lineup and all things like that. So, excuse me. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting final 16 hours. I really can't wait for the climax to this race. It's just the best thing about races, or 24-hour races. You just try and work out what's going on, but really, it really is a lottery. And trying to predict a winner right now, I really would not want to call it. It's impossible to call, because when you saw those two Burst Esport mistakes and Pedersen, you thought, oh well, they're out of it. There's no chance they're going to win now. And then Grunqvist got into the 777 car, and they fell back dramatically in a big way that I wasn't expecting. And then you thought, well, they don't stand a chance now because Grunqvist is behind Burst and he doesn't stand a chance trying to get through them. And then Hemmingsen got in and he's absolutely monsters everybody. So it really is just yo-yoing all over the place. And if you take your eyes off it for one moment, something will change, and it's a constantly developing thing. It's one of those fascinating things where you're just on the edge of your seat for the whole time, and if you just miss like an hour, then you're going to have missed a whole load of things happening. It's just one developing story that you need to watch throughout the whole thing to really get the full feel for it.
And that fluctuation is what is the most important bit. Or if you look at it in terms of a seesaw, which side will it land on when we get to that final hour, or even that final 10 minutes, that final lap of the race? Who will be the one to come out on top? But it's all about these hours in the middle of the race, this next third that we are going to go into shortly in about half an hour's time. That is the point of the race. That middle 8 hours is where you set yourself up, you get yourself in the position, you finally sort out your strategy, and then you see where you're going to end up. But even then, it is still completely unpredictable. And last lap, Yannis Simicic lost another 1.4 seconds to Hemmingsen, so they're still losing a little bit of time, is Yanni. And I do wonder if they will keep him in there for longer than this one stint, or if they'll try and put someone quicker in. As we did mention before, they do need to try and get further into the race, so they can't just sort of give up on Yanni just yet, because again, it's not like he's doing slow laps, it's just comparatively to the driller's car. But as we also said, that Cynic is probably going to be getting in the car at the end of this stint, and that is a variable that they need to look out for as well.
Yeah, it is. One thing I have noticed about Simicic, though, is that he has stemmed the tide at which he is losing this lead. He is still losing time, but he is losing time less. So he's doing well. He's getting into the groove for me. He's just, he's just becoming more consistent, more confident. It looks like, really. At what he's doing. So I think he's definitely getting better. He's improving, so that is an important thing. And he's losing time just a little bit less now, so maybe he can start to even pull this gap back on Hemmingsen, although that is 6-7 seconds. I don't think it's going to close in time for the pit stops, but he might be able to just keep this gap at 6.5 seconds, and when Pedersen or Hemmingsen gets in, maybe they can begin to work on that gap.
And that gap has come down a little bit. It's gone now down to 6.5, where it got up to 7.5 in that first sector. Yannis Simicic was actually quicker. So this is that fluctuation coming back towards the Burst driver, as he's maybe starting to feel a little bit. I believe this is his 5th lap in the car, or 4th lap I should say, in the car so far. So he's halfway through the stint almost, trying to get a feel for it. And maybe he's getting to that point where he's starting to feel comfortable enough to push that little bit extra, as he was, half a second quicker in that first sector.
Yeah, he was, and I think he's definitely getting used to those track conditions now. He's got, obviously, when he jumped in, he's jumped in at the hardest time, really. For the first time driving the car, he's pitch black, and he's driving a car that he hasn't driven for a while because he's been driving something else for the last few hours. So it's an impressive way that he's managed to get back on terms with Hemmingsen here. So he's kind of stemmed the flow, as I said. But one thing I have noticed the gap between 6th and 7th was closing, and then the 888 car went off down at Brunchen, I think that was, and they briefly hit the wall, just skirted past it, but fortunately no damage done, but it's not going to do them any good in chasing down the Hungarian team up in front.
And the Hungarian team, as you say, doing pretty decently so far. Not quite punching for the top positions, but still respectable indeed. And we are coming, we're coming to a point of the race where some people are starting to come back towards each other. As Joey Vrolik is only 6 seconds behind the 6th place Taras Czech in that car. And he was actually quicker on that last lap by almost a second. So that gap is going to be coming down over the next stint as well. And maybe we'll see an overtake as we get towards the top of this next hour.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, that number 1, 2, 3 Simco car did very well earlier on in the race. The Aston Martin there, they were right up there in the first part of the stint, really much like Musto, but their drop off in the last part of the race, or after their main driver got out, has been worse. It seems that Kiss is really the class of that car, and when somebody, I can't for the life of me remember who it was, but when somebody else got in, that car just went backwards and backwards and even further backwards, and that's what led to the demise of Matthew de Krop. If you remember all those hours ago, if you were with us, One Move Esports out of the race because they were trying to get past that car. Kiss wasn't in it anymore, and the driver who got in was so unaccustomed and so much slower than Kiss was that de Krop just came massively unstuck behind him, and it ended the One Move car's race, and it's really hindered that number 1, 2, 3, and now they're a little bit further back, to be honest, but they were never going to keep the pace anyway. It seems that only Kiss has actually got the pace of the front runners, but the rest of them have got the pace of this 7th place car in front, and maybe even a little bit worse. So as we're seeing these gaps and battles just seesawing around a little bit, and we'll see if the sister drillers, the 888 car, can actually get through here before they all get demolished by Kiss when he gets back in.
And you can see in the lap times there's a significant sort of ladder system forming. You've got the 2 leaders, they are under the 8-minute 10s all the time. Then you've got the next couple of cars who are doing sort of 8:14s, 8:15s. Then you get to sort of the high teens, and then you get to sort of the 8:20 region. It slowly goes down in the lap time, so it definitely seems that in terms of the raw pace, those drivers have spread out into their order. But now another half an hour's gone, so we'll have some kind words from our sponsors.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40x40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80x40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160x40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back to the GTR24 Nürburgring 24 hours here, of course in Germany at the Nürburgring once again. The darkness is well and truly upon us now, the headlights coming through massively, and Cam Roger has just had to go away for a few moments. It's me, you and O'Leary and Ossian once again back at it for the next hour and a half to 2 hours kind of region, and then Cam will be back with us for a few moments. It's basically us three just swapping around, chopping and changing the whole time for this whole race basically, so I hope you're not bored of us yet basically, but yeah, we've got some battles going on throughout, up and down the field. The gap at the head of the race, excuse me, is 6.2 seconds. It's kind of hovering around that 6-second margin right now. Simoncic just gained 4 tenths in the first sector, and then he seems to lose it again a little bit in the last few, because that McLaren is very fast on the Dottinger Hoe. You've seen how fast it is on a straight line, and sector 3 is mostly made up of that Dottinger Hoe, so he does pull that margin quite substantially as they go over there. But we've also got a battle going on for third position. I believe that the 999 there has actually made a bit of a mistake, because the gap's down to 5 seconds. David Kalosai, I think I'm getting that wrong, but it's down to 5 seconds anyway from Cliff van der Vin in 4th position. Fabio Liuzzi is trying to be brought along for that ride as well in 5th position, and then we've got this battle over 6th position at the moment as well. Joey Vrolik is trying to get through on the Aston Martin up in front of him. It's just 3 seconds up the road and he can almost see it now, and I guess that is kind of the carrot dangling in front of his nose right now. He's going to be reeling them in even quicker at this rate, and this is such a scenic time of the night, Ossian, especially these onboard shots. I absolutely love this. When there's got an onboard shot, you can't see anything either side of you, and you're following one of the cars through the Nordschleife, through the forest. It's just one of the best times of the whole year.
It is, absolutely, and you can see it is not quite pitch black in the night yet, but it is getting to that point. This is the darkest it usually gets up here, but in Germany it'll get even darker, and once it is black, once it is full night, well, you can barely see the next corner, what's coming up at you, and you're gonna see those white curves, the white lines of the track glowing really brightly in your headlights, and you're not gonna see much else going on. So you're just gonna, you know, steer yourself by your wisdom, by your knowledge, by your experience, and also by those white lines. And then when you get to the GP circuit, you're gonna be comforted by the lights for a moment in time until you bait and dive into the forest once more. So it's gonna be exciting times ahead of us to see how these drivers handle it and how these drivers handle the circuit. But oh, just look at this driving, honestly. It is absolutely brilliant. Martin Henningsen at this moment in time, this is actually a good overview of the circuit we got in right now. The track map, you can see it, and you can see how close some of the battles are. You can see some of the drivers and teams already retired in the pit lane, others are still going, and you can just see the scale of the circuit from these shots even.
Yeah, it's absolutely spans such a huge area. That's why in real life it's a real problem when it starts raining at one part of the circuit and not at all at the others. So yeah, that can be interesting sometimes. But our weather is situated, or where we get the take the weather from, is taken from the GP circuit. So if it's not raining at the GP circuit, it won't rain in the game. So that's probably why we haven't seen any rain just yet. But we may indeed in the latter part of this race, because I did see that after the checker flag there was going to be a small threat of rain, but that threat could grow ever larger, and it could be brought forward as well, and it would be very dramatic in the final hour if everyone has to scramble for wet tyres, because the weather has suddenly decided to completely go against all forecasts and all logic to just dump a load of rain on these guys in the final hour. That would be quite the finale to a phenomenal race.
And quite a wet shower.
Yeah, it's, well, yeah, I guess you get your shower at the end of it, but
yeah.
It's not ideal when you're trying to drive through here, because as we mentioned earlier, it's a difficult place at the best of times. I wouldn't really want to be, after 23 hours of being up and driving, I wouldn't really want a rain shower just right at the end there.
Imagine the scenes with rain coming 20 minutes to the end, from the end, rain coming, part of the circuit, it's absolutely soaking wet, and teams are scrambling, okay, do we come in for the change or not? especially if they got the fuel to go in the end. Do we waste 30 seconds or do we just try to brave it? Well, those are the kind of decisions that separate the great drivers from the champions and being able to make the decision in a due time. Now Joy Vroilik is now chasing here. We can see him in the 888 car just trying to cut that gap short ahead of him. The gap right now between the 6th and 7th, between Tamas Čech and Joy Vroilik is sitting at 2.5 seconds, about 2 seconds at the early portion of this track. So I think Drillers Esports Academy car is going to get a position here in a not too long.
Yeah, they are closing, definitely. Even after a bit of a mistake from the McLaren, he managed to fight back. The gap was about 6 seconds just a couple of laps ago, but now it really is minuscule. So it's I'm expecting the pass to be made rather soon as well. Just to note on the front of the field, Jurni Simoncic is going to be in at the end of this lap. However, he's actually coming up to lap these guys, so as we watch this battle, he's actually not too far behind them in terms, if you think about it, on the road. These two are actually the last people on the lead lap right now, so we've still got 7 of them on the lead lap, but Simoncic is going to be in at the end of it, so that's something to note for the lead of the race. But let's just enjoy this battle for now. We've got a battle for 6th position, and these battles at the night are really what makes the Nürburgring. It's just such a fantastic circuit in the night time. As we're flying through Adenauer Forest right now, the Aston Martin not particularly used. It sounds pretty good, but it doesn't seem particularly popular with these guys right now. I can't remember, I think Cam said it's not a particularly strong car overall, but it certainly looks good.
It does look good, but unfortunately looking good is only so much. What these guys care about is the pace. And, you know, their pace, that's gonna dictate everything. How fast are they going to be, you know, how fast the car is over the track, and how comfortable are you with it? That's the important question. And even though it sounds good, it might be nice to bask in the glory of the sound for 24 hours. I know I would love to listen to an Aston Martin engine for 24 hours, but unfortunately you also kind of have to win the race, and you just can't very well go and say to your team boss or your team manager or the guys driving with you, look, we're driving the Aston Martin because it sounds good, even if you have a chance to win with, say, the McLaren.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why most people have gone for the McLaren indeed. That's the most popular car by far, especially the new gen one. There was the one old McLaren, but that car is out of the race. Butler Powell have pulled that car now. Yeah, we're only down to the new gen McLarens, and they are probably the strongest of the cars. Not too bad in the corners at all, and then absolutely lightning down the straights. They really are absolutely fantastic. So yeah, we are seeing right now why McLarens are being so widely selected, although saying that, it's BMW versus... Oh! Off the road and in the wall for the McLaren there. So after closing for so long, he's just clipped the curb there, has Vrozic, and into the wall. Wow, that is massive. And I wonder if he has any damage from that.
They most certainly have to have, so that's a chase where they got close. Joy Vroilik got very, very close, and then all of a sudden he just makes a mistake at, well, there are no innocent parts in the Nürburgring, and that's certainly not one of those innocent parts either, but he just came in a little bit too hard. I think it was at Mutkurve where he made that mistake, and, you know, he lost another couple of seconds. But more crucially, even if the gap is down to still down to 3.8 seconds, are they gonna lose time on the straights? And the answer, I think, is going to be yes. I'm watching the live timing right now. Joey in the 888 is losing hand over fist whenever it goes to a straight line, so he has to have some aero damage in that car, most certainly.
Yeah, he probably does. It's gone out to nearly 4.5 now, so he probably is a bit rattled after that as well. Don't forget, when you make a mistake, it is pretty unnerving, especially in the dark at the Nürburgring, so that is a pretty big moment there. He just kind of lost it on the curb. I'm not even sure how that really happened. It just seemed that he got on the left-hand side, and we're actually seeing a change for 3rd position here, are we? We're going side by side. BMW on the inside right now, and it looks like Cliff van der Ven is through. The 999 just kind of let him through there, didn't put up any kind of fight, so all sorts of positional change and drama happening right now, but the BMW there just kind of seemed to pull over and let the McLaren through there.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a strategic decision from them, you know, from David Kaloksai and the 999. They know that their pace hasn't been perhaps the greatest at this point in time, so maybe, you know, don't fight it too hard, don't take a risk trying to fight it to the nail and tooth. Instead, tuck in behind. There's still a couple of laps of this stint to go. Tuck in behind, try to see if you can follow Cliff van der Wien here. And Tennessee, oh, they go into the wall. The 999, just as I was about to say, they went a little bit into the wall on the right, managed to recover back on the track, but they're definitely having some difficulties in the 999 car right now. Maybe this is why they didn't fight too hard.
Yeah, he doesn't look the most comfortable, does David Kaloksai right now, so that is unfortunate for them, but they've hit the wall now, and I just wonder if there is any damage for them. They won't be in on this lap, but they'll be on the next one, so I guess there's not too much longer to wait until they can indeed come into the pit lane, but one man who will be in the pit lane at the end of this lap, and indeed he is in the BMW as well. Jone Simoncic, after his first stint, he stemmed the tide. He's actually started to claw back some of that margin that Martin Hemmingsen has gained. It's now 5.5 seconds. It was up towards 7 at its worst point, but now Simoncic has got into the groove. As we said earlier, getting in at the night time is probably not the best time to get in all honesty, especially after he's been driving another car all day. But now he's got used to these dark conditions, he's got used to the car, and now it seems that he's actually got the pace over Hemmingsen. It's now down to 5.5 seconds, and we may not be too far away from another lead battle.
And he's absolutely pushing it. I was watching him exiting Mini Carousel, and you know the exit of Mini Carousel. It's such an... It may look like such an innocent corner. It's not really talked about very much. It often fades in the shadows of its bigger brother, the Caracciola Carousel proper, but it is a very difficult corner to get right because you're turning in uncomfortably late. You want to be right on the inside because there's the banking. It's so easy to hit the inside curb, and then it's also very easy to go in a little bit too fast and fall out after you've gone too slow through there last couple of times. So, you know, it's very easy to make a mistake here. It's one of those places where I'm never surprised to see somebody make a mistake, because honestly, from experience, it is one of the more difficult corners here, as Simoncic is coming indeed to the pit lane here. So he was pushing very hard. It was his in-lap. Now, let's see, are they going to keep him there for another stint? My answer, yes. Simoncic, he was just getting warmed up, he was just getting in the groove of it, he was just getting into the mind of, okay, GT3 Nürburgring, let's see what we can do here. And right now it is his time to shine in the next stint. We are going to see some almighty pace from that 94 is my bet, if you know, past signs are anything to go by.
Yeah, he's been doing very well in the recent laps, and he's putting down some absolutely phenomenal lap times. He was losing time earlier on, as we said, but he's now, he was gaining it, so we'll see if he can continue on with that. Well, he's had a good in-lap, we'll see if he can have a good out-lap as well. We'll see if he stays in that car, as you said, but I would expect him to be staying in there for sure. Last time around, Hemmingsen did a 8.5, we'll see if Simoncic can do a good outlap. I was just waiting for him to exit the pit lane, presuming it's going to be tyres and fuel, of course. And so just waiting to see if there has been a driver change there. I'm going to presume there has not been, but I'm just wondering about Hemmingsen. Will he stay in the car? Because he's been in there 2 hours now, although he's very fast, and I would personally leave him in. I believe that, or Cam deciphered from Cynic's YouTube channel, that Cynic may well be getting in at this very pit stop.
That would be very interesting indeed. And Hemmingsen, I think he's gonna receive a lot of pats on the back and a lot of, you know, gestures of great work, Martin, because that has been an almighty stint he's been doing so far. He's been just driving amazingly with that McLaren, being able to pass Jone Simoncic and being able to keep going and, you know, just take that lead back, which they lost earlier on. And since then, no mistakes, just absolute perfection. and driving so brilliantly. So, you know, if they have someone like him on board that can bring the battle to the best of the best, then they are within a shout of this race. And once again, we still have 16 hours left, and now, Yvan, guess what?
What?
We are coming to the one-third point of the race.
Oh, you gods, we are already. Wow, that is, yeah, that's gone very quickly, hasn't it? We've been here a long time now, so yeah, 16 hours and 15 minutes to go. That means we've completed 7 hours 45, and we have nearly completed 8 hours of this race. It's been absolutely phenomenal so far, and yeah, I've absolutely loved it. I can't wait for the rest of the race.
Yes, and just to let you know, if you are watching this on Facebook or YouTube, well, hello to you. First of all, thanks for watching, and secondly, don't get panicked. The stream will be restarting over there in a moment's time. So don't be panicked, don't adjust your set. We are just going to be restarting the stream there briefly, and then we will be right back on your television sets, or on your screens, or on your phone, or on your tablet, or on your smart fridge. Can you actually watch this race from the smart fridge? Because that will be brilliant.
Well, I've never tried it because I haven't got one, but I'm sure...
You can play Doom in one, I know that.
Well,